Bidwells travels from Wall Street to London prison. Bidwells travels from Wall Street to London prison _ 15 years in solitude _ Chapter 1. Had there been wisdom there? We lived in South Brooklyn, near to Old No. 13, the DeGraw Street Public School. To that I was sent, and there got all the education I was ever fated to have at any school, except the school of life and experience. I attended for some years, and even now I cannot recall without a smile the absurd incompetency of everyone connected with the institution and their utter ignorance of the art of imparting knowledge to children. At home I had picked up that grand art of reading, and went to school to learn the other 2 R's, with any trifle that I might come across floating around promiscuously. I certainly hope our much-lauded public schools are conducted on better lines now than then. If not, they are frauds from the foundation. The instruction in No. 13 was so lax and radically bad that the whole governing body and the principal ought to have been sent to the penitentiary on the charge of false pretense for drawing their salaries and giving nothing in return. And yet I remember when examination day came, instead of the committee investigating the progress of the pupils, it usually turned into a mere hallelujah chorus upon our grand public school system. Here is a remarkable fact. I seldom missed a promotion and passed from grade to grade until within 2 years I found myself in Junior A, the next to the highest class in the school, just as ignorant as my classmates, and that is saying much. It was all very pitiful. My blood boils even now when I think of the traitors chosen and paid to see me fully equipped and armed to begin the battle of life, who left me with phantom weapons which would shiver into fragments at the first shock of conflict. I left Junior A of Old No. 13, with its algebra, logic, philosophy, heaven save the word, and advanced grammar, unable to write a grammatical sentence. I had been taught spelling out of an expository sort of pocket dictionary containing about 1,500 words. Most of these, with their definitions, parrot-like, I had learned to spell, but never once in all my school experience had I been taught the derivation of a single word. Indeed, I took it for granted that in the good old days Adam had invented the words much as he named the animals, and, of course, supposed that he spoke good English. The knowledge of history I gained at No. 13 was strictly limited and exceedingly primitive. I knew the Jews in the old days were a bad lot. That Brutus had slain Caesar. That the Mayflower had landed our fathers on Plymouth Rock. That wicked George III was a tyrant, and that the boys in Boston had thrown a tea kettle at his head. I knew all about our George and the cherry tree, and there my historical knowledge ended. So here I was launched out in the world a model scholar, stamped as proficient in grammar, history, logic, philosophy, and arithmetic, but yet in useful knowledge a barbarian, unable to spell or even write a grammatical letter and unversed in the ways of the world. A world, too, where I would be cast entirely upon my own resources. My home life was happy. My father had lost his grip on the world, but his faith in the unseen remained. My mother, caring little for this life, lived in and for the spiritual. To her heaven was a place as much as the country village where she was born. She was never tired of talking to us children about its golden streets and the rest there after the toils and pains of life. But, boylike, we discounted all she said, and felt we wanted some of this world before we knocked at the gates of the next. We loved our mother, but her soul was too gentle to keep in restraint hot, fiery youths like my brothers and myself. On the whole we were good boys, and I suppose caused her no more pain than the average youngsters. Perhaps the keynote of her character can best be found in the following incident, if that which was of daily occurrence could be called an incident. Every night of my life in those days she would come to my bed to pray over me, ever saying, as she kissed me or clasped my hand, "My son, remember, if you were to pass your whole life here in poverty and hardship, it would not much matter so long as you attain to the heavenly rest." This teaching would have been well had she only taught me some worldly wisdom with it, but that all essential knowledge was kept from me, I being left to learn the ways of man in that terrible school of experience. The consequence being that when after some months I was launched out in life, I was a ripe and apt victim to be caught in the world's huge snare. In fact, had my parents designed me to become a traveler in the primrose way, they could not have educated me to better purpose. Save when in the school I had never been permitted to associate with other boys, but was kept in the house, and up to my 16th year hardly dreamed there was evil in the world. I was told much about the wicked, but thought that meant those who smoked tobacco or drank whiskey. I hardly thought any women came under that category, but if any, then it must mean those who came around selling apples and oranges. The reader will see that when once away from the shelter of home, in threading the world's devious ways, I would be crossing the roaring torrent on the perilous footing of a spear, all but certain to fall into the flood beneath. During my last year at school, and for a long time after leaving it, my father and mother were never tired of talking about my good education. Possibly they were not very good judges, but I am confident that they, after all, did not realize the importance of a boy being well equipped in that regard. Their thoughts and minds were so bent on the other world, and things unseen bulked so hugely on their mental vision, that there was small space left for things of this earth. They, good, simple souls, were made for and ought to have lived in the golden age, when all men were brave and all women true, where neighborly eyes reflected the love and faith within, but in our utilitarian days they were sadly out of place, and little wonder if they had lost their way in this world. In their intense longing for the life beyond the grave, their passionate desire to walk the streets of gold, they, by their actions, seemed to forget that we were on this earth, and that we were here with many sharp reminders of the fact. The same guilelessness was manifested in their choice of our home reading. The books I was allowed access to in the house were The Life of King David, The History of Jerusalem, Baxter's Saints' Rest, The Immortal Dreamer's Pilgrim, and Fox's Book of Martyrs. His first martyr is Stephen, and such was my gross ignorance of history that I always supposed Stephen had been martyred by the Church of Rome. Here was mental food for a boy who had his own way to make in the world. Craving other mental food than The Life of David, I used to club pennies with a chum and buy that delectable sheet, Ned Buntland's Own, then in fear and trembling would creep to an upper room and read The Haunted House, or The Ghost of Castle Ivy, until my hair stood on end in a sort of ecstatic horror, or The Stirring Adventures of Jack the Rover or Pirate Chief, until my brain took fire and a mighty impulse stirred every fiber, impelling me to follow in their footsteps. I had remained idly at home for some 6 months after my release from school, when one night my father returned from New York and said, "My son, I have found a situation for you." That was delightful news, and when I went to bed that night I was too excited to sleep. The future was full of color, red and purple, of course. Happily for me, the future in all its black misery was hidden behind those gilded clouds. So now at 16 I was about to sail out of harbor, and how equipped. Absolutely without education, void of worldly wisdom, and in my boyish brain dividing the world into 2 sections. In one was King David slaying the Philistines or dancing before the ark. In the other was Jack the Rover and the Pirate Chief. How easy to guess the rest. Yet I was not a bad boy, far from it. I only needed wise guidance and good companionship, and as the ignorance and crudity of my character dropped off, the innate virtue mined by lawful heritage would have been developed. But pitchforked into the wild whirl of Wall Street and its fast set of gilded youth, the gates of the primrose way to destruction were held wide open to my eager feet. Chapter 2. 'Twas ever thus. Of course it was. The situation my father had obtained for me was with a sugar broker by the name of Waterbury. He was a partner in a large refinery, his office being in South Water Street. He was a nice, conservative old man and let things run on easily. His chief clerk, Mr. Ambler, was every inch a gentleman, who, quickly perceiving what an ignoramus I was, out of the goodness of his heart resolved to teach me something. There were 2 sharp young men in our office. They liked me well enough, but used to guy me unmercifully for my simplicity and clumsiness. One of them, Harry by name, was something of a scapegrace and soon acquired quite a power over me. I stood in much fear of his ridicule and frequently did things for which my conscience reproached me, rather than stand the fire of his raillery. The greatest harm he did me was in firing my imagination with stories of Wall Street, of the fortunes that were and could be made in the gold room or on change. He made tolerably clear the modus operandi of speculators, and I secretly resolved that someday I, too, would try my fortune. My friend Mr. Ambler's health was bad, and frequent attacks of illness caused him to be away from the office for weeks at a time, and that meant much loss to me. When I had been there about a year, he resigned his position and went as manager for a factory in New Haven. But before leaving, he interested himself so far in my welfare as to secure me a position with a firm of brokers in New Street at a salary of $10 a week. My employers were good fellows, lovers of pleasure and men of the world, not scrupling to talk freely with me of their various adventures out of business hours. I had lost much of my awkwardness and gauche manners, and under the $10 a week arrangement began to dress fairly well. My employers did a brokerage business and speculated as well on their own account. My duties were decidedly light and pleasant, and brought me into contact with some of the sharpest as well as the most famous men in the street. Among them was a brilliant young man of my own age, who took a great fancy to me and frequently proposed that we should start for ourselves. Being doubtful of my powers, I shrank from risking my scanty funds in any speculative venture. Much to my mother's concern, I had begun attending the theater, and one night, on my friend Ed Weed's invitation, I went with him to Niblo's. After the performance, we went to supper at Delmonico's, and I was perfectly fascinated by the company and surroundings, going home long past midnight a different man than I had last left it. The next day Ed came to the office and invited me to lunch, where, after making some disparaging remarks about the country cut of my garments, he offered to introduce me to his tailor, who was never in a hurry for his money. After business that day we walked uptown together, and, prompted by Ed, I ordered $150 worth of garments, then went to his outfitter and ordered nearly an equal amount in shirts, ties, gloves, etc. One amusing result was that when, a few days later, I walked down to our office, comme il faut in garb, my employers raised my salary to $30 a week, but this left me poorer than when I had husbanded my poor little $10. Soon after, piloted by Ed, I ventured $50 on a margin in gold. Unluckily, I won, invested again and again, and within 14 days was $284 ahead. I paid my tailor and outfitter's bill, bought a $100 watch on credit, and gave a wine supper on borrowed money. Soon after this I went aboard at the old St. Nicholas, the then fashionable hotel. From that time I began to drift more and more away from home influences. Soon after the wine supper episode 1 threw up my position, and Ed and I started on our own account under the name of E. Weed and Company. My partner's parents were wealthy, and his father had been well known in the street, which fact gave us standing. The years I speak of were fortunate ones for Wall Street, stocks of every kind on the boom, the general wealth of the country massing up by leaps and bounds, and every kind of speculative enterprise being launched. Our firm history was the usual one of broker firms in that tumultuous arena, the Wall Street of those days, commissions in plenty, a large income, but one's bank account never growing. For what was made by day in the wild excitement of shifting values was thrown away amid wilder scenes at night. Those, too, were, indeed, the flush times for the professional gambler, for men were not content unless they burned the candle at both ends. Day faro banks were open everywhere around the exchange, and enormous sums were nightly staked in the uptown games. These were everywhere all protected, and the proprietors invested their money for rent, fixtures, etc., with as much confidence, and kept their doors open as freely, as if embarked in a legitimate speculation. Hundreds who spent the business hours of the day in the mad excitement of the exchange flocked around the green cloth at night, devoting the same intensity of thought and brain to the turning of a card, which earlier in the day they had given to the market reports of the world. Small wonder that death cut such wide swaths in the army of brokers. Statistics show that it was more fatal to belong to that army than to an army in the field. Ed loved to have me with him, and I used to accompany him to a game, then quite famous, run by John Morrissey, who later became a member of Congress. At this time, I never ventured a single bet and did not like to visit the place. But Ed would beg me to go, and always promised faithfully not to remain more than 20 minutes. Of course, his 20 minutes would lengthen into hours. Frequently, I would take a chair into a corner and go to sleep until he left the game, that being almost any hour between midnight and morning. As usual, in such places, an elegant supper was served free at midnight. The proprietor was always rather attentive to me, and, to give him the credit due, seemed anxious that I should not play. At supper, he always reserved the chair next to himself for me. One night, while standing beside the roulette wheel, no one was playing, and the dealer was idly whirling the ball. A sudden impulse seized me, and the ball then rolling, I pulled a $20 bill from my pocket and threw it down on the red, remarking, "I'll use that to pay for my suppers." Unhappily, I won, and, laughing, turned to the dealer and said, "Here, give me my money. I am done," and a moment later went out with my friend, fully determined never more to gamble. But, being in there the next night, I, of course, ventured again. Again I was so unfortunate as to win, and within a short time staked and lost or won nightly. But something worse than gambling was ahead of me, just at the very door. Chapter 3. A Licensed Pirate. We had latterly somewhat neglected business, our real business being at night, when we made the pursuit of pleasure hard work. Soon the finances of our firm not only ran low, but were on several occasions exhausted, so that we not only had recourse to borrowing, but were barely saved from bankruptcy by liberal donations from Ed's parents. His father was a fine, jolly old gentleman, and took it quite a matter of course that it was his duty to help us off the rocks when we ran on them. My partner took everything easy, but I, having no indulgent parent behind me ever ready to draw a check, began to be uneasy over the financial situation. Strangely enough, however, it never occurred to me to cut down my personal expenses, and I continued living at the same extravagant rate as when money was plenty, dining and wining and being dined and wined. Just here an important character, one destined to have an influence for evil on my future life, came upon the scene, and I will halt for a moment in my narrative to give some account of him. This man was James Irving, popularly known as Jimmy Irving, chief of the New York detective force, and a bad-hearted, worthless scamp he was. I was with several friends in the Fifth Avenue Hotel one cold January night when he came in, and one of our party, knowing him, introduced us. He was a man of medium height, rather heavy-set, blonde mustache, pleasant eyes, but with a weak mouth and chin, and a flushed face, telling a tale of dissipation. It was when Boss Tweed ruled supreme in New York, and the whole administration was honeycombed with corruption. Except under similar political conditions could such a man attain to so responsible an office in a great city as that of chief of the detective force, a position which at that time invested him with all but autocratic power. An old rounder and barroom loafer, without one attribute of true manliness and not possessed of any quality which would point him out as a fit man for the place. Nevertheless, when the position became vacant, his political pull caused his selection. From being a mere detective on the staff, he became chief. And truly this meant something in those days. The Great Civil War had but lately ended, and the country was still reeling from the mighty conflict. The flush times resultant from the enormous money issue of the government kept everything booming. The foundations of society were shaken, and vice no longer hid itself in the dark caves and dens of the great city. The Tenderloin, with its multifarious and wide-reaching influence for evil, was then created, and the police of the city reaped a royal revenue from its 1,000 dens of vice for their protection. To be captain of the Tenderloin precinct meant an extra weekly income of $1,000 at least. He had the lion's share. About an equal amount went to headquarters, to be divided between the chief of police and the gang, Irving being one of the half-dozen who had pull enough to get in the ring. The Tenderloin lieutenant, roundsman, and sergeant came in for about $100, $50, and $25 a week, while the common patrolman got what blackmail he could on his own account from the unhappy women of the street. These were considered lawful game, and woe betide the poor unfortunate who refused to pay the tax. Too well she found it meant a violent arrest, accompanied with brutal treatment, a night in a filthy cell, and then to be dragged before the magistrate, who was some ward heeler, hand in glove with the police. The form of a trial and a speedy 6 months on the island from the lips of the judge followed. From Spring Street to 10th, Broadway was full of night games faro each, and all paying large sums for protection. This money, however, did not all go to police headquarters, there being a host of parasites aside from the police. The shoulder-hitter politicians, each with his pull, and each having a claim to his percentage. Most of the Broadway games were known as square games, but then there was the host of skin games in the Bowery, Chatham Square, Houston, Prince, and other streets. The 8th Ward and all Broadway were considered the lawful happy hunting grounds for headquarters detectives, and this by long prescription. Outside of that they had no claim save only to a percentage from the Tenderloin. But the protection money paid by the swindling games around Chatham Square, Bayard Street, and the whole length of the Bowery, by a sort of sacred prescription, belonged to the captains of those precincts, save only that part absorbed by the politicians of the district who had a pull. These usually were the aldermen and councilmen with their henchmen. But to return to my friend, Captain Jim Irving, who, before our party separated, had opened 3 bottles of wine. Before leaving, I had asked him to call on me at the St. Nicholas. The next day he came and invited me to take a drive with him to Fordham the following Sunday. On Sunday, he appeared behind a fast-trotting horse, and in every respect an elegant turnout. During our drive he casually remarked that he had paid $1,000 for the rig, and as his pay was some $2,000 per annum, I easily figured that his rig and diamond pin had cost him about a year's salary. It was a lovely morning, not cold, but bracing, just the day for a ride. We started for Fordham, but changed our minds and drove to the High Bridge, through Harlem Lane, and well out into Westchester County. Returning, we stopped at O'Brien's Hotel for dinner. We fared sumptuously the whole day through, our dinner being particularly fine, my companion paying for everything, and really it was all highly enjoyable. He had a vast fund of anecdote, and many strange stories of city life and adventure, which naturally would be expected from one in his position. Many of those we passed or met during the day were personally known to him, and some, both women as well as men, who were then clothed in purple and fine linen, had histories, and many had at some period of their lives looked on life from the seamy side, having passed through strange vicissitudes. Soon after dark we returned to my hotel, and after dinner, lighting our cigars, we started for police headquarters. There he attended to some routine business, having introduced me to 2 of his chief detectives. Many who read this will recognize the men, but in this narrative they will be known as Stanley and White. I will not further describe them now, as they will appear in the story from time to time. The reader will be able to judge what manner of men they were. For the next 8 weeks my life went on much the same as usual. In our business we made some money, but by one unfortunate investment lost our entire capital, and what proved worse for me, my partner's health began to fail. Dissipation, late and heavy dinners, and irregular hours began to break a not over-strong constitution. Consequently, one Saturday, he abruptly announced his intention of withdrawing from the partnership to take a trip to Europe. There was nothing to divide save the furniture in our office, which he presented to me. The following Wednesday he sailed, with 2 members of his family. I saw him off, bidding him what proved to be a last farewell. I left the wharf feeling very lonely and miserable. It may be well to remark here that he died a year later in Italy, one more victim of a fast life, while I was spared, but took no warning from his fate. In truth, I was in the Primrose Way, which is ever found a most tormenting and unhappy thoroughfare. How I grieved all through the 20 years of captivity that I had not had the moral courage to start afresh upon a basis of truth, sobriety, and honorable endeavor. Instead of cutting down my expenses, I rather became more extravagant, fearing my companions would suspect I was pressed for money. How much more manly had I called them together and told them we must part company. Meeting Irving from time to time, he was most flattering in his attentions, while I was young enough and silly enough to be pleased with his notice. One evening about this time I met him while coming out of Wallack's Theatre. Shaking hands warmly, he invited me to supper at what was then known as Upper Delmonico's. After supper, walking to the St. Dennis Hotel at Broadway and 11th Street, we found Detectives Stanley and White. Here wine was ordered, and long after midnight we parted, they first having exacted a promise to dine with them the following night at Delmonico's, at the same time stating that they wished to make me a business proposition. The next evening White came in and said we would dine at a restaurant at 6th Avenue and 31st Street, instead of at Delmonico's. Then he left me, upon my promise to be on hand. At 11 I arrived, and entering the restaurant was at once recognized by a waiter, evidently on the lookout, and ushered into a private room upstairs. Only White had arrived, but soon Irving and Stanley came, and supper was ordered. With such gentry as these wine is always in order. Then they became confidential, and the conversation turned to the subject of making money. Very skillfully they extracted the confession that I had none. When excited by the talk and the wine I cried out, "By heaven, I want money." Stanley grasped my hand and said, "Of course you do, a man's a fool without it." Irving interjected, "Are you game to do us a favor and make 10,000 for yourself?" "But how?" I gasped. "Go to Europe and negotiate some stolen bonds we have, will you? For $10,000 to become accessory to a crime." It was an appalling proposition, and I shrank from it with an aversion I could not conceal any more than he and his confederates could conceal their chagrin over the way I took it, and over the fact that their secret had been imparted to another. More wine was ordered, and before we parted I had promised not only secrecy, but, worse still, I had also promised to consider the proposition and give my answer the following night. As my evil genius would have it, that very morning I had a visit in my office from the agent of my landlord, requesting arrears of rent, and from a tradesman whom I was owing, demanding immediate payment of an overdue bill. Pressed for money as I was, the $10,000 seemed a large sum and offered an easy way out of my difficulties. I shall never forget that day nor how its slow minutes dragged during the mental struggle. Time after time I said, what could I not do with $10,000? How vast the possibilities before me with that sum at my command. Then, after all, had not the owner of these bonds lost them forever, and why should not I have a share instead of letting these villain detectives keep all? And through all I kept saying to myself, this, of course, is only speculation. I will never do this thing. At last the stars came out, and I started for a long walk alone up Broadway to 5th Avenue and into the park. Since that park was formed, few men have ever passed its walks in whose bosoms raged such a tumult as in mine. I was young, in love with pleasure, and poverty seemed a fearful thing. I kept saying, I cannot do this thing, and then I would add, how am I to keep up appearances, and how am I to pay my debts? Unhappily, I had taken an enemy into the citadel. In the misery of the struggle, I drank heavily. In my excitement, I exaggerated my poverty until it seemed impersonated and assumed the guise of an enemy threatening to enslave me. From 8 o'clock to 11 I paced that mall, and then left it to keep my appointment with Irving and Company, with one thought surging through my brain, and that was that I dared not be poor, the result being that before we parted, to their renewed question, "Will you do this for us?" "Of course I will," I cried, and my feet had slipped a good many steps further down the primrose way to death. Chapter 4. Fools Stumbling on Fortunes. The present generation has become tolerably familiar with defalcations and robberies involving enormous sums. Previous to 1861 they were comparatively unknown, the reason being that the currency of the country was strictly limited. There were absolutely no government bonds or currency, while the few bonds issued by corporations were not usually made payable to bearer, and, therefore, were not negotiable and were of no use to the robber. But in 1861, to meet the expenses of the war, the state banks were taxed out of existence and our present national currency system came into being. In addition to the enormous issue of greenbacks, bonds payable to bearer, amounting to hundreds of millions, were issued by the general government, by the individual states, counties, towns, and cities, all becoming popular investments. Patriotism and profit as well led banks, corporations, and individuals all over the world to invest surplus funds in bonds, those of the government being most popular of all. The various issues authorized by Act of Congress were known as 730s, 1040s, 520s, etc., these terms denoting either the rate of interest or the period of years, dating from the first issue, wherein it was optional with the government to redeem them. Everywhere, at home, in the theaters and public resorts, not less than on the exchange, were heard animated discussions about 730s and 1040s. The business of the express companies of the United States took a new phase, and for the first time in their history they began to be the carriers of vast sums from city to city. Then it was that those gentlemen who work without the pale of the law discovered new prospects of wealth, and realized that even to crack a safe or vault of a private firm would be rewarded by a find of bonds that might amply repay all risks of robbery under police protection, while to execute a successful raid on a car or even an express delivery wagon on the street would mean wealth. To burglarize the vaults of a bank meant, if undetected, anything from opening a magnificent bar or hotel in New York to a steam yacht and winter cruises in the tropics and summer nights on the Mediterranean. The first coup in this line, which at once became famous, was startling in its ease and magnitude. It was known, and still is, as the Lord Bond robbery. Lord was a very wealthy man who had inherited his millions. His office was in Broad Street, where he managed his estates. He had invested $1,200,000 in 730 bonds, all payable to bearer. For the thief, if he had any knowledge of finance and knew how to negotiate them, such a sum as this in bonds was better than the same amount in gold, it being more portable. $1,200,000 in gold would weigh upward of a ton and would be difficult to handle, but that sum in bonds would hardly fill a carpet sack. In our day, with safety deposit vaults everywhere, it seems strange that any sane man would keep so vast a sum in an old-fashioned vault in his private office, but Lord did so. His office was a very quiet one, with but few visitors, there being no business transacted in it but that of his estate. At this time there were 3 or 4 gangs in New York, all well known and friendly with the police, that is, some or all were more or less under protection and had pulls at police headquarters. But the pull could not be depended upon at all times, particularly if the robbery made a noise and the press took it up. Then there would be violent kicks at headquarters and a general all-around scramble to get the thieves, and so far as safe, stick to more or less of the plunder. The gang that got Mr. Lord's bonds was what in police and thieves slang was known as on the office, so named because they went around visiting offices in the business part of the city. One of the gang going in on pretense of making some inquiry and so engaging the attention of one of the clerks. Then the second member would come in and endeavor to attract the attention of any remaining clerks, while the third would try to get in without attracting attention and, if unnoticed by those now busy talking, would slip around behind the counter to the money drawer or vault and carry off any cash box or package visible which appeared to be of value. This gang consisted of 3 men, Hod Ennis, Charlie Rose, and a man by the name of Bullard, afterward made notorious by engineering the Boylston Bank robbery in Boston. In the absence of Lord, the office was under charge of 2 men, old-fashioned fellows, who had grown gray in the service of the Lord estate. The bonds were all in a tin box something larger than a soap box. The interest on the bonds being due, the box had been taken out in order to cut off the coupons and was left in the door of the open vault. None of these circumstances was known to these men. In fact, while looking for chances, they stumbled on the prize. The night previous they had spent at a well-known faro game and had lost their last dollar. At 9 o'clock in the morning, they met at a saloon on Prince Street, where none but crooks consorted, and, borrowing $1 from the barkeeper, they took a South Ferry stage and started downtown on one of many similar piratical expeditions. Of course, each paid his own fare, as from the moment of starting until their return they appeared to be strangers. Alighting at the ferry, they started up Front Street, Rose in lead, he being pilotfish. From Front they turned into Broad, and up Broad to No. 22, where there were a number of offices. Rose mounted the staircase, it now being 5 minutes to 10, Bullard coming close behind. Rose entered the first office to the left at the head of the stairs, which was Lord's, and at once inquired by name for a member of a well-known firm located a few doors down across the street. Lord was away. The clerk, in his desire to serve the gentleman, went to the front windows to point out the location of the firm. Bullard, who had lingered in the hall, entered, leaving the office door open behind him, and at once engaged the attention of the remaining clerk with a letter. Ennis, seeing the coast clear, slipped in, went softly to the vault, and, perceiving the tin box, seized and carried it out, unseen by all save his companions. They, seeing him safely off, found a quick pretext to follow without any suspicion arising in the minds of the clerks. As a matter of fact, they did not miss the box for nearly an hour. Ennis carried it to Peck Slip, closely followed by his chums, and there the three boarded a Second Avenue car, all unsuspecting as to what a prize they had. At the corner of the Bowery and Bayard Street they got out and entered that old red brick hotel on the corner, I forget the name. They were acquainted and occasionally rendezvoused there, hiring and paying for the room. They speedily opened the box and were amazed to find it packed full of bonds, 500s, thousands, 5,000s, all payable to bearer. The very magnitude of their plunder terrified them, and, knowing as much as I do about such men, I am free to affirm that if a buyer of stolen property had appeared on the scene and said, "Here, I'll give you $10,000 apiece," they would have closed the deal at once and turned over the bonds, glad to get them off their hands. What they did was this. Rose went out and bought a second-hand carpet bag and put the bonds into it, save 6,500s, which they divided, and Bullard resolved to leave the bag with a friend of his. This friend, strangely enough, was the widow of a policeman and sister of two others. But she knew nothing of Bullard's character, believing him to be a working man. Ennis and Rose were two ignorant fellows, without the remotest idea of how to negotiate bonds, but Bullard had, and, realizing how important it was to get some cash before the thing was noised around, he started out to sell some. Agreeing to meet Rose and Ennis at No. 100 3rd Avenue, a large beer saloon then, as now. Going to different brokers' offices, he disposed of 10 for $5,000 without any difficulty and stopped at that. He met his two friends and divided the $5,000 with them. Then, as a natural consequence with that class of men, all got drunk and, before the next morning had spent, loaned or gambled away every dollar of the $5,000. I remember perfectly the tremendous sensation created when a rumor of the robbery spread in Wall Street and over the city, and what mystified and intensified the matter was the fact that no complaint had been made to the police. When Mr. Lord was interviewed by them and by reporters, he would not admit that he had been robbed, and said if he had been he would prefer to lose the money rather than have a fuss made about the affair. This was really the first of many great bond robberies, and it struck the popular fancy, but if it stirred Wall Street greatly, who shall describe the frenzy of excitement that broke out at 300 Mulberry Street Police Headquarters when the first vague rumors of a gigantic robbery were fully confirmed, and it became known that Hod Ennis and his gang had $1 million and more of plunder. All rings and pulls and gangs were smashed, combined and recombined again, while each and all were in an agony of fear lest the booty should be returned to the owner minus a percentage divided between the gang and the ring, or sold to some clever fence, who would plant them away safely and sell them in Europe from time to time, keeping all for himself and they to have no share. What visions of diamond pins of 8 or 12 carats, all Brazilian stones, of swift, high-stepping horses, of the heaven of Harlem Lane on Sunday afternoons, with a bottle or two under the vest, haunted the sleep of all the detective force. I say the police knew Hod Ennis and his gang had stolen the bonds, for in those days there was not a gang of confidence men, card sharpers, bank burglars, counterfeiters or forgers traveling the country, but that the gang and every member of it was well known to the police department of each of our large cities. Whenever a job was done, a score of detectives all over the country could say such and such a gang did the job, and they were almost always right. Whether there was something in for the force to arrest and convict or not, as a matter of fact the thieves were sooner or later hocus-pocused out of their share, either by the police, by some untrustworthy fence, or by some lawyer who was pitched upon to work back the securities on a percentage, in case the thief succeeded in saving part of the proceeds. he immediately lost it at faro or in revelry, and then risked his liberty for more. I know two men who today walk the streets of New York, the types of conservative respectability, members of many fashionable clubs, who, in the 60s, were known as fences and were always ready to invest cash for stolen bonds. Both of these men compromised with their conscience by beating down the price and giving the thieves but a moiety of their value. Both of them have their fads. One is a connoisseur in violins, the other has a penchant for orchids, and has much local fame for the rarities in his collection. Before midnight of the day of the robbery, it became known to the force and many of the hangers-on of the gambling saloons and barrooms of the 8th Ward that Hod Ennis and his gang had money, and it was surmised that it must be from the Lord business. In the meantime, Bullard took the bag of bonds up to Norwalk, Connecticut, and placed them for safekeeping with a trusty friend, first taking out 100 bonds of 500 each and 50 of 1,000 each, and, returning to the city, divided them with his comrades. During his absence, the photographs of the three men had been shown at police headquarters to the two clerks, but they were unable to identify them. Within the next few days, the $100,000 in bonds were completely dissipated. Some were sold to buyers of stolen goods for a percentage of the value. Some were lost at the gambling games, mostly at Morrissey's or at Mike Murray's on Broadway, near Spring Street, and probably some went Mulberry Street way. Matters were thickening, and, fearing arrest, Ennis fled to Canada, Bullard to Europe, and Rose went west to California. Eventually, Ennis was convicted of a crime committed some time before. He was sentenced to a long imprisonment and came out an old, broken-down man, without a dollar and without a friend. Rose was sentenced to 5 years for another crime and then disappeared. Bullard settled down in Paris. He afterward returned and planned the Boylston Bank affair in Boston. With his share of the plunder, he went back to Paris and opened an American bar at the Grand Hotel and flourished for some years. But, wanting money, he committed a robbery in Belgium, was arrested, and is now serving a long sentence for the same, no doubt. If he survives, he will emerge friendless, penniless, a stranger in a strange world. If I were inclined to indulge in reminiscences, what a catalogue could be given of men who had, like myself, drifted into the Primrose Way and all, or nearly all, have paid a terrible penalty for their wrongdoing, none more terrible than myself. As for our violin virtuoso, he seems to have conquered fate. So, too, with the connoisseur in orchids, but let us wait until the end before we say all is well with them. Some time later on, meeting one of these detectives, now dead, who then ranked as the best in New York, in the confidence of the bankers, he said, "I am getting old and am now working for reputation and, consequently, am not taking any more percentages. Of course, I don't molest any of my old friends, but those who are not under protection I run in and send them up the river, sing, as fast as I get them to rights." This need not be considered a condemnation of all detectives, for there were, even in my time, a few honest ones of the Pinkerton and John Curtin class, the latter being now one of San Francisco's most reliable, who, by unusually considerate judgment, has made honorable citizens of a very large number of clerks whom he had been called upon to detect and arrest. This he accomplished by extracting a confession in writing, filing it among his secret papers, then saying to the trembling clerk, "I shall have you reinstated in your position, but if you go wrong again, this confession will be made public." The following incident will further enlighten the reader as to the way things were done in those good old days, when Boss Tweed was in the full zenith of his power and glory and of the wealth so easily acquired by certain methods. His daughter was married. All of the then chiefs and district officers of Tammany, city officials, judges, and heads of departments vied with each other in the presentation of wedding gifts, among which was a check for $100,000 from the father. Seldom has any bride received a more magnificent tribute, for, coming from such sources, they were nothing less than a tribute. Especially was this the case with one much-admired gift which was contributed by us just after an illicit operation of $40,000 in Wall Street, $4,000 of which was paid to Irving. In the column list of wedding gifts in the next morning's papers was one solid silver punch bowl, value $500, presented by Superintendent Kelso. Shortly after paying Irving the $4,000 percentage, we met him one evening at the St. Cloud Hotel. Mentioning the approaching Tweed marriage, he suggested that it would be the thing and make us more solid with the superintendent of police, for us to make a fine present to the old man, one that he could use as a gift to the bride. As $500 was not much to our party in those days, we assented and handed over that amount. Tiffany's was then located down Broadway, and among other things on exhibition in the window was a large, handsome silver punch bowl. This was purchased with our money, which was known to have been obtained by forgery, and presented to Superintendent Kelso. A few days later the bowl reappeared in the window of Tiffany's, thus inscribed, plus T.O. Catherine Tweed. Presented by James Kelso, Superintendent of Police. May loyalty and love know no end. Plus Chapter 5. When Boss Tweed was New York's owner and Jim Fisk, proprietor of our judges. What a look of relief and triumph swept over the faces of Irving, Stanley, and White when I gave my consent to their proposal to take the stolen bonds to Europe and negotiate them there. We understood each other now, and casting aside all reserve, their tongues wagged freely, and they eagerly told me how confident they were of my ability to dispose of the bonds successfully, and also of my good faith, and, furthermore, told me I was the only man they would have trusted. Of course, they had no security save my word, for under the circumstances they could hardly ask me for a receipt, and even had I given one it would have been valueless had I chosen to retain the proceeds of the bonds. Thus, becoming the important member of the firm, I told them to produce the securities, and I would sail immediately. It was finally settled that I should go by the steamer Russia of the Cunard Line, which was down for sailing at 7 a.m. Wednesday, and they were to deliver the bonds to me on Tuesday night. Upon my demanding cash to pay expenses, their faces fell, but quickly brightened when I told them to give me $1,000 bond, and I would borrow that amount from a friend, using it for security. There was no danger of the number of the bond being inspected, and, of course, I would pay the note upon my return and receive the bond again. They told me many amusing lies as to how the securities came into their possession, and as to who were their rightful owners. The truth was, as I afterward learned, they were a part of the stolen Lord bonds. Bonds issued by our government and held in Europe, chiefly in Holland and Germany, were so enormous in volume and passed so freely from hand to hand that it was easy for a well-dressed, business-appearing man to sell any quantity, even if stolen, as by law the innocent holder could not be deprived of them. One great advantage a dishonest man had at that date in Europe, especially an American, was that if he dressed well they considered he must be a gentleman, and if he had money that was a proof of respectability one they never thought of questioning, nor how he came by it. Then, again, it was an article of their creed that all Americans are rich. The next morning, Tuesday, Irving met me near the exchange and, with some trepidation, drew from an inner pocket an envelope containing the $1,000 bond. Without waiting to examine it, I walked off, saying, "I'll be back in 10 minutes." He was evidently alarmed and, like all rogues, suspicious of everyone. He probably had some wild idea that I was laying a trap for him. In his ignorance of money methods, he thought it would be a long, perhaps difficult, negotiation to borrow money on the bond, but, of course, I made short work of it, and Jimmy was more than delighted when within the 10 minutes I walked in with 10 100s in my hand. A trifle like this made a great impression upon Irving, and from that time on I had his entire confidence. Tuesday evening I said goodbye to my mother, merely remarking in explanation of my journey that I had a commission given me to execute in Europe. Leaving her, I went to our rendezvous, near Broadway and Astor Place, where I found Irving, who handed me over his boodle as he termed it, remarking confidentially that I was to give him on my return his share into his own hands, and, singularly enough, each of the others did precisely the same thing. About 11 o'clock the other two came in, and after some parley White handed over his bonds, and Stanley informed me he would give me his on board before the steamer sailed the next morning. I had already paid my bill and sent my baggage over to Jersey City, So about midnight I set out, they accompanying me as far as the ferry, and there, after shaking hands a half-dozen times, we said goodbye. Having bought my ticket and engaged my cabin, I went direct to the steamer and went to bed. In the morning Stanley appeared and gave me his bonds. 10 minutes later the hawsers were cast off, and we were steaming down the bay. 2 hours later Fire Island sank beneath the horizon, and we were alone on the sea. Alone on the sea. And a fitting place to tell the story of a famous New York bank robbery. In the good old days when Bill Tweed was New York's owner, when Jim Fisk was the proprietor of our judges and Kelso sat in Mulberry Street, the king of those good men, the police, who defend our lives and property. This city became a spectacle to gods and men such as we thought then could never be equaled. We thought so then, but we were not endowed with second sight, nor with the gift of prophecy, or we might, perhaps, have reserved our judgment. Still, our masters were a unique collection, and if they have been equaled or surpassed since, they held with easy grasp the preeminence among all American rulers who had shone and flourished up to the time when those great men gave us new ideas upon the science of government. The average and quiet citizen, shocked as he might be and grumble as he did at the impudent plundering by our masters, their contempt of public opinion and the cynical display of their luxury, would doubtless have confined himself to grumbling and to calling for slow-arriving thunderbolts to crush the oppressors who were despoiling him had he felt certain that the plunder would be confined to them, that his property would be safe, at least, from the attacks of those insignificant, despicable, but eminently dangerous plunderers who became known to the police as common criminals. This, however, was not so. After being flayed by iniquitous taxes, which he knew were destined to add to the stores of Tweed, Connolly and Company, he had every day abundant proof that what the big rascals left him, the little ones would soon try, by burglary or robbery, to ravish from him, and that they would do it with perfect immunity, unterrified either by the fear of present arrest or of later punishment. The Mulberry Street office was divided into 3 or 4 little pools, each with its clientele of dependents, all of whom faithfully and immediately reported to their patrons the result of any little job they had been engaged in, handing over to the representative of the pool the 20% of the result, which was headquarters' established commission. This was the ordinary rate when gentlemen skilled in transferring other people's watches and portemonnaies from the pockets of their owners to their own, or when others who had devoted their talents to demonstrating practically the enormous power of the jimmy and wedge originated and carried out by themselves the operations peculiar to those classes of industries. It sometimes happened that special cases offered, for which special terms were arranged. Such cases stood by themselves. They were confided only to the acknowledged heads of the profession. Standing outside of all recognized rules, they were treated apart. Headquarters men were always sent to the seat of operations to prevent interference and, in case of need, to protect their partners. Many a mysterious robbery was perpetrated to which no clue was ever found. Many an anxious search was undertaken by the bloodhounds of the law to find the robbers, that they might crack a bottle together and rejoice over the success of their operations. And sometimes they were joined by men the mention of whose names in such company would have excited incredulous and unbounded amazement. The gigantic heavings of the war were struggling to rest, but the men whose minds were unhinged and thrown off their balance by the possession of large sums flowing from transactions, a little irregular, perhaps, but which the necessities of government permitted, were endeavoring, by any means, to open up new fountains of wealth in place of those which the close of the war had exhausted. One of the resources presenting itself most naturally to men in a position to profit by it was speculating with other people's money, and very naturally the result of such speculation was disastrous in the highest degree. When detection became inevitable, the defaulter generally fled, hoping to find in a foreign land safety from the stroke of justice and a shelter from the reproaches of his victims. Occasionally, one more resolute, dreading flight as much as detection, flung himself into schemes which, if they failed, meant the most hideous and utter ruin, but which, if they succeeded, rendered discovery impossible, and made his position more solid than ever before. One day, Late in the 60s, in the parlor of a bank in Greenwich Street, a gentleman was anxiously scanning the books of the establishment. He alone in all the institution knew of a secret which would horrify his brother officials and carry desolation to scores of homes, the first to suffer being his own. Perhaps had it been possible to exempt this one home, the misery of the others would not have greatly affected him. But suffering must be kept from his own house, and all and any means to banish it would be and must be good. The gentleman in whose mind these thoughts were passing was the president of the bank, who knew himself to be a defaulter to an enormous amount, and who was now anxiously reflecting upon the means to cover up his robberies. Fortunately for him, he was acquainted with the one man who more than any other in all America was able to help him. This was Captain Irving. The president was a man of nerve. He knew, as everybody else knew, the relations in which the police stood to the thieves, and he felt that if he could arrange to have his own bank robbed, his difficulties would vanish and his share in the defalcations be covered up. Little time was left to him before the inevitable discovery, but the prompt and skillful use he made of it to extricate himself from the fearful danger of his position makes one almost regret that a man of such resolution and such opportunities should prove to the world that high qualities may exist when the moral sense is entirely wanting. Irving was quickly taken into his confidence, the position explained, the proposition to rob the bank broached, all possible cooperation in the way of leaving safes unlocked and doors open, or what, of course, amounts to the same thing, of furnishing keys and information to open everything, promised, and then Irving was asked if he could find men to carry the job into execution. New York in those days was well supplied with such artists, but the right men to carry out so momentous an operation had to be sought. The difficulty, however, was not great, and Irving promptly assured the honorable president that he might confidently count on the right men at the right time. Among the professionals who 23 or 4 years ago were considered valuable men at police headquarters were Mike Hurley, Patsy Conroy, and Max Shinburn. These were the men whom Irving instantly determined to employ, and whom he forthwith set about to find. That not being a matter of any difficulty, the same night the three men met Irving at his own house, and were delighted over the revelation he made to them. One would like to know with what sentiment a man occupying an honorable and responsible position, a Sunday school superintendent, the head of a great financial institution, well known in the money world and respected in society, slunk to a midnight meeting with burglars. Did no feeling of shame crimson his face, no sinking of disgust oppress his heart, as he slipped into a house where, although he kept aloof from actual contact with the ruffians, the details of an enormous crime of which he was the author were debated and settled? Prudential reasons doubtless kept him from forming a personal acquaintance with his agents. The risk of exposing himself to future blackmail must not be incurred, and one may well believe that he shrank from clasping the hands of these men, who were eagerly awaiting him. Whatever were his feelings, his desperate position suffered no halting. The storm was ready to break at any moment. In an instant he might be a wretched fugitive, with terror before him and infamy howling behind. But one way led out of this labyrinth. He had resolutely planted his feet in that way, determined to tread it to the end. He did tread it to the end, and he came out victorious. If the suspicions of any afterward pointed toward him, no syllable of the suspicions was breathed. Who dared suspect that an honorable citizen had ever, in the dead of night, crept like a robber to a meeting of outlaws to concoct the details of an outrageous breach of trust, of a crime which none knew it better than he would carry lifelong misery and suffering to the families of nearly every man who trusted him? The evil that men do lives after them, but where does the responsibility of its author end? Who will ever say what crimes may spring from the one act of wrongdoing, crimes committed, it may be, by persons who were directly led into them by the consequences of an act the perpetrator of which had never heard of those affected by it? How far does the responsibility of the wrongdoer extend? What weight of horror is he accumulating on his head? Such questions may perhaps occur afterward, when the pleasure has been tasted and is gone, and nothing remains of the detected crime but the ruin it has wrought, but in the excitement of laying the plot. In the glamour which the hope of success casts over the schemer, they probably never intrude, conscience is smothered, and he is left to carry out his schemes to the end. Doubtless no such thoughts disturbed the president, as he waited that night while Irving acted as go-between, carrying messages from him to the agents and from the agents back again to him. At last the arrangements were made. Duplicate keys of the safe were to be provided, and a way, to be presently explained, was to be left open to each of them. Whatever the robbers found in the safes was to be theirs, and the task of getting it was to be of the easiest. This, of course, was highly satisfactory to the thieves, but something more must be prepared for the stockholders and the public. Bank safes are not so easily emptied. There must be the appearance, at least, of great effort to effect the robbery, and marks of the effort must be left behind. It was, therefore, settled that powerful tools were to be provided. Tools able to tear open any strong box in the world. Such articles are expensive, and the burglars had no money to procure them. No man who knows those people will be surprised at this, for, however much money they may obtain, they never have anything. It melts out of their hands, and they would be themselves embarrassed to say what becomes of it. The president's first necessity, therefore, was to pay out about $1,000 for the jimmies, wedges, and all the paraphernalia of the burglars' industry. This he did. Irving took charge of the money, and he had far too great an interest in the scheme to suffer the cash to be squandered. The agreement was that on the following day Conroy should present himself at the bank to hire a vacant basement, the roof of which formed the floor of the room where the safes were lodged. The president undertook to smooth any difficulties in the way of requiring references, and promised that he should be accepted as a tenant. This agreement was punctually carried out. Conroy made his application, the basement was granted to him, the rent paid in advance for the edification of the clerks, and he at once entered in possession. Hurley and Shinburne joined him, and the following Saturday they removed so much of the ceiling that but a few minutes' work was required to complete a hole which should serve as a doorway to the vaults above when the bank closed in the evening. Chapter 6. Cheated Visions and Vanished Hopes. Saturday night was the time chosen to get into the bank, and the plunderers were to remain there until Sunday. The members of Irving's ring were to keep watch to prevent any officious interference from passers-by or from ward policemen. Carriages were to be in waiting at some convenient place on Sunday morning, and when the men inside received a signal from their police accomplices on the outside, they were to leave the bank, abandoning their tools, and carrying away nothing but the money and the securities they had stolen. So far, the way was plain. The keys had long before been prepared, tested, and found to work properly. Full instructions were given as to the way to use them, but the way inside was not yet open. A night watchman was employed on the premises, and he, of course, was to be got rid of. Little ceremony was to be used in treating him. He was to be seized, overcome by any means, bound, gagged, and rendered helpless until Monday, and the fact that he always passed Sunday in the bank prevented any remark at home upon his continued absence. The details of the plot were thus satisfactorily settled, and at a late hour the conspirators separated. In the early morning of that day the three burglars were standing in the cellar to which they had lowered their booty, waiting for the signal to come out. At last it was given, when the precious trio slipped out, carrying their precious bags. A covered carriage was posted in an adjoining street, into which the whole party entered, flurried and excited, and rapidly drove to Irving's residence. There the contents of the bags were carefully examined. The actual cash was easily disposed of, but what was to be done with the bonds? The arrangement finally agreed upon, to be detailed presently, shows that if there be circumstances in which a little learning is a dangerous thing, one of them is not just after the perpetration of a gigantic burglary. The Monday following its execution confusion and amazement reigned in the bank. The clerks on their arrival were astounded to find the safe doors wide open, torn and smashed by the tools which lay scattered over the floor, and the night watchman, gagged and bound, was discovered, nearly dead, in a neighboring room. One of the clerks jumped into a cab and rushed to police headquarters in Mulberry Street to report the robbery. Irving was sitting in his office, busy with the night reports, when the messenger was introduced to tell of the bank's calamity. The excellent chief listened with breathless attention and was naturally horror-struck at the perpetration of such a crime. Calling a couple of his trusted sleuths, he hastily communicated the surprising news, and the three hurried with the clerk back to Greenwich Street. Arrived there, they minutely examined the premises and gave it as their opinion, judging from the style of the work and from the tools which lay around, that the burglary had been committed by a well-known burglar named Harry Penrose, and that the night watchman, whom they immediately placed under arrest, must have been his accomplice. The president had sent word to the bank that he was unwell and would not be able to attend to business that day, but the terrible news was immediately telegraphed to him, and, in spite of his illness, he hurried to town. It is impossible to describe his astonishment and distress at the sight which met his eyes. In the presence of the clerks, he held anxious consultations with the detectives, who assured him that they had already taken the first steps to unravel the mystery, and that every possible effort would be made to discover the criminals. In the privacy of his own office, he explained to the reporters that he had left in the bank $400,000 in cash and bonds, every farthing of which had disappeared. As soon as the news was published, the excitement among the depositors and the stockholders of the bank was, of course, immense. A run set in, which the directors, by the help of friends and of their own private resources, were able to meet, but the Wall Street appreciation of the calamity was shown in the drop in value of the bank's stock from 130 to 40. I repeat, a little learning is a dangerous thing. Much knowledge is not to be looked for among men who engage in such crimes, but one would fancy that the everyday experience of Irving and his people would have given them some idea of financial business. The fact is, they were, if possible, more ignorant than their felonious partners. The financial ideas of the latter scarcely went further than making cheap pennyworths of their plunder, giving to courtesans and living like lords till all be gone. So that negotiating the sale of bonds was a mystery far too high for them, something which they could never hope to attain to. But the company included one man who was a rare exception to the ordinary ride of such society. This was Max Shinburn, a German, a man of considerable education, who, in some inexplicable way, had fallen so far from honor and respectability that when he saw a thief he consented unto him. How is it that such men are often found in the ranks of professional criminals? They would probably have difficulty to explain it themselves. A want of savoir-faire, the fact that they have never been taught to make a practical use of their acquirements, the pressure of temptation at a critical moment, the absence, possibly, from harm, leading to the hope of immunity, all, perhaps, enter into the explanation of the secret promptings which have led to the first false step, to the first planting of the feet in the path which leads to destruction. Once the step is taken, to retrace it seems impossible. The line which society draws, and which it proclaims no man shall overstep without punishment, may be approached very closely, but once on the wrong side, once the fateful step is taken, the act is irretrievable. To attempt to retrace it is to attempt to undo the past. It is all but impossible. Thus probably it is that the fall of an educated man is more hopeless than that of one who knows no better. A carpenter or a blacksmith who has got himself in a tangle has only to move to another town, and if he shakes off perverted thoughts and perverted influences, he is not much worse off than before. He has kept his trade, and his trade will keep him. Nobody is going to inquire about a workman who can do his work. The employer requires nothing more than that the work be done, and if it be done he neither thinks nor cares anything more about either it or the worker. With the educated man the case is different. The sentiments of the class he belongs to are less yielding, the fineness of his own feelings has been too deeply wounded, and when he has stabbed his reputation, he is apt, foolishly, of course, to fling the rest of his respectability after it. With qualities and advantages which might have fitted him for a useful and honorable position in life, Shinburn was at less than 30 years of age the companion of outcasts. But whatever his moral failings, his knowledge remained, and it was for him, at least, to be valuable. To get rid of the bonds in America was impossible, except by sacrificing them to a stolen goods receiver, who would have given but a small percentage of their value. A steamer was to sail for Europe that day, and it was agreed that Shinburn should go by her, with one of the other robbers as company, sell the bonds before the news of the robbery could get across the ocean, then return and fairly divide the proceeds. This was the arrangement, but Shinburn had already begun to have other dreams and other ambitions. He saw a chance to restore himself or, at least, to snatch at a position which would give him weight to crush down sinister reports or envious whisperings, and he determined forthwith to seize it. What the bank president had done to save himself from infamy, Shinburn would do to recover himself from infamy. It can be, therefore, easily understood that he accepted without hesitation the other's proposal. The steamer did not sail until noon. There was, therefore, plenty of time to make preparations, and, besides, he had a little private business to attend to. Leaving the securities in Irving's charge, with a promise to meet the party at 11, he took his share of the cash and departed. Some time before this, with a skill and forethought rarely to be found in the class he then belonged to, he had bought some building lots near the park. Fortunate, indeed, the speculation eventually proved to be. In the meantime, placing his lots in the hands of a responsible agent and taking drafts on Europe for his money, he rapidly made the little preparation he needed, and at 11 joined his party. There to receive nearly $200,000 in bonds, and to set out with Mike Hurley for the steamer. After hurried parting injunctions from the headquarters men, the two travelers, accompanied by Conroy, to see them off, were rapidly driven to the steamer. Punctually to the hour the hawsers were cast off, and with barely time to say goodbye the cronies parted. A moment after the screw began to turn, and the Cunarder's bow pointed toward England. Arrived in Liverpool, the pair proceeded at once to London. Hurley, who was as ignorant of foreign travel as of everything else, was easily tricked by some tale of no evening trains for the continent. Shinburn plied him well with liquor, taking care to mix the bottles, and when he had got him helplessly drunk he took the bonds, and with his little luggage slipped quietly off to the continent, never to see his dupe or his New York friends again. He went to Germany, called himself Count Shinburn, bought an estate, and began to exercise large hospitality toward his neighbors. No man on all the length of the Rhine was so popular as he. No man's house and table, horses and gardens were so praised as his. In the eyes of the beggar nobles of the fatherland, the man who could give such dinners and in such succession must belong to the choice members of the human race. Day by day Max's position grew more solid. No breath was ever whispered against him, and with a little prudence he might have kept up his state and died in the odor of sanctity. But the taste of grandeur was too sweet, the incense of his little world's flattery too precious to run the smallest risk of losing it. His display exceeded his means, but for nothing in the world would he have curtailed it. Matters were in this way until he awoke one day to find his account overdrawn on his bankers. Then it was that he began to remember his operation in Greenwich Street, and he seems to have thought that if he succeeded in New York, surely nothing could stand in his way in some sleepy town in Europe. He went to Brussels prospecting, and soon pitched upon an establishment which he thought likely to reward his industry. But the result showed that to walk into a bank when the way was left open, with the authorities anxious to see him there, and to force his way in when the entrance was jealously barred with the guardians determined he should stay out, were two very different things. He made the attempt, was arrested and sentenced to 16 years imprisonment. His German friends heard of his mishap, and his glory faded like the early dew. Naturally, everyone thought that the Count's career had closed, that the star of his fate had declined, that the bars of his prison house were about him forever. They were greatly mistaken. After some 12 or 13 years, he succeeded in getting a pardon and managed to make his way to America. His first visit was to the agents in whose hands he had left the management of his park lots. He went into their office, not knowing whether or not he was a pauper. He came out knowing himself to be nearly a millionaire. During the almost 20 years of his absence, his lots had increased enormously in value. Once more he was a rich man. Once more he might emerge from his eclipse and become a power of a certain kind in the class of society he could get access to, but his experience had taught him something. His advancing years had left him but little desire for display. He came back to a world which knew him not, and few of those who notice a benevolent-looking old gentleman, who often passes an afternoon in Upper Broadway, suspect that under an assumed name he hides the identity of Max Shinburn, the bank burglar. When Hurley awoke from his drunken fit in London and recognized that his partner had both robbed and deserted him, he felt that his mission was over and that nothing remained but to return at once to America. Loud and long and wrathful were the complaints over Shinburn's treachery. Whatever he did to others, all felt that his dealings with them ought to have been on the square, but there was no help for it. He had disappeared, and faint, indeed, was the chance that they would ever see him again. The success of the crime, so far as they were concerned, had, after all, been a failure. Vanished hopes and cheated visions were their share, instead of the wealth they had anticipated, and in their devouring rage they tried to console themselves with the thought of what they would do to him if they ever met Shinburn. The only man who had any real success from the scheme was the president. Exposure had become impossible. He had taken good care not to leave too much in the safes for his accomplices, and he was henceforth a wealthy man. The bank, desperately shaken by the robbery, fell so greatly in the esteem of the public that not long after it failed. The president gave up banking and began to speculate in real estate. He increased in riches and prospered in the world. He called his lands after his own name. He thought his house would continue forever, and men praised him because he did well to himself. He settled his children comfortably in life, and when he died, not so very long ago, all felt that the world was better because he had lived in it, and that, although their loss when he was taken was heavy, it was, nevertheless, his great gain. Chapter 7. Gilded Sirs Who Are Not Wise. After a pleasant voyage the Russia arrived, and one May morning I walked into the Northwestern Railway Station in Liverpool to take the train for London. The bonds were in a little handbag, and I was free to look around. Everything was novel and strange, and all things told me I was in a foreign land. I had, like most young people, a particularly good opinion of myself and something of an idea as to my own importance. We arrived in London amid a drizzling rain, and I was much impressed with the mighty roar of the traffic in the streets. We drove to Langham Place, where I had a regular English tea, and liked it immensely, too. The next night I left Victoria Station for Dover, and, crossing the Channel to Ostend, went through to Brussels and stopped there, having wanted, ever since boyhood, to visit the field of Waterloo. I looked through the city that day, visiting the famous City Hall and one of the art galleries. Retiring early, I arose early and drove out to the plain immortalized by the giant struggle of those valiant hosts, but did not purchase any of the relics which were freely offered. These have been sold by shiploads to 2 generations of visitors. Returning to Brussels, I paid my bill at the Hotel de Paris and was amused over the inventiveness of the proprietor in making charges towels, candles, soap, attendants, paper, envelopes, being among them. Going to the station, I bought my ticket for Frankfurt, that old town I was destined to see so much of during the next few years. On my journey, I would pass through Cologne, and from there the railway skirts the bank of the Rhine. This being my first visit to Europe, I was intensely curious to see everything, especially the cathedral at Cologne, and was eager to linger a few days along the banks of the Rhine. But I was more eager to complete the bond negotiations, and wisely resolved to go direct to Frankfurt, sell the bonds. Then, with the money in my pocket and all anxiety over, I would be in a state of mind to enjoy a short holiday. I traveled through Belgium and some parts of Germany by daylight and was, as most Americans are who travel on the continent, shocked to see the employment of women. Soon after leaving Brussels, I saw the, to me, novel sight of a number of women shoveling coal, handling the shovel like men. In other places I saw them laboring in the brickyards, digging and wheeling clay, and everywhere they were to be seen working at men's work in the fields. A traveler in my compartment proved a most entertaining companion. He described himself to me as one who went about pottering over a lot of antiquities and fooling around generally. But my friend, the pottering old antiquary, gave me something of a surprise. At Chaleurs, all of our fellow travelers in the compartment left us. Two of them were voluble French women, and they kept it up with amazing energy for the 6 hours from Brussels to Chaleurs. At every unusual swaying of the car there would be a volley of "mon Dieus" and ear-piercing exclamations, and it was certainly a relief when they left. Bringing out a box of cigars, and my companion producing a flask of wine, we soon became confidential. Presently, to my great amusement, my old antiquary, warmed by the wine, confided to me that he was a detective police officer and chief of the Secret Service at Antwerp, that he was then working on a famous case, and had been shadowing one of the ladies who had journeyed with us from Brussels. Before leaving Brussels, he had discovered his quarry was to quit the train, and as he had to go on to Mayence, he had turned the business over to a confederate. I was young, and no doubt he thought me innocent. Certainly he did not withhold his confidence. This is the case he was investigating. There was a wealthy gentleman by the name of Van Tromp living in Antwerp, a widower, 70 years of age, the father of a grown-up family, and many times a grandfather. It had been his custom to go to Baden-Baden every summer, spending money freely both in pleasure and in the famous gambling resorts there. The last time he had met a woman, the Countess Windsorode, one of the many adventuresses to be found there, and speedily became infatuated. This Van Tromp was a descendant of old Admiral Van Tromp, who, in the mighty life-and-death struggle between Holland and Spain, and in the 2 wars with England, the first when Cromwell ruled, the second when the second Charles was on the throne, held up the fame and glory of Holland. In one case, he swept the proud navies of Spain from the seas and carried the Dutch flag around the world. In the other, he was only vanquished after stubborn sea fights lasting for days, and only ended then because the stout admiral lay on his deck with an English bullet in his heart. This Van Tromp was the heir of the fame and the wealth of all the Van Tromps, and both had gone on accumulating for 300 years. The self-styled Countess knew all this, and, as the sequel shows, knew her man. She was 40, had been beautiful, was still comely, with good figure, fair-haired, but with steel-blue eyes. She spoke many languages and had dwelt in every land from Petersburg to Paris. It is needless to tell how they first met or of the intimacy that sprang up between them, but I will merely say in passing that within 5 days of their first meeting he had given her a magnificent diamond bracelet, which had been in his family more than a century. This alarmed his 2 daughters, who were terrified at the mere suspicion that their father was in earnest, and might possibly present them with a stepmother, above all, a comparatively young stepmother, and, so far as physique went, a magnificent animal, with promise of a long life so long that her rights of dower would make a cut in the Van Tromp estates and treasures, which might well cause the old admiral to rouse himself from his 3-century sleep in Dordrecht Church and once more walk. These glimpses of the moon in protest of the sacrilege. Then the scandal of a countess adventuress becoming a Van Tromp head of that family, too. They knew of his penchant for the Countess, and cared nothing for it, until, with a feeling akin to horror they observed at the dress ball one night the Countess airing the historic bracelet. It would require a volume to relate the scenes that followed in the Van Tromp domicile on this paralyzing discovery, but prayers, tears, and histrionic touches were all met by the stolid reply of Van Tromp, "I please myself." As a last resort the daughters appealed to the Countess, offering all their ready cash and a pension if she would only disappear. But visions of the Van Tromp diamonds and of the Van Tromp bank account were in her head, and she was deaf to every appeal. In fact, she despised these heavy, matter-of-fact Dutch ladies, and rather gloried to think that she would soon be the female head of the Van Tromp house and stepmother to these 2 highly respectable dames, who would perforce have to live in her shadow. But then, of course, the Countess was a woman, and it is to be feared that even good women love to triumph over others. She, of course, could have no love for this portly old gentleman of 70. But it is pitiful to think he was madly infatuated. The poor old man, in spite of his unromantic appearance, had warm blood in his veins and plenty of romance in his heart. At last, in spite of gossip and opposition, they were married, and then, instead of settling down, as the happy groom had hoped, to a life of wedded bliss in one of his country houses at Dordrecht, Lady Van Tromp insisted on spending her honeymoon in Paris. There they went, and the very day of their arrival the bride resumed a liaison with a beggarly count, who, not being an actual criminal, yet was written black enough in the books of the Paris police, and for whom the Countess had as warm an admiration as one of her cold, calculating nature was capable of feeling. Van Tromp speedily found his dream of bliss blown to the winds, but he was not so blind as not to see that his wife not only did not love him, but was false to him as well. Poor old Van Tromp felt he had made his last throw for happiness, and hoping against hope, dreamed she in time would learn to appreciate his devotion and would love him, and so tried to persuade himself of her truth. The first anniversary of the marriage found them at Baden-Baden, and there the unhappy husband, thinking to give his wife a pleasant surprise, entered her chamber at an unusual hour bearing a diamond necklace for a present, and found her in a position which could no longer leave any doubt as to her faithlessness. Seizing a chair, he felled her companion, who never stirred again, but the shock was too great for the husband, who himself fell to the floor and instantly expired. The doctors said of heart disease, and I think they were right. This event was only a few weeks old. The will had been read, and it was found that he had literally left everything to my wife, Elizabeth. Here my friend, the chief of police and a distant relative of Van Tromp, came to the front, determined quietly on his own account to investigate Lady Van Tromp. He found this last was at least her third venture on the stormy sea of matrimony. He had a fancy that some one of her husbands might still be living and undiscovered. If this could be proved, then her marriage to Van Tromp was no marriage, and the ducats, dollars, and diamonds bequeathed by Van Tromp to my wife, Elizabeth, would instantly melt into air, into very thin air, so far as the Countess was concerned, provided, of course, they had not actually passed into her clutches. In fact, they were legally hers, for the will had been admitted to probate. Those of the family objecting could offer no valid opposition, and she had been put in possession, but, by a strange neglect on her part, left everything intact, save a deposit of 300,000 gulden in the Bank of Amsterdam, which she secured and set out for Naples with a new lover. The detective, whom I will call Amstel, discovered that she had first been married when only 15 years old to a young Swiss in Geneva, who soon left her and fled to America. He had subsequently returned to Europe, but Amstel was unable to discover his whereabouts or if he was living. He suspected that the Swiss was not only alive but in communication with the Countess, and that she, in fact, might be his legal wife. He had followed the Countess from Naples to Paris. There she left her lover and was now on her way to Nuremberg, as Amstel believed, to meet her first husband, but she had arranged to remain a few days with some old friends of hers. Every movement she made there would be watched, while Amstel, going on to Cologne to look up some clues, intended to wait there until informed that she had departed, and when the train arrived at Cologne he proposed to enter it and follow my lady on, hoping to witness a meeting between her and the much-hoped-for husband. Happily, we had arrived at Cologne at this point in the story, and as Amstel was to remain here we had to say goodbye, but for the whole 20 minutes of my stay we walked up and down the platform talking eagerly of the case. I had become much interested, so deeply indeed, that had I had leisure I certainly should have turned amateur detective and joined Amstel. The train started, and, promising to write me in New York the outcome of the case, we shook hands warmly and parted. He wrote me twice, and the following year I returned to Europe and met Amstel at Brussels. We had a very delightful time together, during which he told me the sequel of the Van Tromp episode. Instead of one, the Countess had 2 husbands living, but the Van Tromps preferred to buy off the woman at a good ransom rather than have a public scandal. Amstel interviewed the Countess and gave her the choice between arrest and a full release of all claims on the Van Tromp property for the sum of 100,000 gulden. She made a hard fight, but at last gave in gracefully. But my chapter has grown too long already, and I will close it with the remark that I myself met the lady at Wiesbaden in 1871 and became acquainted with the brilliant adventuress. She will appear again in the sequel. Chapter 8. The merry summer over and no harvest stored. From Cologne to Frankfurt is about 140 miles, and swiftly our train sped along up the Rhine, the lovely stream about which poets have raved for 20 generations. What classic ground! What scenes have its waters reflected, its mountains looked upon! In the old days its rolling floods made a deep impression on the stout Roman heart. More than one army, carrying with it the hearts of the Roman world, had crossed that river and plunged into the unknown forests beyond, only to go down in the shock of conflict with the brave but barbarian foe, leaving not one solitary survivor to carry back tidings to Rome of the fate of her army. And down through all the linked centuries, the history of the Rhine has been the history of giant armies marching against each other, and of brothers slaughtering brothers. Today the plains of Germany and France bear 1,000,000 of armed men, ranged face to face, with only the Rhine between, eagerly awaiting the signal to pour a deadly rain on each other. And for what? The last face that I saw at the Cologne station was that of Amstel, lit up with smiles as he waved his hand in adieu. Sitting cozily in the corner of the carriage, eager to see all that was to be seen, I found, as all tourists do, much to charm and delight. But my thoughts were on the bonds I had to sell, and I was glad enough when at 5 o'clock our train drew into the depot at Frankfurt. Alighting, I took a cab and drove to the Hotel Landsberg, and, although tired, the scenes and surroundings were too novel for me to think of sleep. So I dined and went out to view the city, but as I will have occasion to refer to the place again, I will leave any description of it until another chapter. In London there was an American banking house that has since failed, but which at this time was doing a large business in the way of issuing letters of credit. The firm was patronized chiefly by Americans. It issued credits or letters of credit without inquiry to anyone applying for them. While in London I called at their office, 449 Strand, and paying $750 was given a credit for £150, which I took under an assumed name. I wanted this letter to serve as an introduction to some of the bankers at Frankfurt and to open the way for the negotiation of the bonds. The Frankfurt correspondents of the London firm were Kraut, Lautner and Company on the gallows gas. The next morning I repaired to the office of this firm, and producing my letter was very cordially received, and invited to make my headquarters in their office during my stay at Frankfurt, which for the next day or two I did. However, I called on several other bankers, also feeling the way, and finally selected the firm of Merpergo and Wiesweller, bankers widely known and of enormous wealth. I had several talks with Merpergo, and told him I was arranging to purchase a number of copper mines in Austria, and if the deal was closed I should sell a large block of American bonds, and use the cash I realized to pay for the purchase of the mines. I suppose he thought to make a good thing out of it, and was eager to purchase. My reader will recall that payment upon all United States bonds payable to bearer, as mine were, could not be stopped, and so far as the innocent holder was concerned he was perfectly secure. But the custom among bankers was, whenever any bonds were lost by theft or fraud, to send out circulars containing the numbers, asking that the parties offering them might be questioned and held. But as American bonds were sold in millions all over the continent and were passing freely from hand to hand, as a matter of fact, little or no attention was paid to such circulars, but, of course, had strangers of disreputable appearance offered bonds in large sums, the lists might have been scrutinized and awkward questions asked. Therefore I felt a trifle nervous and determined to run no chance of losing my bonds, at least not all of them. So I resolved to go to Wiesbaden, some 15 miles away, stop at some hotel under a different name, leave the bonds there, and take the morning train for Frankfurt, conduct my negotiations, and return to Wiesbaden every evening. It was at this time easy to lose one's identity in Wiesbaden, for the town then was, along with Baden-Baden, the Monte Carlo of the continent, and adventurers, men and women, from all over Europe flocked there in thousands to chance their fortune in the gambling halls. Although a little in advance of this portion of my history, I will here relate an adventure of mine there, some years after the period of which I am speaking. I will, however, preface my narrative with a brief account of the history of the place. The city of Wiesbaden, previous to the Franco-German War of 1870, was the chief town of one of those petty principalities which were plentifully sprinkled over the face of Europe. Since the old Roman days, the town had been famous for its hot springs and, consequently, for its hot baths, and a good many people during the winter particularly resorted there to bathe and to drink the waters. As a matter of course, the townspeople, as the custom of such places is, have recorded many a marvelous cure, ranging all the way from headache to hydrophobia. But still the town was of little importance save locally. The petty ruler, with a title longer than his income, lived in the pretentious castle, beguiling the time by smoking cheap cigars or ordering on banquets whose pièce de resistance consisted of Gebertine Gans und Kartoffeln, the unlucky bird being tribute in kind from the farmyard of some peasant subject living in a miserable hut on black bread. But a change was impending. A mighty wizard had visited the place, with an eye quick to see the possibilities of the situation, with a brain to plan and a hand to execute. His name was Francois Blanc, the head of the great gambling establishment at Hamburg. Vast as were his ambition and achievements, he was a man of the simplest tastes. To see him as I often have in his seedy coat, his old-fashioned spectacles on the tip of his nose, one would have taken him for a country advocate whose wildest dreams were of a practice of 2,000 thalers a year, with an old gig and wheezy mare to haul him around the countryside from client to client. Before his Wiesbaden days, he had been the guiding spirit in the direction of the splendid gambling halls, the casino at Hamburg. Blanc was impervious to flattery, a hard-headed, silent man, a man without enthusiasm and without weaknesses, who kept a lavish table and ate sparingly himself, who had a wine cellar rivaling that of the autocrat of all the Russias and yet contented himself with sipping a harmless mineral water, who kept and directed a huge gambling machine, a mighty conglomeration of gorgeously decorated halls, wine parlors and music rooms, crammed day and night by giddy and excited throngs, but himself never indulging in anything more exciting than an after-dinner game of dominoes or a quiet drive with his wife through the country lanes. Thus this Francois Blanc, with perfect equanimity, watched the thousands of butterflies and moths of society scorch their wings in the terrific flame that glowed in his casino, while he looked on, a cynical observer, despising the fools enraptured with roulette and fascinated with rouge et noir. But one thing he was not afraid of, and that was spending money. To compass his business ends, he laid it out lavishly, and in the end he drew all Europe to Wiesbaden. Still broader and still deeper he laid the foundations of the fortune that ultimately grew to colossal proportions. But he did not make Wiesbaden famous without keen opposition. He made the fortune of the beggarly Prince Karl and the whole hungry crowd of royal highnesses in spite of themselves. At every fresh opposition, he simply opened his purse and a golden shower fell on them. It required a hard head to withstand the attacks made on him when it became known that he had bought up both prince and municipality and proposed to make Wiesbaden par excellence the gambling city of the continent. But, despite of all, he pushed on his plans to wonderful success. A great park was laid out and stately buildings arose, all dedicated to the goddess of chance. Slim was the chance the votaries of the game had in his gorgeous halls. He threw out his money in millions, but he knew the weak, foolish heart of man, the egotism of each and every one of us, that leads us to ignore for ourselves the immutable law of numbers. So he counted upon his returns and never counted in vain. As I say, he had a hard head to withstand the attacks made upon him. Every day the post brought hundreds of letters containing propositions of threats from people who had lost their money and demanded its return with fierce threats, pitiful supplications and warnings of intended suicide, place, date, and hour carefully specified. So there could be no mistake, and more than one attempt was made upon his life. But the equanimity of Francois Blanc was equal to all adventures. Threats, prayers, temptations left him untouched. This man of ice, self-possessed, cold, indifferent to the ruin of the thousands of victims of his will, had a fad or fancy. It was for raising red and white roses, and while the mad throngs were fluttering in frenzy around the tables in his halls at Hamburg, Wiesbaden, and Monte Carlo, he, hoe or trowel in hand, would be training and transplanting his roses, solicitous over an opening bud or deploring the ravages of an insect, or, again, refusing all invitations, would sit down with his wife to a dinner of boiled turnips and bacon, washed down with a glass of Vichy water and milk. This was the town and these the scenes constantly occurring there. Now for my adventure. In 1870, just before the war cloud burst, covering all that part of the world, I was stopping for some weeks at the Hotel Nassau. It stands in the main street, opposite the park gate leading to the casino. All the world went to Wiesbaden to be amused. However fashionable frivolity and vice may be elsewhere, here it was strictly de rigueur, and to pretend to decency and sobriety would be to stamp oneself a heathen and barbarian, all unversed in the glorious flower-wreathed primrose way of our orb. The daily routine for the throng began with coffee in bed at 8 a.m., then dressing gowns were donned, and the bath and underground floors of the hotel were sought and a bath had in the hot mineral waters, which were conducted to all the hotels direct from the hot springs of the town. Half an hour in the bath, then a light breakfast, preparatory to sallying out for an hour on the Spaziergang around the Quellen to drink the water, listen to the band, see and be seen, but, above all, to gossip and tell lies. At 11 a.m., the gambling began in the casino, and with a rush the seats around the tables would be filled. Then speedily there would be rows behind rows of eager players or spectators, and what a sight it all was to the cool-headed observer. With what keen interest all watched the result of the first turn of the card at the card tables and the color of the first hit at roulette. For all gamblers are superstitious and are devout believers in omens. Those whose luck or pocketbooks held out gambled steadily on, or, if luck turned against them, would leave the table, go to do some fantastic thing to change their luck, and then return. At 2 p.m., the band, a very fine one, played in the music saal, and most of the idlers and morning players gathered there to listen to the music and to drink and dine. Here in this hall the intrigues begun on the promenade or in the gambling rooms were helped along by the ample opportunities of meeting, with the passions stimulated by the music and the wine. At 4 o'clock many took an afternoon nap. Then came the chief event of the day, the ponderous table d'hôte. At 9 p.m., everyone flocked to the casino, and the game went merrily on until midnight. Then to bed, each and all with more or less Rudsheimer or Hoheimer stowed away. At the time of which I speak many were my idle days, in which I was free to seek pleasure. I used to find much enjoyment in frequenting the casino to watch the people and to play the role of looker-on in Vienna, which, by the way, is a star role and therefore rather agreeable. One evening while watching the Rouge et Noir I noticed a lady just in front of me, magnificently dressed in all, save that there was an entire absence of jewelry. She was literally dressed to kill, and, although near 50, yet to the casual observer she seemed no more than 40, or even less. She was a well-preserved woman of the world, and was known as the Countess de Windsorel. This was the adventuress who had married Van Tromp some 2 years before. What a career had been that of this woman! She had been mistress from first to last of a dozen men, noblemen, diplomats, soldiers, but being an inveterate gambler, one after another saw, with dismay, the cash, estates, diamonds, carriages, costly furs and laces he showered upon her all go whirling into the ever-open maw of the casino, or in the drawing-room games of the Bon Ton in Paris or Petersburg. One brave youth, an officer in the Prussian Guards, had, in his infatuation for the Countess and impregnable, as he thought, against bankruptcy by reason of his great fortune, tried to satisfy her cravings for splendor of entourage and her infatuation for gambling. The result was that one day the crack of a pistol shot was heard in the Countess' chamber, and the servants rushing in found the young bankrupt dead, lying across the bed, with a bullet through the heart. The next day a horde of clamorous creditors besieged the house, where the Countess calmly told them she had sent for her bankers, and on the morrow they would be paid. That night his comrades buried their dead friend with military honors. At midnight the cortege passed the hotel, and all eyes watched the lovely countess robed in white as she appeared, her bosom heaving with emotion, while she waved a farewell to her dead lover. 10 minutes later she fled through the back door and over the garden wall, falling into the arms of another lover waiting there. He himself did not go the way of the last, but half of his fortune did. So one morning, leaving a polite note of farewell, he, taking for companion the dressing maid of his mistress, embarked for America. At the time I met her, the Countess' reputation was too well known and her beauty too much fallen off for her to make any more grand catches. A local banker at Wiesbaden became very friendly. However, the friendship lost all its warmth when the banker's stout wife one day caught them together, and having already provided herself with a whip in anticipation, visited them both with a jealous woman's rage and a sound thrashing. Now, the Countess spent her time around the tables, following the winners and getting douceurs from them. These were by no means small, most of them being gifts pure and simple, given from mere goodness of heart or sheer prodigality, for there were too many gay and beautiful women flocking around ready to smile on winners in the game for the Countess now to make even a temporary conquest. However, at this period she lived well, even extravagantly, but, of course, saved nothing. As related, I first met the Countess here at the table where the game was going on. She had just staked and lost her last gulden. She was betting on the black, and 4 times in succession the red had won. She turned, and looking in my face, implored me to bet a double Frederick on the red. I instantly placed the money on the red and won. She begged me to transfer the stake to the black. I did so, and black won. Placing her hand on the stake, she said, "Sir, leave it. Black will win again." Sure enough, it did. She seized the cash, $80, and handing me a double Frederick, said in her most bewitching manner, "Oh, sir, be generous and let me keep this." I said, "Certainly, madam." She promptly staked it, and in 2 turns of the cards it was gone. We met several times the next few days, but merely bowed without speaking. One afternoon, entering the music saal, I took a small table and, ordering a bottle of wine, sat down to listen to the music and watch the throng. The Countess came in, and seeing me alone, came straight to me, shook hands warmly, and sat down. I, of course, invited her to have a glass of wine. We soon finished that bottle and ordered another. We had what was to me a most amusing talk. She was a character, had been everywhere, and spoke all the modern languages. She assured me that I was a very charming gentleman. In paying my bill, I incautiously displayed a gold piece or 2, and, seeing she was going to ask me to give her one, I saved her the trouble by placing one in her hand. In time we became quite good friends. Twice I paid her board bill in order to rescue her wardrobe from the clutches of her landlord, and once I saved her from the hands of an irate washerwoman. When, after a time, I left Wiesbaden, I left her as gay, as prosperous, and as extravagant as ever. I did not see Wiesbaden again for over 2 years, but the second week of January, 1873, found me there. The Prussian government now ruled in the town and refused to renew the license of M. Blanc. It had expired 14 days before my arrival. What a change had fallen on the town! The casino was gloomy and cold, the gay crowds had fled. All the life and movement of the street and promenade was forever a thing of the past. I had located there simply as a precaution, disposing of large amounts of bonds in Frankfurt, 15 miles away, and returning to Wiesbaden each night. At this time I put up at the Hotel Victoria, near the railroad station. One Saturday, going up to Frankfurt rather late, my business detained me until after dark. On reaching the station, I happened to look into the third-class waiting room, and there I spied a figure alone that looked familiar. I soon recognized the Countess. From her appearance and surroundings, it was plain that there was now no wealthy lover at her beck and call. Because she looked so unhappy, I gave her a cordial greeting, which she returned rather wearily. It was very cold, and I was clad in furs from head to foot. Besides, I was, apparently, on the full flood of fortune, having with me then a very large sum of money, some of which she could have had for the asking. I said, "Come, Countess, let us go together first class to Wiesbaden." She replied that she lived at Biebrich, a small town on the Rhine, 4 miles below Mainz and 4 miles from Wiesbaden. As the train was starting, I bade her goodbye, but asked permission to call on her the next day. She consented, giving her address as Hotel Bellevue. The next morning was very cold, but I enjoyed that, so after a light breakfast, I started over the hills for a walk to the town, arriving there soon after noon. I found the hotel, a fifth-rate one, and entering, was shown to the room of the Countess. What a change for her from the past! Her room was a small one, plastered but unpapered, and with a few articles of furniture of the cheapest. The poor woman was too evidently in a state of frightful depression, and well she might be. Hers had been a butterfly existence, life all one summer holiday, no hostages given to fortune, no bond taken against future wreck or change. Like the butterfly, she had roamed from flower to flower, sipping the sweet only, or, like the cricket, had merrily piped all the summer through, thinking sunshine and bloom eternal. Even when youth and beauty had fled, and lovers no longer stood ready to attend and serve, she still found a good aftermath in her happy harvest field on the floors of the casino. But when the casino lights at Wiesbaden went out, then, for the Countess, had the winter indeed come. My walk had given me something of an appetite, and it now being 2 o'clock, I at once proposed to have dinner. To my surprise, she said she had already dined, and upon my remarking that it was early for dinner, she replied that it was, but as she was owing quite a hotel bill, she feared to give any trouble lest the landlord might present his bill, and in default of payment she was liable to arrest and a very considerable imprisonment. I need hardly tell my readers that they do these things differently in Germany than with us. I could easily afford to be generous with other people's money, and did not mean to see the Countess suffer for a hotel bill. Ringing the bell, I told the waiter to bring me some dinner and a bottle of wine. The Countess looked very uneasy over my order. Of late years she had seen life from the seamy side and had observed so much of the falseness and cruelty of men that she had apparently lost all faith in them, and no doubt thought me an adventurer, one who might possibly dine and order expensive wines, leaving her to face an angry landlord. While dinner was being prepared, she told me she was in the greatest distress, had not even a single kreutzer to pay postage, and, worst of all, was owing for 2 weeks' board. She had no means to fly, no place to fly to, and if she remained, incarceration awaited her. She had for weeks been writing everywhere to everyone she had known, former lovers, distant but long-neglected relatives. The result, dead silence. No response from anywhere. She at last was alone, caught in the world's great snare, with no friendly hand to shelter or save. It was a sight to read this woman's face. There swept over it all the conflicting waves of regrets over might-have-beens and the gloomy shades of despair. Both proprietor and waiter appeared to set the table. It was for one, but wine-glasses for 2 were brought unsolicited. They were officiously anxious to please your Highness, as they christened me. The Countess sat looking gloomily out of the window across the Rhine, while I watched her face until an infinite pity for the shipwrecked soul filled my mind. Dismissing the waiter, I went to the window, and standing by her chair I said, "Don't worry any more, Countess, I will pay your bill." At the same time, drawing from an inner pocket a book crammed with notes, I placed 7 100-thaler notes in her lap, saying, "This one is for your board bill, and the other 6 are for your pocket money." I need not attempt to picture her amazement and delight. Certainly she appeared very grateful. We had a long conversation, and I was talking to her like a brother. Perhaps had she still been beautiful and young, my manner and language might have been less brotherly. I told her she had danced and sung, but at last the time had come for toil, and suggested she should go to Brussels, which is ever thronged with tourists, where her knowledge of languages and her savoir-faire could be made available in one of the many shops where gimcracks are sold to travelers. I advised her to offer a small premium for a position. This she said she would do. In saying goodbye, I promised to see her again the next night, but I found a telegram awaiting me on my arrival at my hotel which called me to meet 2 of my companions at Calais, and I was forced to leave by an early train. The next time I saw the Countess was at Newgate. She visited me there and was in perfect despair over my position and her inability to serve me. For those who may care to know more of her, I will say that, following my advice, she went to Brussels and obtained a position in a tourist exchange and within a year married the proprietor, who was a councilman and a man of considerable local importance. She made him a good wife and became a true mother to his 5 daughters. When he died, he made her guardian to both of them and his wealth. She became very religious, and to the last was a devout member of the Roman Church. She died in 1886, 13 years after the episode at Rieberich. Her ashes rest in the little graveyard of the Convent de Soeurs de St. Agnes on the Charleroi Road, 2 miles from the city, and on her monument is engraved, "To Elizabeth, the beloved wife, pious and true. She served God and has gone to live with the angels." Chapter 9. We have another job for you. About every second day I called on Merpergo and Weisweller in Frankfurt and talked over matters and easily saw that everything would go right. All that was necessary was to produce the bonds, and they would hand over the cash. Here in America, though we scrutinized a man's garments, the quality and fit of the same having a certain value, we never take much stock in a stranger because an artist tailor has decorated him, or because he has plenty of money. But in the 70s, all over Europe, from the mere fact that a man was an American and had the appearance, dress and manner of a gentleman, they always took it for granted that he must be a gentleman. Therefore, seeing that I was taken for a capitalist and that no question would be asked, I told the firm my deal in Austrian copper mines appeared so certain to be completed that I had ordered the securities one intended to dispose of to be forwarded from London. Giving them a list, they gave me a memorandum offer for the lot. I accepted their offer. The next hour was a very bad 60 minutes for me. There was considerable delay, and my suspicions were fully aroused, and at one time I thought they had made some discovery, but, as a fact, my suspicions were wholly unfounded. The banker and clerks were simply hurrying around, anxious to oblige me and have the money out of the bank before it closed. At last the amounts were figured up and verified by myself. One of the partners hastened off to the bank and in 5 minutes returned with a very pretty parcel of 200,000 gulden. But, in spite of the evident safety of the business, I was nervous, and resolved to put a good distance between me and the town as speedily as possible. Before 5 o'clock I was in Wiesbaden and, going directly to the casino, where they kept at all times 1,000,000 francs, in addition to German money, and where the possession of large sums attract no attention, I readily exchanged my money for 351,000 franc notes. Asterisk, 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 going to Rothschild's. I bought exchange on New York for $80,000 and left the same night for London. Very many times I journeyed over that route in after years, but never with so light a heart. I was young and enthusiastic. All the glamour and poetry of life hung around me, while I was too inexperienced to notice whither I was drifting or to understand the powerful current upon which I had embarked. In fact, I had sold myself to do the devil's work, and day by day the chain would tighten, while all the time I thought I could when I pleased stop short on the downward grade and take the back track. More experience would have taught me that everyone who forsook the path of honor not only thought the same, but had a purpose to even everything up some day and make restitution. And today there is not a criminal but who, at the start, looks forward to the time when he will no longer war against society, but will go out and come in at peace with all men. But when one comes to think of it, what a fool's game is that of a man who fights against society. The criminal has but 2 arms, very short and weak they are, and of flesh too. He has but 2 eyes that cannot possibly see around the nearest corner, while society has 1,000,000 arms of steel that can reach around the world, and 1,000,000 eyes which are never closed, that can pierce the thickest gloom with sleepless vigilance. The poor, unhappy criminal, by fortunate dexterity, may escape for a little, but at last society lays her iron grasp on him, and with giant force hurls him into a dungeon. As for the short-lived, tempestuous success that some few criminals have, is there any sweetness in it? I say no. Success won in honest fight is sweet, but I know from my own experience that the success of crime brings no sweetness, no blessing with it, but leaves the mind a prey to 1,000 haunting fears that make shipwreck of peace. There were no sleeping cars in all Europe then, so I sat up in a compartment and really enjoyed the ride, viewing the country by moonlight. At midnight we arrived at Calais and took the boat for Dover, then the express for London. Arriving at Victoria Station, I took a cab to Mrs. Green's, where I had breakfast à l'anglaise. I had a little adventure that night going down the Strand. At Bow Street, on the corner, is the Gaiety, a famous drinking saloon, flooded with light inside and out, with more than a half-dozen handsome barmaids. Barmaids are a great institution in England, that is, they have never more than one man behind a bar, none at all in the railway bars. And a fearful source of ruin to the girls, as they are to thousands of young men, I might say tens of thousands every year. These girls are chosen for their beauty and attractiveness. Yearly, in London and in other large cities of England, a beautiful barmaid show is one of the stated features and is held in some public garden or monster hall. These exhibitions are wonderfully popular, and thousands flock to them. Various beauty contests are got up, and all the popular features of voting, etc., are in vogue. Those of the young women who win the prizes make their fortunes, for they are at once engaged at high salaries for the more aristocratic barrooms. Fancy what an attraction and even fascination the Gin Palace, with lovely girls behind the bar, must have to the youth of a great city. Many of them strangers, busy during the day, but with nothing to do at night, with the choice of the street or a somber room, but sure of a sweet smile of welcome from a fascinating woman in the barrooms. How easily and how naturally, too, does a young man become ensnared. But how if he has no money? No smiles and no welcome for him. And then what a temptation to help himself to his master's cash. Happy for our country that our laws forbid women entering that occupation. While standing in the brilliant light of the Gaiety, watching the thronging crowd of passers-by, with its sprinkling of unfortunates, I saw one poor, bedraggled creature, wan-faced and hollow-eyed, with hunger and despair imprinted on every feature. Looking sharply at her, she caught my eye, and, crossing the street, she spoke to me. The poor thing looked as if she had been dragged through all the gutters of London. She said that herself and her baby were actually starving, that her husband had been out of work 13 weeks and had then deserted her, owing 12 weeks' rent. And the landlady had just told her that unless she paid her some rent before 9 o'clock that night, she would be turned out with her baby into the streets. Those of my readers who have been in London know something of what it would mean for this woman to be turned out into the streets of that fearful Babylon. No wonder, then, the poor soul was frantic with despair. In her poverty, a shilling looked as big as a cartwheel, and when I said to her, "Will you promise to go direct home if I give you a sovereign?" she cried out, "Oh, sir, God forever bless you if you will." I gave her the $5, and as she started to run, I caught her by the sleeve and said, "I will go home with you to see if you have told me the truth." She lived close by, in one of those teeming courts that run off from the Strand. We found her baby naked on a heap of rags, in a small, dirty room, containing 2 broken chairs for furniture. I felt that there were in the large city thousands of similar cases, but this one was brought home to me. I was young and impressionable. More than that, I had other people's money to be liberal with, so I called up the landlady, who, almost dumb with surprise, received the arrears of rent, along with a month in advance. Eliza, for that was her name, told me she could get work if she had clean clothes for herself and baby, which she could buy for £2. I gave her 5, and giving her my address in New York, told her to find work and let me know how she got on. She did find work in an eel pie shop in Red Lion Square, High Holborn. I saw her 2 years later in London, and possibly may refer to her again in this story. I went down to Liverpool and embarked on the good ship Java. 10 days later we sailed through the Narrows. During my last day in London, I went to Westminster Abbey and spent 3 hours in that Valhalla of the Anglo-Saxon race. It made a tremendous impression upon my mind. In no other work of human hands do the spirits of so many departed heroes linger. Certainly in no other does the dust of so many of the great dead rest. And as I read memorial upon memorial to departed greatness, I realized that the path of honor and of truth was the only one for men to tread. All through the voyage the influences of the Abbey were upon me. I felt I was treading on dangerous ground, and resolved I would have no more of it. What I had then resolved, when I met Irving and company, to throw all the plunder in their faces and say, "I'll have none of it, and here we part." I felt that I ought to do that, but weakly said, "I need the $10,000, and I'll give the rogues their share, and then see them no more." I had fully made up my mind to that, knowing Irving would be on the wharf, eager to meet me. In sailing through the Narrows and past Staten Island, I was making up my mind as to the little speech I would make. We rapidly neared the wharf in Jersey City, and I quickly recognized Irving standing on the edge of the closely packed crowd, watching the steamer with a nervous look on his face. A rogue suspects everyone, and although by this time he had become pretty well satisfied as to my good faith, no doubt he would be happier when he had his share of the plunder safe in his pocket. I was standing close to the rail between two ladies, and saw Irving before he saw me. Waving my handkerchief, his eye suddenly fell on me. With a smile and pointing significantly to my pocket, I gave him a salute. An eager look came into his face, and waving his hand he cried out, "I am glad to see you," and no doubt he spoke the truth. When the gangplank was thrown ashore, and I saw him making his way toward it, evidently intending to board the steamer, I thought how surprised he would be when I told him I would have no more of his game. He sprang on board, rushed to me with a beaming face, grasped my hand, and putting the other on my shoulder, led me toward the gangway. He had not spoken yet, but as we were going down the gangplank he said, "My boy, you have done splendidly," and then, putting his mouth close to my ear, whispered, "We have got another job for you, and it's a beauty." I don't mean to pester my reader with a moral, or by too much moralizing, although I am tempted to do so. There is ample material for a course of sermons in that "We have another job for you" coming to me just then. But, leaving my reader to draw his own moral, I must go on with my narrative. Going up the wharf with Irving, I was on the point of telling him I wanted no more jobs, but weakly put it off, and by so doing, of course, made it more difficult. He told me Stanley and White were waiting at Taylor's Hotel on Montgomery Street, a few doors up from the wharf. We soon were there, and they gave me a warm and even enthusiastic reception. Then I began to tell some of my adventures on the journey, to which they listened with unfeigned admiration, and, opening my bag, I produced the 16 bills of exchange for $5,000 each, informing them they should have their cash in 90 minutes. It was curious to see these men handle the bills of exchange, passing them from one to another, examining them with anxious care. But where were my good resolutions, and what had become of them? Why, they, under the effect of the wine and the magnetic influence of these three minds, had gone flying down the bay, and under a favorable gale were fast speeding seaward beyond the ken of mortal eye, not to be found by me again until years after, when, with the toils about me, I found myself in Newgate. Then the fugitives all came back, this time to stay. My three graces who adorned the police department of New York were full of matter of a new enterprise, which by my cooperation was to make the fortunes of us all. But they were too evidently anxious, too eagerly desirous to handle the greenbacks my bills of exchange represented, to fix their minds upon anything else. Stanley and White went away together, but first each once more told me privately that he depended upon me to put in his own hands his share, showing how these rogues suspected each other, and, indeed, were full of suspicions of every one and everything. Irving crossed the ferry with me, but on the New York side dropped behind, and, although I paid no more attention to him, no doubt he followed me. The excitement of success and of being at home again banished any possible regrets or fears over the course I had entered, and with a light heart and buoyant step I quickly made my way to a friend of mine, a well-known broker in New Street, shook hands with him, and, telling him, very much to his surprise, that I had just returned from Europe, asked him to step around the corner to the office of the bankers and identify me. In a minute we were there. Endorsing the drafts, I told them to make it in 500s. They sent out to the bank for them, and I was speedily on my way to our rendezvous with $1,650 greenbacks in a roll. And meeting the three at the Y room, I made their eyes grow big when I flashed the roll on their delighted orbs. The division was speedily made, I retaining $10,000 for my share, and each promptly threw out $1,000, and we shook hands all around and parted. Here were 4 conspirators of us, and it was comical to see how anxious we all were to get away, so that each could stow his plunder in a safe place. For my part, one went home, but I shall say nothing of the meeting with the members of my family. I told them I had made a lot of money in a speculation, and not knowing the inside history, or suspecting anything, they rejoiced with me and were proud and happy for their boy. I spent about $1,000 making things comfortable for them, but to their grief I told them that circumstances required me to take up my former quarters at the St. Nicholas. It would be interesting to tell of my reception among my acquaintances on Wall Street and other parts of the city. Rumor magnified my resources, and it was reported I had cleared $100,000 in some fortunate deal. It was strange to see the newfound deference all around, from my former employers down to my old waiter at downtown Delmonico's, where I dined, but I will pass over all these matters and proceed with my history of the Primrose Way. The next few days I went about engaged in the to me very agreeable task of paying all my debts. The largest debt I was owing was one of $1,300, partly borrowed money and partly a long-standing balance due on a speculation negotiated on my account, and which did not pan out, but entailed a loss. Then I indulged pretty freely in many little extravagances in the way of tailor bills, etc. 2 friends struck me for a loan, and, strange to say, both remain unpaid to this hour, along with some 25 years' interest. So, within a fortnight of my landing I found my $13,000 reduced quite one half, and as I was cherishing visions of unbounded wealth, I began to feel quite poor, and anxious to see some outcome to this other job my friends said they had ready for me. It was at the very door. Chapter 10. A 19th-century prodigal. Let no man who may be tempted to commit a crime ever fancy that if he takes the first step downhill he will stop until he reaches the bottom. If one of my readers flatters himself he can go one step, with no more to follow, on the downward road, let such an one read this story to the end, and then forever abandon such an idea as a fancy born of inexperience. For this history is as a handwriting on the wall, full of warning to all and every one who may be tempted to take one step in any other path than the path of honor. In 1865 there lived in London a famous Queen's Counsel, Edwin James. Fame and fortune were his. A born orator, a talented scholar, he rapidly pushed his way from the very bottom of the legal profession to all but its topmost height. At 40, he found himself facile princeps of the English bar, and public opinion, that potent factor in popular government, had already singled him out for the high position of Attorney General. That secured, only one step remained to place him in the seat of the Lord Chancellor. Truly, an imperial position, one that satisfied the proud ambition of a Wolsey and fitted the genius of a Thomas à Becket. It carries with it the position of keeper of the conscience of Her Majesty, giving the possessor precedence in all official functions over the English aristocracy, next to royalty itself. But about this time dark whispers began to fly about through the clubs of London. Soon it became known that Edwin James, the Lord Chancellor-to-be, was in the toils, and it shortly transpired that, in spite of the fact that his income from his profession was nearer 20 than £10,000 per annum, it had proved insufficient and he was heavily in debt, and worse. It would seem he was keeping up what in the polite language of society are known as dual houses. A woman of brilliant beauty presided over one, and the marvelous beauty of its mistress was only equaled by her extravagance. He also had a fondness for associating with younger men than himself, and had got into a particularly fast set of young lords and army men. At his club, he had lost large sums at baccarat and loo, and, in an unhappy hour for himself and his, he stooped from his high position and miserable to think of committed a crime. This, in the expectation that he would relieve himself from some of the more crushing obligations he had heaped upon himself, either through the extravagant vagaries of his imperious mistress, or by his own rashness in trying his luck among a lot of titled sharpers. He had among his clients one fast, even madly extravagant youth, heir of an historic name and of a lordly estate. To supply his extravagance, my lord had applied to the money-lenders, those sharks that in London, as elsewhere, fatten on such game. These gentry were eager to lend the young blood money upon what are known in English law as post-obits, which loans in this particular case carried the trifling interest of about 100% per annum. James was cognizant of his friend's excursions among the money-lenders, and no doubt he thought the young spendthrift, when he came into his fortune, would never know within a good many thousands how much he had borrowed, nor even the number of post-obits he had given. I will just explain that a post-obit is a form of note or due bill given by the heir of an estate, usually of an entailed estate, which matures the moment the drawer of the document enters into that estate. That is to say, the tender-hearted son discounts his father's death to provide fuel to feed his flame. So Edwin James, driven to his own destruction, stooped from his imperial position into what one might call ankle depth of crime. How little he dreamed there was beyond a huge, seething sea of crime, an ocean whose billows are of ink, and which would soon sweep him from his high place into the black waters, there to be buffeted until, honor and hope all gone, he would, throwing his hands to heaven, with one despairing cry, sink into its inky depths, adding one more ruined life to the millions already engulfed. In that long, sad catalogue of the dead there is probably not one who, when taking the first step into crime, ever thought a second would follow the first. But to come back to our gilded sir. He made out 2 post-obits for £5,000, wrote his client's name at the bottom of each, gave them to the money-lenders, who, never doubting that the prodigal son had signed and given them to his counsel, made no question, but gave James the money for them at once. But James had reckoned without his host, for this 19th-century prodigal was made of keener metal than he of the first. Strange to say, and utterly unexpected as it was to all who knew him and had looked upon his riotous living, he kept his books straight and knew to a single guinea how much and to whom he was owing. His discovery of the forgery was accelerated by the sudden and most unexpected death of his father, his return home, and stepping into his estate. The various post-obits were presented and placed before him. He instantly pronounced the 2 for £5,000 each to be forgeries, and the crime was easily laid at the door of the Queen's Counsel. The heir indignantly refused to condone the offense, and, revealing the fatal secret to a few, within a month it was known in every clubroom in London. From there it got into the newspapers, and they, under a thinly disguised alias of a distinguished member of the bar, gave more or less accurate details of the damning truth. His former client eventually said he would not prosecute the forgery if the criminal left England. If not, he would immediately go before the grand jury, procure an indictment, and have this man, who had moved a prince among men, arraigned in the dock at the Old Bailey, there to plead and stand trial like any common criminal. And he fled. Of course, like all fugitives from justice throughout the old world, he looked to America for a city of refuge, and here he came. Not to keep my readers too long from the main narrative, it will suffice to say that soon after his arrival he applied for admission to the Bar of New York, but first he won to his cause the high-souled Richard O'Gorman, then a leader of his profession. It was for Edwin James a lucky stroke, for at this time O'Gorman was in full possession of his magnificent powers. Few could resist his magic. His great heart was stirred, and he took up the cause of his friend as if he had been his brother. The English lawyer's reputation was known to every member of the Bar of New York, and there had been and still was a bitter opposition to his admission, but when it became known that their eloquent leader was his champion, many began to feel that after all, the poor fellow ought to be given another chance, and when at the next meeting of the Bar Association O'Gorman in a set oration brought all his splendid eloquence into play, the cause was won. Great-hearted O'Gorman had helped this lame dog over the stile, but the dog's heart was not in the right place, and, as my reader will see in the sequel, he soon went lame again. Asterisk, 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 in the rear room of a somewhat luxurious range of offices in a building on Broadway, facing the City Hall, for men were engaged in discussing what was evidently an exciting topic. The door of the main office bore the sign, Edwin James, Counselor at Law and Register in Bankruptcy. He was one of the four. He had failed lamentably in his efforts to secure a practice. The effects of O'Gorman's eloquence had in the gray light of commonplace day faded away, the more so when the ideal his magic had created in the minds of men was in hourly contrast with the man himself and his history. His professional brethren looked upon him with suspicion, and there was a general impression abroad that his escapades were not over yet. He had launched out in his office and home somewhat extravagantly, and now, once again pressed by clamorous creditors, he had once more drifted upon the borderlands of crime, and was here with his companions planning a criminal transaction in order to pay his more pressing debts. One of these four was Brea, who, with a keen eye to business, had married the discarded daughter of a wealthy but not over-respectable New York family, and he had, unsuspected, pulled the wires so that James had been employed as the family lawyer, and in that capacity had drawn the will of the mother. She was an imperious, hot-tempered body, one who, when aroused, was accustomed to use language more vigorous than polite, and who not infrequently went to fisticuffs with her daughters. The husband and father, the creator of the fortune, was dead, and the vast family property, in securities, stocks, and lands, was vested absolutely in the mother. In the old lady's will Brea's wife, the second daughter of the house, there were no sons, was down in the very first paragraph for the magnificent sum of $1 lawful currency, and her name nowhere else appeared in the lengthy document. The old lady was such a termagant and so implacable in her hatreds that it was a moral certainty she would never relent and change her purpose toward her daughter. But James had also drawn up a second will of his own and Brea's concoction, and a precious piece of villainy it was, in which the wife was down for legacies amounting to $750,000. The genuine will James kept in his own possession, ready to destroy the very moment word came that the old lady was an immortal, while the spurious will was kept in the vaults of the Safety Deposit Company, there to remain until the death of the testatrix, when, of course, it would in due time be produced. Brea had been introduced to the other three men, and cultivated their acquaintance in the belief that they would some day be useful to him. He had a few days before introduced them to James. As a matter of precaution, he had concealed from them all knowledge of the will. At the same time he gave them a hint that there was something in the wind, but that some way must be found to secure at once a few thousands, enough for a year or two, until the good time came when fortune was to lavish her favors on them all with a liberal hand. But money must be had at once, for Brea and James were in sore straits, particularly James, who had been threatened with arrest and was so far involved that he always entered and left his house at night in order to escape importunate creditors. This was James' second interview with the men, and the first time he had been alone with them. He saw at once that he had to do with able, clear-headed men, took them into his confidence, and, in order to excite their hopes and to bind them to him as well, he confided to them the plot of the forged will, producing the genuine for their inspection. He assured them that it was a sure and speedy fortune, as the lady was old and frail in health, and he also promised they should share between them $100,000, provided they would stand by to give a hand in the somewhat improbable event of the other heirs disputing the will, but above all, if they would devise some means to furnish him at once $10,000, or at least $5,000. Money he must have, and he could no longer do without it. The result of our conference in James' office was that the very next day, an office downtown was engaged under a fictitious name, and a simple, unsuspicious fellow hired as porter and messenger. After some little negotiation, we obtained particulars of parties banking with the then great firm of J. Cook and Company, corner of Wall and Nassau Streets. Briefly told, the result was that 4 days later a messenger walked into their banking house with a check for $20,000, purporting to be signed by another firm, who banked with them. Along with the check went a letter bearing a signature well known to the cashier, asking him to pay the check to bearer. The result of all being that 5 minutes thereafter we were walking unconcernedly up Broadway, and sending a message to James to meet us at Delmonico's, corner of Broadway and Chambers Street. We sat down awaiting his arrival. He had anxiously been looking for news, and almost before we had seated ourselves he entered, eager and anxious-looking. But when he glanced at our faces, a happy expression came over his own, and without a word he put out his hand. After a warm greeting, I produced the roll, and, to his delight, I handed over to James 10 500s. On the morrow I went to the office, and, paying my messenger a week's wages, besides making a small gift, told him he need not come any more. With this 20,000 coup we fondly thought all our troubles and all our unlawful acts were ended. We now had a few thousands, sufficient to last until the $5,000 we had invested in the will case should bring in a dividend that would mean a fortune for us all. So we took things easy about town, and altogether thought ourselves pretty good fellows, and this world a very good sort of place to be in. Thus the winter passed by and the summer was at hand. Our thousands of the year before had dwindled to hundreds, and the old lady whose heirs we had constituted ourselves seemed to have renewed her youth, and threatened to outlive us all. Besides this, there had grown up a repugnance in our minds to the business, and when one day my friend Mac remarked it was a scoundrelly business to rob the heirs of an estate, and they women, George and I heartily acquiesced. And we vowed we would take no part in the matter, and there resolved we would throw both James and Brea over, but first to use Brea and James for our own purposes. Once more we found ourselves planning a coup in Wall Street. Talking the matter over, we three soon had a plan, and, being dowered with intense energy, it promised a successful termination. Audaciously enough, we determined the lightning should strike once more in the same place, that is, to make J. Cook and Company again the victims. Irving and his honest fellows were to cooperate by watching everything and, if any arrest threatened, to be on hand to make it themselves, and then let the prisoner escape. Most important of all, when the bankers drove up in hot haste to police headquarters to give information, James, honest James, would be on hand to receive them, would call in his two trustees to get with him full particulars of the robbery and a description of the men. Then the bankers would be sent away with assurances that we know the men and will have them, but at the same time warning them to keep the matter a secret in order better to enable them to catch the villains. If successful, the detectives were to receive 25% between them. Our plan required James to play an important part, and, although no confederacy could be fixed on him, yet he would hardly escape questioning and a very considerable degree of suspicion. So much so that it probably would put an end to any lingering remnants of character he had on hand or in stock. But he was tired of America and determined to go to Paris with his share of the plunder. Our visits to James had always been in his private office, and his clerks had never seen either of us or Brea. Our plan was to make use of James' office in a way that will appear later. As related, he was suspected by his profession, but the general public thought him a very great man. He had appeared as volunteer counsel in 2 or 3 murder cases and had delivered powerful addresses, which had attracted considerable notice in the papers. One day, soon after our plan was matured, Brea went to Philadelphia and, by a mixture of audacity and finesse, procured from J. Cook himself, the parent house of the New York firm of J. Cook and Company. Was in Philadelphia, a letter of introduction to the manager of the New York firm. He wanted the letter ostensibly in order to consult the manager about certain investments which he, as executor of an estate, desired to make for his wards. The transaction was made to appear as one of considerable magnitude, in which there would be large commissions paid. With the grand send-off of a letter from J. Cook to his subordinate in New York, the speculation opened so well that we at once decided what we would do with the money when we got it, a case in point for the old proverb. We had ascertained the name of a Newark manufacturer who had recently failed in business. I will call him Newman. On the morning after his return from Philadelphia, Brea presented himself at James' office, it being arranged that James himself be out, so Brea told the clerk that his name was Newman, that he had lately failed in business, and intended to employ Mr. James to put him through the bankruptcy court. The clerk told him to come again at 12, and he would find Mr. James in. At 12 he came. The clerk introduced him. James kept the clerk conveniently near, that he could hear the conversation. Brea, as Newman, told James he had used in his business $240,000 belonging to his wife and her mother, and that in scheduling his assets, he proposed to use enough to make those amounts good, intending to conceal the fact from his creditors. He determined to invest the amount in bonds, so ran his story, and was going to deposit the money in the bank that very afternoon, at the same time producing his letter of introduction from J. Cook. All of this, of course, being for the eye and ear of the clerk, who might be required as a witness of his employer's good faith. Brea Newman also paid James, in presence of the clerk, a retaining fee of $250, which was privately returned. James banked in Jersey City, and when Newman said, "Introduce me at your bank, as I want a small credit handy," James said, "My bank is in Jersey City." The clerk's brother was paying teller at the chemical bank, and, as was expected, he at once spoke up, saying, "Let me introduce Mr. Newman in the chemical bank." So down went Newman and the clerk, and in 10 minutes our man had the chemical bank checkbook in his pocket and $5,000 to his credit in the bank. The same afternoon he presented his letter of introduction at J. Cook and Company, S., and was cordially received. He, of course, told a totally different story there. In this case a relative, lately deceased, had left him an estate of great value. He was, he said, realizing on his real estate and buying bonds as fast as his money came in, and he wanted to invest $1 million in various railway bonds. At present he had $240,000 on hand, which he wanted to invest in government bonds. He then left for the time being, leaving a good impression, which his refined manner and appearance confirmed. So far all was well, that is, all was well from our point of view. The next 2 or 3 days Brea paid several visits to the chemical bank, getting small checks for $500 and $1,000 certified, and now had his account drawn down to $1,000. The day before he had called on J. Cook and Company, and told them he would take $240,000 in 7/30s, bearer bonds, and that he would call the next day and pay for them. At the same time he got them to give him a pro forma bill for them. The eventful day had come, and James, to get his head clerk out of the way, sent him to the Admiralty Court to take notes of the evidence in a case going on there. At 10 o'clock Brea sent a messenger with a note to the bankers, requesting them to send the bonds to Edwin James' office, and he would pay for them on delivery. He could not come himself, as he was in consultation with the executors of the estate. In the meantime a check for the full value of the bonds, $240,000, had been made out. It was drawn on the chemical bank and was, in fact, similar to those always given between bankers on bond transactions. Brea had drawn his own check for $240 and had it in his hatband with the $240,000 dummy check. The plan is palpable enough. When the messenger brought the bonds Brea, or Newman, was going to say, "All right, I have the check here. Bring the bonds, and we will go to the chemical bank and get them to certify my check." Then when at the bank he would take out both checks, letting the messenger only get a glimpse of one, and that would be the small $240 one, which Brea would pass in through the window with a request to have it certified. This would be done, and when handed out, of course, Brea was to change it and hand the messenger the big one of home manufacture. It seemed impossible for the scheme to fail, and success in it meant on the surface comparative wealth for us all, with, perhaps, in the not-distant future an entrance through the McAllister-guarded portals of the 400. But here we have a vivid instance of how easily an elaborate scheme can by the merest accident fall to pieces. The night before the expected coup we met James for a final full-dress rehearsal for the morrow, and after everything was settled adjourned to the uptown Delmonico's for supper. It so happened that Detective George Elder was there. This Elder was a bright fellow, was in a ring but not in our ring and, of course, had his bank account, diamond pin and turn out for the road. He had had some acquaintance with me, but the rest of the party were strangers. I did not see him at the time, but it would seem he was curious, even suspicious, from some scraps of conversation he overheard. However, neither his curiosity nor suspicion would have been of any consequence or concern to us had it not been that, in going out, Brea left on the table with some papers the memorandum or pro forma bill of the bonds given him the day before by the bankers. Strangely enough, the body of the bill alone was intact. The heading bearing the name of the firm and purchaser had been torn off and destroyed. Elder picked it up and, having some vague suspicions of a plot somewhere, he determined to go around among the 100 or more bankers and brokers in and around Wall Street and investigate quietly, without making any report to his superiors. His immediate superior being, of course, our honest friend, the worthy chief of the detective force, who was anxiously looking for his percentage of the deal. The whole force was split up into cliques, each intensely jealous of every other, each with its own stamping grounds, and each strictly protected his own preserves. At the next morning, Elder started around carrying the fragment of the memorandum he had picked up from bank to bank and from one broker to the other. He had spent over an hour making inquiries and walked into J. Cook and Company's office just as the messenger was leaving with the bonds for James' office. 15 minutes more and the game was ours. Elder produced the memorandum, and they at once recognized it as their own. Elder asked them if they knew their man and were sure it was all right. They said it was perfectly right, that Mr. Newman had been introduced by the head of the firm in Philadelphia and was also a client of Edwin James, but then it was strange the bill should be mutilated. Elder averred his belief that a fraud was intended and suggested that he and the manager should accompany the messenger with the bonds. This alarmed the manager, and he directed Elder and the messenger to await his return. Seizing his hat, he started for James' office to investigate. James was there, and Brea, the pseudo-Newman, was in the private office with the 2 checks ready, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the messenger with the bonds. Myself and all the other members of our party were nearby, watching and awaiting developments. The manager, considerably perturbed, entered the office, and James saw at once the business was a failure, for he knew, of course, that any suspicion as to good faith would be fatal to the success of the plot. Brea, hearing the voices and supposing it was the messenger with the bonds, opened the door of the private office and was vexed to see the manager, who, shaking him by the hand, told him the bonds would arrive soon, at the same time saying, "I suppose you will pay currency for the bonds?" To which Brea replied, "I will go to my bank with you now and get my check certified for the amount and give it to you, or leave it until the messenger comes with the bonds." This offer, along with Brea's coolness, apparently disarmed all suspicions, and he said, "Oh, all right, the messenger will go to the bank with you." He left the office, but stopped in the hall for a moment, then turned and hastily re-entering, said, "By the way, Mr. Newman, please draw the currency from the bank and pay the notes to the messenger upon delivery of the bonds." So the grand coup had failed, ignominiously failed, and through what appeared a trivial accident. More such accidents at critical periods will appear before this history is ended. The dummy check was still in our hands and was at once destroyed, so, with nothing to fear, we coolly walked up Broadway to dinner and talked of the future over a bottle of wine. At last we fixed upon a definite plan. Clinking our glasses, we drank to Eastward Ho! Chapter 11. Crack the lawyer's voice that he may never more false titles plead, nor sound his quillets shrilly. The Eastward Ho! Was a hint of a project we had frequently talked over as a possible speculation. Here we see how men are led on step by step from bad to worse when once they set out on the primrose way. In returning from Europe with the $10,000 commission in my pocket, I vowed never again to engage in any unlawful speculation. I was through. No criminal life for me. Then came the day when we struck for the $20,000 and won, and we were all happy in the thought that our last unlawful deed was over. Then we took the third step we had vowed never to take, and had discussed the $240,000 project. We had spent money on it, had laid our plans cunningly and deep, and were confident of success. We had even planned how to invest our thousands in an honest business, and so win the esteem of all good men, and, of course, in some happy future would make restitution. But that is a future which never comes in the history of crime. These 3 wrong steps had been taken only after convincing ourselves that the circumstances justified each separate act. Such is the contradiction of human nature that even when planning crime we not only intended to make restitution, but despised all other wrongdoers and reprobated their crimes. Each wrongful act of ours was to be the last, and it was with something like despair that we began to realize that there was no stopping place on the dangerous road we were treading. My $13,000 commission from the European trip had melted away. Our share of the $20,000 got from J. Cook and Company was fast going. Our deep-laid plot to win $240,000 had miscarried, and now the necessity was upon us of engaging in another illegitimate operation if we would continue in our life of ease and luxury. For the next few days we did little but dine and plan. Discussion followed discussion, and through them all we clung to the general proposition that we would not do any more in our particular line in America. At last we resolved to go to Europe and realize the fortune that seemed to elude our grasp at home. We resolved to tell Irving in a general way that we were going to Europe to make some money, and would pay him and his 2 fellows their percentage. Then we could, apparently, work with impunity, for, of course, if we committed a forgery in Europe and were recognized as Americans, as probably we would be, the foreign police would report the case to the New York police, that is, to Irving, and we should be safe in New York. Edwin, James, and Brea had dropped out of our lives for good, but as my readers will be curious to know of their fate in after times, I will relate it in this chapter. The morning our scheme on J. Cook and Company fell to pieces, as soon as the manager left the office, telling Brea he was to pay cash for the bonds in place of the check, it was recognized at once that the game was up, and the only thing remaining was to shield James as much as possible. So Brea left the office, but first instructed the clerk to tell the messenger when he came that he had gone for the money and would call for the bonds. This was done. The messenger arrived, being accompanied by Detective Elder all the time, and took the bonds back again. At 2 o'clock James went down to the banker's, where he was well known, and inquired for Mr. Newman. Being told he was not in, he said he had made an appointment to meet him there. Invited into the inner office, the manager asked him if he had any personal knowledge of this Mr. Newman, and James said no further than that he had called and given him a retaining fee of $250 and had engaged him as legal advisor, etc. Then the manager produced a telegram he had received in answer to one he had sent to the Philadelphia house, inquiring about Newman and asking if his letter of introduction was genuine or not. James read the reply. It said the letter was genuine, but that they knew absolutely nothing about the man, and warned him to be cautious. James pretended astonishment and feigned to be very indignant, declaring that if Mr. Newman did not put in an appearance within half an hour, he should begin to fear a fraud had been attempted. When the closing hour came at 3 o'clock, the manager announced to James that he should give the whole matter to the press, but would keep his name out of it. So they parted with warm congratulations over their escape, the manager pretending to believe James was an innocent tool, but no doubt with a shrewd suspicion that he intended to have a finger in this pie, had the pie ever been baked and divided. Had the bankers been victimized, they would have striven with all their power to keep the fact a secret and forbidden their employees to breathe a word about it to anyone. But now the case was different. All the morning papers had long accounts of the transaction. They were absurdly inaccurate, but all agreed as to the extreme cleverness of the manager, and noticed how he had suspected, etc., while poor Elder, who both expected and really deserved all the glory, was not even mentioned in the newspaper accounts. However, his feelings were soon after solaced, as Irving informed us that Elder had stood in on a deal that paid him well. The $5,000 we gave James eased up matters for a time. Practice he had none, but managed to hold on in the hope of realizing on the Brea will matter, but getting deeper and deeper in debt. One night, for years later, the old lady, Brea's mother-in-law, had a more than usually furious outbreak of temper, and fell to beating the 3 daughters still living with her. Before it was over, she had attacked and seriously injured the eldest, and then flew to her room in a passion. Not appearing at breakfast the next morning, her daughter went to her room, but she was not there, and the bed was undisturbed. Going to the room that served for office and library, they found the door, as usual, locked. Bursting it open, the poor old maids found their mother huddled in a corner of the room dead. Truly a happy relief for the daughters. Poor girls, theirs had been a hard life. Every suitor who tried to cultivate their acquaintance had been driven from the door by the mother, who never spent a dollar on their education, and her death found them all unused to the ways of the world. The result was that all became victims of fortune hunters, and the unhappy ladies only changed the tyranny of an unnatural mother for the tyranny of a husband, who in each case wedded for wealth alone, and all three husbands were uncultured men. What an experience! 2 of the 3 still live. How sweet the rest of the grave will be to them. The genuine will was destroyed, and the family lawyer, James, immediately after the funeral, produced and read the last will and testament of the dead woman. The 4 sisters and a host of poor relations were present at the reading. When Sarah, Brea's wife, heard her name read as chief heir of the vast estate, she was stunned, the rest of the family were paralyzed. Legacies were left to many, small in amount, save in the case of the other 3 sisters, who were to have a certain tenement and land in Harlem and $3,000 a year for life out of the estate. None of those present thought for a moment of questioning either the genuineness of the will or the validity of the testaments, save only a poor relation, a nephew, whose name was down for $500. He was indignant with the old lady and loudly declared that he would not put up with it. The next day he employed a briefless lawyer, one that had wit and brass enough, and who had his way to make in the world, and was determined to make it. Without waiting for the will to be probated or having legal authority to do so, Brea and his wife, the very day of the funeral, moved into the house and took possession. But before the week was out, he had persuaded the 3 old maids that they would be happier if away from the scene of their parents' death, so he had them installed in their own house at Harlem, he remaining in undisturbed possession, waiting only for the will to be probated in order to take possession of upward of $200,000 in cash and bonds, still in the custody of the old lady's bank. He had full possession of the house, and with entire confidence waited to be put in legal possession of all. But little did he dream that at that moment there was one poor torn sheet of foolscap in the library, casually thrust in a book, lying completely at his mercy to destroy, if he could only have known it, which was going to tear all his wealth from his grasp and drive him forth a foiled plotter, to become an adventurer and ultimately to perish a miserable outcast. The executors of the will, the same in the forged will as in the genuine, were 2 simple shopkeepers living near. Egan was the name of the nephew, and to the surprise of the executors, his attorney notified them he should contest the will on behalf of his client, and warned them to dispossess Brea of the house until such time as the law decreed it to be his wife's property. The attorney knew the standing of James in his profession, and, being capable of pretty sharp practice himself, he, by some extraordinary intuition, boldly asserted his belief that the will was a forgery. The 3 sisters declared they would not contest the will, and had Brea acted wisely by fixing it up to give the attorney a liberal fee, and Egan a paltry $1,000, it would have ended there. But, feeling perfectly secure, no doubt he thought an appearance of firmness would strengthen his position still more, and he was so rash as to denounce the attorney as a shyster and blackmailer. The attorney's blood was up. He frightened the sisters into supporting him in disputing the will, and had Brea and his wife ousted from the house and the sisters reinstalled. Brea then attempted negotiations with the attorney. Cautious as he was, he said enough to convince the lawyer that for some reason he did not want the case to come before the courts. Still, the attorney was half inclined to join hands with Brea. In the meantime, Ezra, this was the name of the man of law, had acquired great power over the sisters, and they all looked to him both as champion and protector. He resolved to be protector to one at least, paying assiduous court to Jane, the youngest. Although past 30 and without education or accomplishments, she was warm-hearted and extremely sentimental, and a thrill went through her tender heart when it became evident that Ezra's attention pointed at her. She quickly made him a hero, and invested the thin-shanked, narrow-chested, waspish attorney with 1,000 tender attributes, and when, after 1 month's acquaintance, she found herself alone with him in the poky little parlor, and he asking her to be his wife, her woman's heart overflowed, and telling him she had loved him from the first hour they met, she threw herself into his arms, crying she was the happiest and most favored woman in the world. In the midst of the happy lovers' talk, she ran to the shelf, took down a book, and, opening it, revealed a soiled sheet of paper and asked her lover what it was. His love had given him a gift indeed. His trained eye recognized it at once as a draft of a new will, in the handwriting of the deceased mother, and dated the very night of her death. It was a rough draft, but across the bottom was drawn the bold, masculine signature of the old lady. There were no signatures of witnesses, but Ezra was lawyer enough to know it would stand and that it revoked all previous wills. Calling in the 2 elder sisters, he read the will to their amazed ears, and there wrote out a full statement as to the circumstance under which it was found. All 4 attached their signatures to the document, and when Ezra kissed his love a tender good night and went home, he hardly felt the paving stones under his feet, for he had carefully tucked away in the inside pocket of his vest, just over his heart, the little soiled piece of paper which told him in unmistakable terms that his fortune was made, and the wedding ceremony once over, that it was beyond all chance of change. It would seem that the old lady, after her quarrel with her daughters, went to the library in a rage and made the draft of a new will. The chief change in it, as compared with the old genuine will which the conspirators had destroyed, was that it was more favorable to Jane, Ezra's wife-to-be. But what gave Ezra the greatest satisfaction was the fact that Brea's wife was down by name in the new will for $1 lawful currency. The will was promptly filed and probated. Ezra gave bonds and was appointed one of the executors, and he had what to him was the immense satisfaction of denouncing Brea to his face as a forger and villain. Before the discovery of the new will, while it was believed that Mrs. Brea was an heiress and her credit good, she and her husband had made use of the fact and had incurred debts to a large amount. Brea got his wife to endorse his note for $10,000, and he borrowed that sum from the bankers, but as soon as the true state of the case was known, his creditors became clamorous and had him arrested on civil suits. Unable to give bonds, he was locked up in Ludlow Street Jail, and there he remained 6 months until, acting upon Ezra's advice, the sisters agreed to pay all his debts and give him and his wife $1,000 each if they would live west of Chicago. This they were forced to accept and went to Montana. Brea opened a saloon at Butte City, but he never recovered his spirits again. He became his own best customer, and that, of course, meant ruin, but what, after all, killed him was the knowledge that he had been for more than a score of days in full possession of that old house and had spent scores of hours alone in the old library, and yet had not discovered and destroyed the new will lying there at his mercy. The sheriff soon sold out his saloon, while his wife eloped with his best friend. Ruined in pocket, health and character, poor old Brea was left bare to every storm that blew. One morning, as the sun was rising over the town, surprising 6 belated gamblers in Ned Wright's saloon as they were getting up to leave, they found lying across the threshold the body of a man, ragged, emaciated, forlorn. It was Brea. As soon as James had read the will, he insisted upon having $5,000 from Brea at once, and he got the money. But when that thunderbolt of the new will fell on the 2 men, James sadly recognized that fortune, and he would shake hands no more, so far as this world is concerned. And he resolved to chance returning to London before the whole of the $5,000 he had from Brea was gone. To London he went. He lived a few years in extreme poverty, driven to all manner of miserable shifts, and at last died. This man died who ought to have been buried in Westminster Abbey, so adding one more brilliant name to the long line of illustrious Lord Chancellors from Thomas à Becket and Cardinal Wolsey down, but he, hating his own soul, took the first step in wrongdoing and, instead of resting in the mighty abbey and bequeathing his dust as a precious legacy to succeeding generations, perished forlorn and alone and was buried in a pauper's grave. Chapter 12. Restes ICI, MES en Fawn. We all landed in Liverpool in the highest spirits and at once took the train for London, enjoying the novelty of everything. It was settled that George should pursue the venture alone in France, while I should go with Mac to Germany to act as his second there. To keep entirely clear myself, but at the same time to watch everything, to exchange the German notes he obtained and to be ready to help if anyone should attempt to detain him. Therefore, after completing certain preparations which required skill and considerable business knowledge, we departed to execute this new and, of course, last shuffle for fortune. We had selected Berlin, Munich, Leipzig, and Frankfurt as the scenes of our operations in Germany. In France, we sought to operate in Bordeaux, Marseilles, and Lyons. At 8 p.m. Saturday, we all crossed to Calais together, where George said goodbye, and, leaving us to take the train eastward to Berlin, he started west to Bordeaux. We were not to meet again until after our hurried rush through the continent and our return to London with the proceeds. Before I give an account of Mac's adventure and my own for the next 3 days, I will here give George's narrative in his own language, as related to us when we all met again in London. After saying goodbye to you, I arrived in Paris in due time, and sauntered about for 2 hours until the train left for Bordeaux, where I arrived at 8 o'clock Monday morning, and went at once to the Hotel d'Orient, and after a bath and breakfast repaired to the bankers. As soon as I presented my letters of introduction, they received me with the greatest consideration, lavishing every attention upon me, inviting me to dinner and to a drive through the city afterward. I thanked them and explained that I was obliged to decline, as my agent was waiting for me at Bayonne, where I had purchased some real estate, and, having been recommended to their firm, I should feel obliged if they would cash my draft for £2,000 and endorse it on my letter of credit. The manager replied that it was the custom of the French bankers to require 24 hours' notice before drawing a check, and asked me if the next day would not answer. "We shall be happy to assist you," said he, in passing the time pleasantly. This was a new custom to me, but I answered instantly, expressing regret that the nature of my business precluded delay, it being necessary that I should reach Bayonne that night. "I suppose," continued I, "that your bankers will not mind your checking out a small sum without the usual notice. However, if it occasions any embarrassment or inconvenience, I can easily procure the money elsewhere." One of the partners replied that their bank would without doubt honor their check, and the matter should be attended to at once. I sat down for a half-hour, conversing on a variety of topics. Of course, this was a most trying period to me. The least show of haste or anxiety might have betrayed me to those lynx-eyed, experienced men of business. In the midst of our conversation, an undercurrent of thought kept running through my mind thus: who knows, but they have sent a dispatch to the Union Bank of London, merely as a matter of business precaution, and that they are delaying me to get a reply? In that case, I shall have a good opportunity to learn the pure French accent while passing my days in the bagnio at Toulon. At last, however, the amount was paid over to me in French banknotes. I deliberately counted them and took leave, lighter in mind and heavier in purse by 50,000 francs. I had arranged that I would send all the money I obtained to the Queen's Hotel, London, by post at the earliest possible moment after receiving it, that in the event of any accident to myself the money should be safe. After receiving the money, I enclosed it in a large envelope, addressing it to the hotel in London. I also wrote on the envelope, "Échantillons de papier, i.e., samples of paper," after which I threw it into the post office. As I wished to reduce the risk as much as possible, the train for Marseilles not leaving for 3 hours, I took a carriage and told the driver to take me toward the next station on the way to that city. After we were fairly out in the country, I got outside and sat with the driver, chatting with him about the country we were driving through, arriving in the village about half an hour before the train from Bordeaux was due. I dismissed my driver at a small village cabaret tavern, walked to the station, got aboard the train, and early the next morning was in Marseilles. I breakfasted at the Hotel d'Europe and looked over the papers to see if the Bordeaux fraud had been discovered. As I could see no indication of it, about 10 a.m. I took a carriage and went to call on Messrs. Brune and Company. On making myself known, I was, as usual, received with the utmost courtesy, began to talk business, and one of the firm got into my carriage and rode with me to his bank to effect the sale of my draft on London for the sum of £2,500. Arriving at the bank, I took a seat in the front office, while Mr. Brune went into the manager's room to introduce the transaction. The clerks eyed me, as I thought, suspiciously, but doubtless only curiously, because they perceived I was a foreigner. Another thing which I noticed sent a shiver through me. After Mr. Brune had been a few minutes in the manager's room, the bank porter stepped to the outer door, closed and locked it. It being but 12 o'clock, I imagined the precautionary measure must be due to my presence. The Bordeaux affair is discovered and has been telegraphed all over France, was my first thought. All is over with me. I am a candidate for a French prison, sure. These and 1,000 other thoughts flashed through my mind during the quarter of an hour preceding Mr. Brune's reappearance with his hands full of banknotes. I could hardly believe my eyes. I had suppressed all signs of the internal hurricane which raged during those prolonged moments of suspense. Now the revulsion of feeling was so great that I nearly fainted. However, by a mental effort, I recovered my self-possession and effectually masked all inward convulsions. Mr. Brune placed in my hands 62,000 francs in notes of the Bank of France, and we then descended to the carriage and drove to my hotel, where we parted. I paid my bill and at once made preparations to start for Lyons, which was to be the next and last scene of my operations in France. As my train did not leave for 3 hours, I got into a carriage at some distance from the hotel and was driven toward the next station, located on the beautiful bay a few miles from Marseilles. After driving along the shore of the bay for some miles, I remember we met 2 women, dressed in the quaint costume common to that part of the country, each carrying a basket of eggs. I stopped the carriage and endeavored to enter into conversation with the pair, but could not understand a word of their patois. I then took a couple of eggs, handed out a silver franc piece, and drove on, leaving 2 astonished women standing in the road, gazing alternately at the piece of money and at the back of my carriage. Arriving at the station, I found it would be an hour and a half to train time, and driving to a hotel on the shore, I ordered dinner to be served in the upper room of a 2-story tower overlooking the bay, with Marseilles in the distance. After dining, I strolled along the beach, looking at some queer fish not found north of the Mediterranean, their colors vying in brilliancy with the plumage of tropical birds. Returning to the station, I took a ticket for Lyons, stopping off at Alls about sunset, as I wished to see the amphitheater and other relics of the Roman occupation. I remained in Alls till midnight, then took the train, arriving in Lyons at 9 the next morning. Repairing to the Hotel de Lyons, I had breakfast, and on looking over the papers became satisfied that as yet no discovery had been made. Therefore, I resolved to carry out my third and last financial enterprise and then return to London with all speed. I called a carriage and drove at once to the establishment of Messrs. Coudert and Company. I sat near the desk, conversing with the head of the firm, and opened a dispatch I sent from Alls, and, after reading, handed it to him, saying, "I see that I shall have use for 60,000 francs, and must ask you to cash a draft on my letter of credit for that amount." He immediately stepped to the safe, took out a bundle of 1,000 franc notes, and counting out 60, gave them to me. As it was almost certain that the Bordeaux fraud would soon be discovered, I determined, now that my risky work was completed, to attempt an immediate escape from France by way of Paris and Calais. I did not, therefore, take the train direct from Lyons to Paris, but engaged a carriage and drove back to a junction toward Marseilles. Here I took a train which intersects further to the northward with another road leading through Lyons to Paris. After going the roundabout route above described, I was back at the Lyons station at 9 p.m. in a train bound for Paris, where I arrived without further incident. The next morning, Sunday, as I left the railway station, I thought detectives were watching me, but in all probability, it was only the imagination of a guilty conscience. I was then wearing a full beard, and as a precautionary measure that morning, had all shaved off save the mustache. Not daring to leave Paris on the through express, which started at 3 o'clock p.m., nor to purchase a ticket to either Calais or London direct. I went to the station and took the noon accommodation train, which went no further toward Calais than Arras, a town some 30 miles from Paris. I arrived there about 1 p.m. As it would be a couple of hours before the express train was due, I went to a small hotel and ordered dinner. To while away the time, I took a stroll through the main street, where were many mothers and nurses with children, nice black-eyed French babies. As I was always a devoted lover of children and other small creatures, I stepped into a shop and bought a package of confectionery, which I distributed among the little ones and their smiling nurses, receiving therefore, almost invariably, the grateful exclamation, "Merci, monsieur." I gave some to children 8 and 10 years old, a crowd of whom soon gathered about me. Perceiving that I was attracting too much attention, it was clear that I must get rid of my young friends as soon as possible, or the police might also be attracted, and their presence would lead to unpleasant results in case the frauds had been discovered and inquiry was being made for an Englishman. Purchasing a second supply of candies, I hastily gave them out, and with the Restes ICI, MES Enfant, I passed through them and continued my walk up the street. Quite a number followed at a respectable distance, and I was cogitating how to double on them when I came to the gateway of the town cemetery, through which I hastily entered. The children remained outside and watched me as I walked up the slope and disappeared. At the rear of the cemetery, I observed an old man at work in the adjoining field. I climbed upon the stone wall, which instantly crumbled away, and I was landed on the old Frenchman's domain without leave, amidst a pile of stones. Startled by the racket, he looked up from his digging, and, seeing a stranger uprising from the ruins of the fence, began consigning him to le diable with a volley of vigorous French expletives delivered in peasant patois. I listened to him, much amused for a moment, and then held up a 5-franc piece. As soon as he beheld it, a wondrous change came over him. He eagerly seized the silver and straightway showed me to a lane which led almost directly to the railway station. I purchased a ticket for Calais and took the Sunday afternoon express, and here I am. Chapter 13. We talk of the stars and do the other thing. After we saw George off to Paris on the train Mac, and I walked up and down the platform outside of the station, stargazing. Mac, with his brilliant scholarship, elegant speech, logical force, and fiery enthusiasm, made a most fascinating companion. The study of mankind is man, the old proverb says, but like many other proverbs, there is a full measure of unreality in it. It takes a good amount of arrogance and conceit for one to fancy he is going to study and understand men. No man can understand himself, and by no amount of experience or study will he ever come to understand that subtle thing he calls his mind or understand the motives that sway him. I only wish one of those scientists who amuse themselves by pretending to study and understand human minds and motives could have sat in Mac's brain that night, have thought his thoughts and heard his speech, while remaining ignorant of our history and mission. Mac's mind was a storehouse of erudition, his memory a picture gallery, whose chambers were gilded and decorated with many a glowing canvas. As a child, he was familiar with the Bible, the Old Testament particularly, and, improbable as it seems, was still a diligent student of Holy Writ. His mind was completely saturated with Bible imagery, yet there we were with our pockets full of forged documents walking up and down that platform stargazing, while he talked with intelligent enthusiasm of those silver flowers in the darkened sky, of stellar space, how in its infinity it proved the presence of deity. That with him there was no great and no little. That a thought sweeping across the God-given mind of an infant was as wonderful and as much an evidence of power as the millioned arch of radiant suns in the Milky Way. While speeding through Belgium on our way to the Rhine, he continued until the sun shone upon the horizon. It was something to stir one's enthusiasm to see his sublime faith in the mighty destiny of man, and to listen to him tell of the dignity and grace of every human soul, and his sure faith that all would be garnered in the mighty plains of heaven. And he meant and felt it all, yes, meant all he said, believed all he said, believed that he himself was a potent factor in the divine economy, and, furthermore, believed it behooved every man to do all things, to be all things good and true, yet on this Sunday morning we were fast speeding to the scene of our contemplated schemes, and with light hearts looked forward to a speedy return to London, fairly well laden with plunder. We talked the whole night through, or rather Mac talked and I listened, and it was a treat to be a listener, he being the speaker. A period was put to his oration by the train stopping at Luxembourg, we being summoned to breakfast. On resuming our journey we took a nap, and when we awoke we found ourselves nearing the Rhine. About noon we arrived at Cologne, and going to Ulrichplatz, drank a bottle of Tokay in a famous wine cellar there. Then hurrying back to the station, we traveled across the sandy plain that stretches from near the Prussian border to the capital. We arrived soon after dark, and Mac went at once to the Hotel Lion de Paris and registered. I waited across the street in the shadow of the Empress Palace. Mac soon came out, and we went to dine in a large café. We enjoyed the novelty of the scene, and were never tired of marveling over the all-predominant militarism. Soldiers everywhere, all with good lungs and loud voices. We spent the evening seeing the town. At midnight we parted to meet and breakfast together at the café at 8. I then went to an obscure hotel, and soon was in the land of dreams. In the morning I awoke with an anxious feeling, and found myself wishing it were night. At 8, the appointed time, I met Mac. He may possibly have felt some anxiety. If so, it was invisible. When an honest man makes a mistake, he has not only sympathy, but can always pick himself up again. With a rogue, a mistake may easily be, and almost always is fatal. We feared the unseen and the unexpected. Above all, our imagination magnified the danger while tormenting us with needless fears. In Germany the banks open at 9 o'clock, and we knew they would receive soon after 8 the letter we had deposited in the mail in London. We decided that it would be best for Mac to enter the bankers at 5 minutes after 9. We had discovered the night before the location of the firm. During breakfast Mac went carefully through his pockets, taking out every scrap of paper and turning everything over to me, then taking out from among the others in our bag the letters of credit and introduction. We made our last scrutiny of them. We had not settled upon the amount he should ask for, but agreed that it should not in any case be less than 25,000 gulden, $10,000. If everything seemed favorable, then Mac was to use his own judgment and demand any sum under 100,000 gulden, $40,000. His letter of credit was for £10,000, and we did not want to leave it behind. Of course, if we drew any less sum than the amount the credit called for, the sum we drew would be endorsed on the letter, and it would be returned to Mac and be instantly destroyed. So with the documents in his pockets and giving me a smile, out he went, and I followed after, keeping him in sight, and very anxious I was. We were on Unter den Linden. Walking one square and turning to the left half a block away were the bankers' Hebrew, by the way. I saw Mac saunter up the steps and disappear from view. Outside of America, money transactions are carried on with the utmost deliberation, to an American with exasperating slowness, so I thought it possible he might remain invisible for a whole half hour, and a long half hour it would be to me. In order to have my anxiety shortened by even a half minute, we had arranged that when he came out, if he had the money, he was to stroke his beard as a signal. If it was all right, but delayed, he was to put his handkerchief to his face, but if everything was wrong he was to clasp his hands across his breast for a moment. In that event, I was to keep a lookout to see if he was followed. If so, I was to give him a signal, when he would go straight to his hotel inn. Passing through, would dispose of his tall hat, and put on the soft hat he had in his pocket, then pass out the back entrance and hasten to a certain hat shop, where I would meet him, and take a cab to a little town 6 miles away, called Juderbach, where all trains going south, west, and east stopped. While driving out, we would settle on some plan, but this emergency did not arise. I had stationed myself in a little shop across the street, and from that vantage ground was watching for Mac's reappearance, and just as I had settled myself for a weary watch, out he came, smiling and stroking his beard. A moment's glance satisfied me he was not followed. I hastened after, and, coming up with him as he turned the corner, he merely said £2,600, $13,000. It seemed too good to be true, and I said, "I don't believe you." He replied, "It is all right, my boy. Here it is," at the same time thrusting a big package containing golden notes into my hand. We instantly separated, I hastening to different but nearby brokers' offices, buying for nearly the full amount French banknotes and gold. We went straight to the hatter's and bought one of those broad-brimmed German student hats, which, when he had placed it on his head, put on a pair of spectacles and parted his flowing beard in the middle. Made such a transformation in his appearance that I myself would have passed him unrecognized. In the meantime, I had picked out a cab driver, a stupid-looking, conservative-appearing old fellow, and engaged him to drive Michigan UND Meenen Freund nach Jüterbach. So we entered the cab, an open one-horse affair, and started for that town. Our next objective point was Munich, but as the train did not leave until noon, we preferred to spend the time in a pleasant drive, and at the same time make assurance of our escape doubly sure. Around Berlin the country is flat and uninteresting. Our driver was a crabbed old fellow, but we managed to extract some amusement out of him. What pleased us greatly was to see him from time to time take out from under his seat a loaf of black bread and cut off a slice for himself and one for his horse, and then, seeing we were in no hurry, he would get down and, walking beside the horse, would feed him and himself at the same time. When we arrived at Jüterbach, we had an hour to spare, so we drove to an inn, and ordering a bottle of Hoheimer for ourselves and beer and pretzels for our driver, we passed the time pleasantly. In the meantime, we had touched a match to the letter of credit, and at train time we went by separate routes to the depot. Each purchased his own ticket. To Nuremberg mine was, his to some nearby city, and at 12:30 we boarded the train and were off for Munich and more profit there on the morrow. Late at night we arrived, and after locating the bank we went to a theater, where a variety show was going on, and found the performances good, quite up, in fact, to similar exhibitions here. When the house closed we separated for the night, each going to a different hotel. Our plan was to secure all the cash we could in Munich in time to take a train that left for Leipzig a little before 10 o'clock, arriving there soon after 1, in time to visit the Leipzig bank the same day. Then leaving the city that night we would be in Frankfurt early on Wednesday. We would then make all haste to escape from Germany to the shelter of mighty London. Tuesday morning at 7 we met at a restaurant, as agreed, and soon had over again our Berlin experience, but the amount we obtained here was only 12,000 gulden, 1,000 pounds, Mac thinking it best to ask for a small sum, Munich not being much of a commercial city. In cashing his credit, although the amount was in gulden, the bank paid him in new Saxon thalers, the thaler being 70 cents. We did not like the new thaler notes, and wanted to change them there, but there was no time if we were to catch the 10 o'clock train. I had Mac's derby hat in a box, and in 3 minutes he had the hat and spectacles on, and, with his beard again parted, the transformation was complete, and he, a perfect picture of the dreamy German student, sauntered down to the depot and bought his ticket for Leipzig. I followed him, carrying all the cash and documents in my bag. We arrived at Leipzig soon after dinner. Times were brisk, with plenty of bustle there, for the great Leipzig fair was in full blast. Here was an opportunity missed. We ought to have had 3 or 4 letters to as many banks. The place was thronged and the banks were paying out and receiving money in thousands. On the train I had sat apart from Mac, but in the same compartment, which was filled. Arriving at Leipzig, he left the train and, walking up the street, entered a wine room, where I joined him. He scrutinized his letters carefully, and, placing them in his pocket, in 5 minutes was in the bank. Seeing the bank was full of customers, instead of remaining outside to watch, I entered and stood among the crowd, anxious, of course, but letting nothing escape. Instead of waiting or trying to transact his business with a subordinate, Mac demanded to see the head of the firm. He was received at once, and upon the production of his letters was treated with the utmost consideration. He asked for 50,000 gulden, $20,000, which was given him at once. The amount for fair time at Leipzig was not large. In a very short time the business was done. The money being paid in golden notes, it made a pretty big bundle. As agreed upon, He went direct to the cafe, carrying the money, while I stopped at a broker's office and bought French money, notes, and gold for my new Saxon thalers. There the transformation scene was reenacted, but we could not leave town until 5 o'clock. We spent the time visiting the famous fair. Leipzig overflowed with the fair. It was fair on the brain with everyone. This annual fair has been a yearly feature of the Old City for 4 centuries and draws to it people from all over the European world, even from furthest Russia. Soon after 5 o'clock we were on the train, but for some reason which I now forget, we did not arrive until 10 o'clock the next day at Frankfurt. Frankfurt, the home, and still the fortress of the Rothschilds. In Frankfurt the bourse opens at 10 a.m. and closes at 2. During those hours the bankers are to be found on the exchange only and not at their offices. Many of the offices are then deserted and fast-locked. It proved to be the case with the firm to which our letters were addressed, and if we were to do any business in Frankfurt we had of necessity to wait until 2 p.m., but as it was now Wednesday and the 3rd day since our affair in Berlin, the first draft drawn on London, if promptly mailed, would probably have been delivered at the Union Bank this morning. Of course, as soon as the manager of the foreign department found a draft for a large sum drawn by a stranger and made payable to their correspondent in Berlin, he would at once surmise that a fraud had been committed and undoubtedly would send a telegram to Germany to that effect. The forgery once known in Berlin, the rumor of it, with 1,000 exaggerations, might easily fly to every bourse in Europe, and I feared that by 2 o'clock the story might possibly become known on the Frankfurt Exchange. So far we had $43,000, the result of our 2 days' operations, but we had from the first great hopes of Frankfurt, chiefly because it was the money center of the continent, therefore the bankers were used to handling large sums of money. And so long as everything was all right they would hand out any sum, however large. We really ought to have taken in Frankfurt first. Had we done so, we probably would have left the town with $50,000. Soon as we arrived we went to a cafe, and, leaving Mac there and all the money and papers in the bag, I hastened to the bankers, hoping to find them open and ready for business. In that case I should have talked business, that is, about having letters of credit, etc., and I could probably have told by their actions if any rumors of our transaction of the 2 preceding days had reached the city. Had this been so the bankers would have betrayed it by their looks and questions, and would have been anxious to see my credits. Had such questions been asked, I would have simply said that my letters of credit had not yet arrived from Paris. This would have, of course, thrown them off the track and given us time to move off. But when I arrived I found the doors locked. I at once returned to Mac and said, "We are through. Let us catch the train for Cologne at once." He was anxious to wait until 4 o'clock and make a dash. We both knew the Germans were slow and might not think of using the telegraph, and we agreed that we had more than an even chance of success. But Mac said, "My boy, you are my manager, and I leave it for you to decide." Then I said we were through, and that he should take no more chances, so we settled it right there, in the little French-German cafe, and taking out all the letters and every scrap of paper we destroyed them. This decision, of course, brought a great relief, for the strain had been greater than either of us had been willing to confess to the other. So, easy in mind, we ordered lunch. Of course, we would have no news of George until we met in London. We had no anxiety about him. We felt certain he would come out all right. While waiting for the train we discussed the future, and took it for granted that he would secure as much as we had done. We counted ourselves possessors of $90,000. Of this, fully $10,000 would go to our 3 honest detectives in New York. We would spend about another $10,000, leaving us about $23,000 each. Making this calculation, we sat down, and with the cash safe in our hands, we began planning for the future. Did we say, now we have a sum of money ample to start us in an honest business, and, as we have promised, we will quit? Nothing of the kind. We simply ignored our many promises and resolutions. Our ideas had grown with our success, and we felt poor, so we quickly came to the conclusion that it was the part of wisdom, since we were already so far in, to secure $100,000 each, and then to call a halt, so there in Frankfurt. In the very hour of our success, we found ourselves planning new schemes and further down the Primrose Way. Soon after the noon hour the train started, but first I took Mac's tall hat to the hatter's and left it to be ironed. This, of course, to get rid of it and leave no trace behind. Then, returning to the cafe, we started. I fell behind and we made our way separately to the depot. Mac had absolutely nothing about him save $2,000 in French paper and gold. I had over $40,000 in notes and some gold in my bag. He bought a ticket for Amsterdam, and I one for Belgium, both taking us through Cologne. I saw him safe into a car, while I sauntered carelessly up and down the station, swinging my bag and staring at everything. As the train was about to start, I entered another carriage. The railway from Frankfurt to Cologne follows the river bank for the entire distance. We quickly passed Bingen, Mayence, Koblenz, and about dusk reached Cologne. This is an important junction, and here we had to change cars, having 20 minutes to wait. Both of us went direct to the cathedral. It is close to the station, and there we had a few minutes' talk. Here Mac threw away his ticket to Amsterdam, and I gave him mine to Brussels. We agreed to take separate cars at the station, but at the first stopping place I was to join him in his compartment, for we had before us an all-night ride to Ostend, the rival port to Calais, where we would embark for Dover. At the depot I purchased a ticket to London via Ostend. We left Cologne all right, and at the first station out I alighted and joined him. We had a pleasant all-night journey, arriving very early the next morning at Ostend. How lovely the sea looked, with the morning sun shining on its restless waves. We got to Dover without accident, and 2 hours after the express landed us in London, and we drove at once to our appointed rendezvous, the Terminus Hotel, London Bridge. We had no news of George, but that evening, opening the door in response to a loud knock, he walked in, receiving a boisterous welcome. Chapter 14. I Play the Silver King. The next morning we all drove to Hampton Court, the creation of Wolsey, and when tired we went to the Star and Garter. There we talked over matters, and came to the conclusion we must have 100,000 apiece before we could afford to settle down at home. We resolved to send off the percentage to Irving and Company, and to pay all debts we were owing at home. Mac's heart went out to his father. He longed for a reconciliation, and he determined to send him $10,000 and so make good the money his father had given him to establish himself in New York. At the same time, write the old gentleman, he had made a big strike in a cotton speculation, in order to explain his having so large a sum to spare. Our accounts were pretty well mixed up, and I hit upon a novel way to settle them and give each of us an equal start. My proposal was that we should pool everything. To put every dollar we had in the world on the table then and there, and let the firm assume all obligations, purely personal as they were, save only the Irving percentage, and pay them from the general fund, then divide the balance. This was agreed to, and the queerest balance sheet ever made out was soon ready. We all had planned certain gifts and presents to friends in America, a considerable sum in the aggregate. All the cost of this was assumed by the firm. The main item was $10,000 to the New York police. When the balances were finally struck, nearly $30,000 had disappeared from our cash capital, but on the whole it was a good plan. It drew us all closer together, consequently increased our faith in each other, and at the same time prevented all chances of future dispute. This matter settled, we determined to have a little recreation by taking a tour in Italy. After studying guidebooks and routes, we resolved to take a steamer from Southampton to Naples, spend a few days there in seeing the town and visiting Pompeii, etc., then north to Rome. We had made considerable preparation for our tour, when a circumstance arose that not only changed our plans, but in the sequel changed our lives as well. We had been paying another visit to Hampton Court, and in place of dining at the Star and Garter we returned by boat on the Thames and dined at Cannon Street Hotel. Before going to the hotel we took a stroll down Lombard Street, and, arriving at the intersection of streets opposite the Bank of England, we came to a halt. While watching the human whirlpool in that center of throbbing life, I turned to my friends, and, pointing to the Bank of England, said, "Boys, you may depend upon it, there is the softest spot in the world." and we could hit the bank for $1 million as easy as rolling off a log. No response was made at the time, and the casual remark was apparently forgotten. Well for us if it had been. The next day we went for a drive to Windsor, and were to dine at a famous old roadside inn. On arriving we, of course, visited the castle, and, while viewing the decorations in the stately throne room, Max stopped us with the remark that something I had said the day before had been sticking in his mind. He went on to say that we wanted 100,000 apiece in order to return home in good shape, that the Bank of England had plenty to spare, and it was well for the lightning to strike where the balances were heavy. The bank would never miss the money, and he firmly believed the whole directorate of the fossil institution was permeated with the dry rot of centuries. The managers were convinced that their banking system was impregnable, and, as a consequence, it would fall an easy victim, provided, as we suspected, the bank was really managed by hereditary officials. Here was a picture indeed. 3 American adventurers, 2 of them barely past their majority, standing in the throne room of Windsor Castle and plotting to strike a blow at the money bags of the Bank of England. The idea grew on us rapidly. After dinner we sat in the twilight of that old inn and discussed the old lady of Threadneedle Street from a point of view from which she had probably never been discussed before. I can imagine with what scorn the idiotically puffed and bepuffed magnates of the bank would have regarded us had they known of our discussion. They afterwards boasted to me, as they had boasted for a century, that their system was perfect, and as a proof that it was so they widely proclaimed they had not changed it in 100 years. They had proclaimed so loudly and so long its absolute invulnerability that they not only believed it themselves, but all the world had come to believe it as well. Safe as the bank was a proverb everywhere underlying the English tongue. In our discussion, we speedily came to the conclusion that any system of finance unchanged in detail for a century, belief in the perfection of which was an article of faith not alone with the officials charged with its management, but with the people of England at large, must, in the very nature of the case, lie wide open to the attack of any man bold enough to doubt its impregnability and resolute to attack. What a figment of the imagination this boasted impregnability of the Bank of England was, the sequel will show. And as for those masters of finance, those earthly Joves of the financial world who sat serene above the clouds, the governor and company of the Bank of England, they soon had the whole money world shaking with laughter when they stood revealed the simple Simons they proved to be. We wanted 100,000 apiece now, and had resolved to get it from the Bank of England. Such was our confidence that we never thought failure possible. Truly, if there ever was a plan laid in ignorant enthusiasm, this was one. Here we were, absolutely without any knowledge of the inner workings of the institution, strangers in London, being under assumed names, without business of any kind, and not only unable to give any references, but unable to stand any investigation. Exactly how we were to manipulate the bank we did not know. We were inclined, now we had some $50,000 capital, to avoid so serious a thing as forgery, but had an idea for one of us to obtain in some way an introduction to the bank and to use all the money of the party to establish a credit. In the meantime, all were to get in the swim in or around the exchange, and use the one who had the account in the bank for reference for the others. If some good chance offered to go into a straightforward business, we could drop forever all thoughts of breaking the law again. This was the theory. In practice, we were almost certain to try on the game we had of late played so successfully. In conference it was determined an account should be opened with the bank. Anyway, after that was done we could decide what use to put it to. As I had not yet shown up in the previous transactions, I volunteered to go to the front in this. So, telling my 2 friends to go to the continent Italy, if they liked I would remain in London and manage to get the account started. They took me at my word, and a day or 2 after sailed from Liverpool to Lisbon and passed through Portugal to Spain, visiting the chief cities of that country. I was left alone in London and began prospecting at once, setting all my wits at work to see how I could manage to get an introduction to the bank. I had only $20,000 to start the thing with, as we did not think it policy to risk our entire capital in one place. My first idea was to find some solicitor of standing who kept his account at the Bank of England, to give him a retaining fee of £100 to act as my legal advisor, telling him some fairy tales about establishing a branch firm in London, and engage him, as soon as we started, to devote all his time to our business at a fat salary. But there were many objections to having a lawyer to introduce me, they being wide awake and liable to scrutinize too closely. If one should depart so far from his policy of caution as to introduce a new client, he might after the introduction easily notify the bank that I was a stranger to him and perhaps advise them to investigate. And investigation was the one thing I must avoid. Of course, one is supposed to give reference, even if introduced. Although I had no acquaintance with this bank's methods, yet I was confident that all those at the top must be a stupid lot of red tape sticklers, and I resolved to do my business with them alone. I was pretty sure that the routine of an introduction once well over, so as to give me access to the officials, they could be easily satisfied and made to help on the fraud, in place of being obstacles. The result proved my surmise correct. For such a lot of self-sufficient barnacles, no institution in the world was ever burdened with. The dry rot of officialism permeated the bank through and through, even the bank solicitors, the Messrs. Freshfields, were merely highly respectable, and sometimes when that term is applied in England it indicates mediocrity. The Freshfields managed to spend $450,000 of the bank's money in our prosecution. That fact alone would have ruined the reputation of any law firm in America. But the ring of toadies who control that close corporation called the Benchers of the Inn was loud in its praise of this firm for the extreme ability shown in working up the case for the bank. I finally made up my mind to find some old established shopkeeper who kept an account at the bank and secure an introduction through him. I determined to carry out the plan at once. The thing was first of all to find my man, so at 2 o'clock that afternoon I stationed myself near the bank to watch depositors coming out and then follow them. For out of 5 depositors when they take money to the bank come out examining their passbooks. That afternoon I followed several. Of these I selected 3. One was an optician and electrician, an old established firm, doing a large business. Another was an East India importing house. The third was Green & Son tailors. The next day I went to the optician and purchased an expensive opera glass and had him engrave on it to Lady Mary, from her friend, and paid him for it with a £100 note. Then I went to the East India firm and bought a costly white silk shawl and a lap robe fit for a prince, and looked at a camel's hair shawl at 100 guineas. I had brought from America with me a western hat, and as I had resolved to play the Silver King, I wore it when going around among the tradesmen. The English had, and still have, absurd ideas concerning that desirable article, the American Silver King. The stage article they take for the genuine, and devoutly believe that the pavements are thick with them in America, all marching around with rolls of $1,000 bills in their pockets, which they throw out to bootblacks and bartenders. Therefore, I resolved to play this role. After my purchase of the shawl and robe, I drove in my brougham up to Green & Son and entered, smoking a cigar and with my big hat pulled well down over my eyes. Soon as I saw the elder Green the first felt I had my man. Certainly I had hit well, for the firm, Fathers and Sons, had been depositors in the Bank of England for near a century, and had considerable wealth, but, English fashion, stuck steadily to business. This is a firm of ultra-fashionable tailors, that, like the historic pool next door, charge for their reputation more than for the fit of their garments. One of the firm and an attendant flew to wait upon me, but, paying no attention to them, I started on a slow march around the establishment, examining the array of cloths, they following at my heels. I went down one side and returned on the other to the door. Arriving there I halted and, pointing first at one roll of cloth and then another, said, 1 suit from this, 3 suits from that, 2 from that, a top coat from that, another from that, another suit from that, 1 from that. Now, show me some dressing gowns. The first shown was 20 guineas. I instantly said that would do. One may be certain the tailor and his assistant flew around, one to measure and the other to write the measurements of this American sheep that Providence had led astray into their shop. When asked my name and address, I gave F. A. Warren, Golden Cross Hotel, and then, For fear I might forget my name, I made a memorandum of it and placed it in my vest pocket. They bowed me out, evidently greatly impressed with my taciturnity, and especially my big hat, confident also that they had hooked a fortune in a genuine American Silver King. I entered the brougham and drove directly to the Golden Cross Hotel, Charing Cross, and there registering F.A. Warren and securing a room I left for my hotel. This room at the Golden Cross I kept for a whole year, but never slept there. It was the only address the Bank of England ever had of their distinguished customer, Mr. Frederick Albert Warren. I did not trouble any more about the other two store people, but looked about the town, amusing myself. In due time I called and tried the garments on, and, when ready to deliver, I left the cash with the hotel people with orders to pay the bill, which was done. There the matter rested for 10 days, when I drove up again, and, remaining in my carriage, the head of the firm came out to me and I remarked, I must have more garments, duplicate that order, and drove off. A week after I called to have them tried on, and then said that as I was going to Ireland for a few days shooting with Lord Clancarty, I would send down a portmanteau for the garments and call for it on my way from the hotel to the station. So I bought the most expensive trunk I could find and sent it to the tailor. When the day came for me to call, I provided myself with 6 £500 banknotes, 5 £100, and about 55 notes to go on the bottom of the roll. Before leaving my hotel, I had a large trunk put on the cab, and then taking inside of it all the dressing bags, rugs, silk umbrellas, and canes in the whole party, I drove to the tailor's, paid my bill with a £500 note, and had the portmanteau put on the cab. I turned to go, but, halting at the door, I remarked quite in a casual manner, By the way, Mr. Green, I have more money than I care to carry loose in my vest pocket to Ireland. I think I will leave it with you. He replied, Certainly, sir, and as I was pulling the roll out of my vest pocket he said, How much is it, sir? Only £4,000. It may be £5,000, to which he replied, Oh, sir, I would be afraid to take charge of so much. Let me introduce you to my bank. He ran for his hat, accompanied me to the Bank of England, and, calling one of the sub-managers, introduced me as an American gentleman, Mr. F.A. Warren, who desired to open an account. A check and a passbook were brought and the signature book laid before me for my autograph, and I was requested to sign my name in full, so I christened myself Frederick Albert. I drove to the northeastern station and telegraphed the boys at Barcelona that the thing was done and they could, if they liked, curtail their excursion and return to England at once. So the first step had been taken, and successfully. We talked of now giving up all further idea of breaking the law, and starting in London as brokers and promoters of stock companies. The plan was for me to take the money of the firm, £10,000, place it all in the Bank of England, and begin to buy and sell stock and keep my money moving in and out of the bank. Then George and Mac were to start an office and launch out as promoters and refer to Mr. Warren of the Bank of England. This would place them on a footing at once, and I would gradually drop out of the Bank of England after introducing George and Mac in their right names. This was a grand plan, and had we only carried it out, fortune would have been ours, and honor as well, but we were too impatient of any delay in securing wealth and overconfident of our success and cleverness. Above all, we were anxious to get home again. But I have got somewhat ahead of my story. Soon after I had a telegram from George and Mac saying that they would arrive in time for a late dinner, and for me to wait and dine with them. At the time I was living at the Grosvenor Hotel, Victoria Station. We had a pleasant meeting and a good dinner to celebrate it. I exhibited my checkbook, and they were eager to know all details of my interviews, not only at the bank, but with the tailor, and over the wine I related with great spirit the details of the little comedy. I have to this very day a vivid recollection of the shouts of laughter that arose from my companions during the recital. We laughed then, but we did not laugh for the next 20 years, neither did we partake of any sumptuous banquets. In the world of crime, success is failure, and perhaps never had the absolute accuracy of that statement been so fully confirmed as in our own lives. That merriment of ours ended in anguish too deep for words. For 20 years I never looked upon a star, nor saw the face of a woman or of a child, that is to say, from my early years when the heart beats fast and the blood runs warmly in the veins. That fearful gap of time was filled to the brim with the peltings of a pitiless storm, hungry, driven, toiling like a galley slave under the summer's burning sun, or thinly clad, exposed to every blizzard and all the whirling storms of winter, until my early manhood had vanished and the best years of my prime were all melted away, and at last I came forth from my dungeon, but with the mark of suffering and desolation burned deep upon me, to face a world of which I could not but be ignorant. Chapter 15. Piratical Cruise in Tropical Seas. The way to the bank vaults with their treasures had been laid open, but there remained many matters of detail to be carried out before we could enter them. There promised to be a delay of several months, but we were impatient over the prospect of delay of even 6 months in securing the fortunes we wanted, and which we had come to consider essential to our happiness. Our plan to ease the bank of £1 million or 2 of her 40 million sterling was, roughly stated, to borrow from day to day large sums upon forged securities, the bad feature of the plan, from our point of view, being the fact that the bank, as a matter of course, would retain these documents, which could be produced at any future time to found a criminal charge against us, provided justice ever had the opportunity to weigh us in her balances. Protected as we were by the police in New York, we felt that the chance of our identity ever becoming known was remote. Still, there was an element of chance we wanted to eliminate entirely. In our recent raid on the bankers of France and Germany, we never exhausted our letter of credit, but had the amount of cash we drew endorsed upon it, and brought the actual forged document away and instantly destroyed it. Had we been arrested in Europe, no doubt, under the laws prevailing there, they would have made us suffer upon the verbal statement of the banker, but in America, to convict one of forgery, the document itself must be produced in court. I paid several visits to the bank, depositing and drawing out various sums of money. I had talks with the sub-manager, and on various pretexts to get information, I interviewed bankers and moneymen in the city. Finally, after many conferences, we came to the conclusion that the boasted impregnability of the bank was imaginary, and that the vanity and self-sufficiency of the officials would someday prove a snare to the institution they ruled over. The next conclusion we arrived at was that, easy as it might be to defraud the bank, yet there was an infinity of detail which would require 6 months of preparations to carry out. Then, again, the word forgery began to look black in our vocabulary. We knew John Bull was an obstinate fellow when he once got his back up, and we began to think it wise to keep beyond his dull weather eye. Finally, as the result of many debates, we resolved to abandon the Bank of England matter temporarily, possibly forever, because it was too dangerous and the delay would be too great. Our new plan was to go to South America on a buccaneering expedition. There being no cable in 1872, and it took, as we ascertained, 40 days to send a letter from Rio de Janeiro to Europe and get a reply, so that, if we executed an operation boldly and well, we might hope for anything. We resolved to go to South America, but to leave my account stand in the bank, and if our success was as great as expected, we would let the Bank of England keep the £1 million or 2 we wanted, and continue her century-long slumber until the time came when some adventurous, but unscrupulous mind should accept the temptation she held out to seize some of her bags of sovereigns. Our plan was, in the main, similar to the one we had lately used with so much success in Germany and France. Only in this case we proposed to use the credit of the London and Westminster Bank and, therefore, obtain the documents required to carry through such an operation successfully. The steamer Lusitania of the Pacific Steam Navigation Company was advertised to sail on the 12th, and we determined to go by her. Our plan was to go on the same steamer, to be ever within supporting distance of each other, and yet pretend to be strangers, or, if associating together, to act so as to make all observers think our acquaintance merely casual. Mac had his tickets in the name of Gregory Morrison. He carried letters of introduction to Maua and Company, who had branches in all the coast cities down the coast, including Montevideo and Buenos Aires on the east coast, and Lima, Valparaiso, and Callao on the west. The steamers of the Pacific Steam Navigation Company, leaving Liverpool, touch at Bordeaux, Santander and Lisbon, then are off 6,000 miles away to Rio, never slowing the engines for a moment during the voyage. 2 days at Rio to discharge cargo and take in coal, then off again to Montevideo, discharge cargo and coal again, then away round the Horn, and thousands of miles up the west coast, touching everywhere to land mails and passengers. Finally, after 14,000 miles of sea travel they reach Callao, then take the home track for Liverpool. Modern buccaneers, indeed, were we, engaged in a 19th-century piratical descent upon the shores of South America. Instead of the burly, much-beweaponed pirate of other years, we were mild-mannered, soft-spoken, courteous youngsters, yet our steel pen and bottle of ink were more deadly instruments, or at least of surer fire and of better aim, than the long toms and horse pistols of the piratical braves of the 17th century. Our hopes of gain were high, and we counted on an ample return for the trouble of our adventure. I say trouble, for danger we feared none, so confident were we of our ability to carry off everything with a high hand, and so complete was our faith in each other that we had no anxiety as to the result, but simply regarded our trip as a pleasant voyage into tropic seas, a happy change from the March wind and somber skies of England to the bright skies and balmy air of the tropical world in the winter months. I had a balance in the bank of £2,335, and we, as a matter of policy, wanted to have our capital ready at hand. The bank has a rule that a depositor must never have less than £300 to his credit. My friends were somewhat skeptical as to whether the bank did not regard their new customer, F.A. Warren, with some suspicion and as a depositor to be watched. My personal relations with the bank people convinced me everything was all right, but to convince my friends I determined to give them a proof that the bank would break their rule on my account. The Monday before we sailed for Brazil I called at the bank and told the sub-manager that I was going to St. Petersburg and on to southern Russia for a time to inspect some work I was doing there, and I purposed to withdraw my account. He begged me not to do so, said many flattering things to me, and urged that it would be convenient to have an open account in London. Well, I said, looking at my passbook, I see I have £2,335 to my credit. I will leave the odd £35 with you. He instantly acquiesced. Had he said, no, you must leave at least £300, as our rules require, I should have said all right and made it 500. I drew out the £2,300 at once, intending to deposit £300 before leaving London, but in the haste of our preparations I neglected it, and my balance at the bank stood £35 for all the weeks I was on our piratical cruise to the Spanish Main. Storing most of our baggage in London, we took the train to Liverpool and, purchasing tickets for Rio, we went on board the good ship Lusitania, but not the good ship, for her first trip, this being her second, had won for her the name of being unlucky, and Liverpool insurance men, no less than Liverpool sailors, do not bank on an unlucky ship. Their faith of ill luck following an unlucky ship has been justified in thousands of instances, as it was in the case of the Lusitania. But I am not going to relate the after-history of the ship. From the hour of our arrival in Liverpool, we were outwardly strangers, and during the voyage no one ever suspected that we were anything else. We soon discovered we had a pleasant company of fellow voyagers, and as we steamed out of the Mersey and headed southward we settled down to have a good time. Boreas was friendly, and away we sped across the Bay of Biscay, rapidly neared the mouth of the Garonne, on an estuary of which is situated the old city of Bordeaux. Arriving there, the ship lay at anchor for some hours, taking in and discharging freight and receiving emigrants for various parts of South America. When the steamer was about to leave, it was a strange and rather comical sight to witness the farewells and leave-takings from the crowds of friends who had come to see them off. The customary performance appeared to me so peculiar that I will describe it as well as I can after so many years. Two men standing face to face, one clasps the other round the body, the other passive. Then leaning back lifts the party clear off the ground once, twice or thrice, probably according to the degree of relationship or amount of affection, Then the operation is reversed, the embraced becoming the embracer. In some cases, the ceremonial is repeated the second or third time, neither kissing nor crying being the fashion there. The next morning, we were off the coast of Spain, watching the silvery gleam from the ice-clad peaks of the Pyrenees, at least those of us who were not engaged in the more disagreeable employment of discharging their debt to Father Neptune. However, by the time the ship arrived at the small port of Santander, the passengers were mostly recovering from the mal de mer occasioned by the rough water in the Bay of Biscay. While leaving this tiny landlocked harbor, one of the propeller blades touched the rocky bottom and broke short off, but our ship continued her voyage with undiminished speed, and within 3 days was steaming up the Tagus to Lisbon. Here the passengers who wished to avail themselves of the opportunity had a few hours on shore. Then we were off for the long diagonal run across the Atlantic. The Lady of the Lusitania, as she was called, because there was no other lady among the saloon passengers, was the wife of a captain in the British Army, who was going out for a few months hunting on the pampas of Buenos Aires, and, of course, accompanied by many dogs, with an assortment of guns. There was also a chaplain in the British Navy who was going out to join his ship at Valparaiso. A strange character was he, a big, burly man, about 28 years of age, the most inveterate champagne drinker on board, and that is saying a good deal. Whenever he met any of the jolly ones of the saloon passengers, it was, "Come, old fellow, will you toss me for a bottle of fizz," as he called his favorite wine, and he had no lack of acceptors. The majority in the saloon consisted of a party of 15 young Englishmen, civil engineers, who were going under the leadership of a Swedish colonel to survey, for the Brazilian government, a railway line across the southern part of Brazil, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. In all there were 25 young men, full of frolic and fun, who made things rather lively about the ship. They went in for everything from which any fun could be extracted. At the equinoctial line they roped in the greenhorns to look through the field glasses at the line, and having fastened a hair across the field of view, of course, we could all see it plainly. Father Neptune came on board, and those of the crew who had never crossed the equator were hunted out of their hiding places, dragged on deck, lathered with a whitewash brush dipped in old grease, shaved with a lath razor, and then tumbled unceremoniously backward into a cask of water. After a prosperous voyage of 3 weeks, we arrived within sight of the famous Sugar Loaf, and were duly disembarked at the custom house, our baggage passed, and were off to our hotels, each going to a different one, and each registering the name our letters of credit and introduction bore. While in Rio, we went by day in the parks or cafes, and spent our evenings together, having a most enjoyable time. This was our first experience of the tropics, and life under the equator proved as novel and as fascinating as it ever does to the inhabitant of a cold climate. The show of tropical fruits in the markets was magnificent, and, although strangers are warned not to partake of it, yet our health was so good and our digestion so perfect that we disregarded all warnings and gratified our palates without stint, with no bad results following. However, we felt after all that we were there on business. We wanted plunder, in fact, and not pleasure in Rio. Our pleasure lay in Europe or America, there in the good time just ahead, when, as moneyed men, we returned, and, surrounded by those nearest and dearest, we would enjoy life to the full. Mac was the grand swell of our party, and, wanting to excel us all in his financial successes, was eager to go to the front. Accordingly, we fixed everything so that he could everywhere strike the first and the heaviest blow. Of course, on our 22 days' voyage we had ample time for discussion, and, before we passed the equator, had settled on our plan. First of all, it was agreed that one of the parties should keep his neck out of the noose, to stand by if either of the others came to grief. Very much to my satisfaction, it was again decided that I was the man to stand from under. The firm of Mauá in Rio was the most considerable in all South America, and Mac's introductions were to this firm. The plan was for Mac to present himself to Mauá and Company, and to draw within 24 hours at least £10,000, so as to make sure of our expenses, and a day or two before steamer day to arrange for a very large sum. 20 or 30,000 pounds. As soon as that was obtained, George was to go to the Bank of London and Rio de Janeiro and secure as much as he thought it safe to ask for, 5 or 10,000 pounds. This would be paid in Brazilian paper money, which I was to exchange for sovereigns. Then I was to buy a ticket for myself on the steamer going south, take the gold off, and stow it away in my stateroom. At the last moment, in the bustle and confusion of sailing, Mac and George were to slip into my stateroom, conceal themselves and sail with the steamer, and, when once out of the harbor, to see the purser. Explain that they had arranged with a friend to purchase tickets, but as he had not put in an appearance, they would be obliged to pay a second time. We purposed to go down the east coast and up the west to Lima. Visiting the cities as we went from Lima, we would go to Panama, there catch the steamer to San Francisco, and after a pleasant sojourn in California go overland to New York with $1 million. This was our plan, but as all the world knows, there is a vast difference between making plans and carrying them into successful execution. Chapter 16. Show me your letters of credit. Fate, Providence, call it what you will, seldom fails to upset wrongdoing, making it rocky for the wrongdoer. By an irony of fortune, we carried with us that which was going to balk all, or nearly all, our fine scheme. In our letters of credit, in some mysterious way, the name of the sub-manager of the London and Westminster Bank had been omitted, although this was absolutely essential to the validity of the letters. There was also another error, an error of such an extraordinary nature, that of spelling endorse with a C, that it is enough to make any man contemplating an unlawful act despair of success, since we could be defeated by such mysterious and unforeseen accidents. A few hours after our arrival, Mac called at the banker's and was well received by the manager. He told the manager his letters of credit ran from £5,000 to £20,000 each, and that he should want £10,000 the next day. Would they have it ready? The next day he went to the bank, George and myself being posted outside. In 10 minutes, he reappeared with a square bundle under his arm. He smiled as he passed us and, turning a corner, entered a café, where he joined us. His bundle contained £10,000 in Brazilian banknotes. He assured us that everything was serene at the bank, that he could have £100,000 if he wanted to ask for it. I had already been to the 3 largest money brokers and arranged to buy gold. So, leaving Mac and George, I got a sole leather bag we had for the purpose and, hiring a stalwart black porter, went to the brokers. I bought sovereigns for the whole £10,000. It was 10 bags with £1,000 in each. The weight was 168 pounds. The black fellow put it on his head and followed me to my hotel and found it a pretty good load, too. So here we had one big fish landed and confidently counted on several more. I related above how we had in some incomprehensible way omitted putting on the letter of credit the sub-manager's name. How could we have committed such a blunder? My answer is that this is only another example of the unforeseen, something ever happening to defeat any anticipated benefit from ill-gotten gains. The next day Mac went to the banker's again, and was requested by the manager to show the letter of credit on which was endorsed the £10,000 he had drawn against it. Looking at the letter, the manager said, "This is singular. There is only the name of Mr. Bradshaw, the manager, on this letter. J. P. Ship, the sub-manager's name, should be on the credit as well." And then he went on to say that some time since they had been notified by the London Bank that all letters issued by them would bear 2 signatures. Mac was a man of nerve, but it required all he had not to betray his uneasiness. He said he really could not say how the omission had occurred. He supposed it must have been accidental, but he would examine his other letters as soon as he went back to the hotel. The look of chagrin and vexation on Mac's face when he came out was a sight to see, and one that is as vivid in my memory now as in that far-off day in 1872. He went direct to the hotel, and there George and I soon joined him. We sat down and looked at each other. The game apparently was up, and we were a sorely disgusted party. We did not fall out with or reproach each other, but felt we deserved a kicking. We did not ask each other any questions, but I know our faces all wore a sadly puzzled look as we repeated mentally, "How could we have made such an oversight?" But soon another blunder, the misspelled word was to crop up. That made this one of the omitted names seem as a fly to an eagle. Mac and I thought the game up and were mentally planning for flight. But George, being a man of extraordinary courage and resource as well, declared we could and would retrieve the blunder. He declared a bold step must be taken, that, as the bankers had only seen the one credit, the name of ship, the sub-manager, must be instantly put on the others. We had the genuine signature of J.P. ship on a draft, and Mac at once sat down to write it on all the letters. It was a trying ordeal for him, Mac's nerves having had a wrench. He was a temperate man, but under the circumstances we advised him to take a glass of brandy to steady his nerves. Then placing the genuine signature before him and the forged letters, he began to put in the name. The signatures were not well written, but under the trying circumstances they were wonderfully well done. All this had taken place within half an hour after he had left the bank. It was a trying ordeal, but Mac was quite willing to do as George advised. That was that he should take several of the letters and march boldly into the bank and say, "Here are my letters. They're all right. Both signatures are on all my letters but the one, and from that the second signature has been in some way omitted." George's last word to Mac was, "Rely upon us to extricate you from anything. Keep cool. Act up to the character you have assumed. They can never fathom that the names could have been written in so short a time. Boldly offer them more exchange on London, and if there is any hesitation, say you will transfer your business to the English Bank of Rio at once." He started on his decisive errand, followed by us, in a miserable state of anxiety. He was not long in the bank, but returned empty-handed. Upon meeting at the designated place, he informed us the manager was evidently agreeably surprised when shown the letters with both signatures and transferred the endorsement from the letter that had but one signature to one with two. Once more we had matters all right, and the broken place patched up again, but it behooved us not to do so any more. But we did. During our stay in Rio we saw much to interest us. The Negro was very much in evidence. Slavery was still the law of the land. All the toil and burden-bearing falls to the poor slave's lot. One day we all three took an early train and alighted at a small hamlet on the border of a stream about 30 miles from Rio, beyond the ranges of mountains that hem in the city. We managed to find some saddle mules and started to see the country. We rode for some miles through a land covered with mound-like hills, no sooner coming to the bottom of one than we were ascending another. These hills are covered with coffee bushes filled with red fruit, about the size of a cherry, each containing 2 kernels. The coffee was being picked into large flat baskets by slaves, which, when filled, they carried away on their heads to the drying grounds. The roads were bordered with orange trees loaded with luscious fruit, to which we helped ourselves. After a time we turned into a bridle path and rode some miles through a dense forest. We emerged upon the outskirts of a coffee plantation, where the slaves were just on their way to dinner, and another half-mile brought us to the planter's residence. 30 or 40 slaves of both sexes and all ages were grouped upon the grass, engaged in eating a black-looking stew out of metal dishes, their fingers serving for knives, forks, and spoons. Seeing 3 horsemen ride out of the forest, they stared in stupid wonder until one more intelligent than the others went in search of the overseer. Presently a white man appeared, and, in response to Mac's parlate Italiano, came the smiling answer, "Si, signor," proving, as we wagered he would be, a native of beggarly, sunny Italy. The overseer showed us over the place and explained all the processes of preparing coffee for the market. In one corner of a large, unpainted building was what he called the infirmary, and a comfortless-looking place it was. He said there was no doctor employed, and that he dealt out medicine to the slaves himself. After being served with coffee, we thanked him for our entertainment and returned to Rio by an evening train. The mail steamer Ebro was advertised to leave Rio for Liverpool on Wednesday of the week following the exciting events narrated in the last chapter. This was the mail that would carry the draft for £10,000 on the London and Westminster Bank, along with a letter from the Rio Bank, stating that they had cashed Mr. Gregory Morrison's draft upon the letter issued by them. 22 or 3 days after the steamer left Rio, the London Bank would know their correspondents in Rio had been victimized, but 8,000 miles of blue water was between them, with no way to bridge it but by steam. So we had at least 44 days more to gather in our harvest. I ought to say, apparently 44 more days, for by an amazing blunder we were about to bring a storm upon our heads. The steamer we purposed to load our money on and ourselves, too, was the Chimborazo, advertised to arrive on Tuesday and to leave for the River Plate and the West Coast the next day. So it was agreed that on Monday Mac should go to the bank and arrange to cash his letters for 20 or 30,000 pounds and go the next day for the money. As soon as Mac came from the bank and announced that all was well, another of us was to call at the Bank of London and Rio and the River Plate Bank, present his letters of introduction, and ask in each bank to have the 5,000 pounds or 10,000 pounds ready the next day. They purposed to call about 11 o'clock, so as to give me time to exchange the Brazilian banknotes for sovereigns and to buy my ticket by the Chimborazo, to secure my stateroom and to take the gold to the steamer, and, above all, to get my passport viced by the police. Monday came. We expected a nervous day, not such a paralyzingly nervous one as it proved to be. In fact, a nervous Tuesday followed a nervous Monday. My reader must remember that we were in the tropics, with a blazing sun looking down on us with an intensity that made one long for Greenland's icy mountains to cool us. We went into the public park for our last consultation before our fortune, which never came, was to come. Mac had in the little Morocco case in his pocket 2 letters each for 20,000 pounds. Certainly no man in the world, save him, could have carried off such a game played for such high stakes. Handsome in person, faultless in address, cool in nerve, a master of all the languages spoken in Rio: Portuguese, Spanish, Italian, and French. Above all, he had a boundless confidence in himself. What an honorable future might have been his, but for his youthful follies. Truly, he could have achieved a wonderful success in any honorable career. Unhappily for him, he, like thousands of our brainiest youth, had entered the primrose way. In our youthful fire and thoughtlessness, we saw only the flowers and heard the siren song, but at last the primrose way led us down into a gloom where all the flowers withered and the gay songs turned into dirges. Looking at his watch, Mac jumped up, saying, "It is 10:45 and time to be off." So he started for the bank, we following at some distance, our nerves all on the stretch. We felt that our lives and fortunes were trembling in the balance. The minutes dragged like hours. While watching, we saw several persons enter or leave the bank, and still our friend delayed his appearance. To our suspicious minds there appeared to be strange movements about the bank that boded ill for us. 1,000 suspicions born of our fears came and went through our minds, until at last, unable to endure the suspense, I entered the bank myself and stood there, pretending I was waiting for someone. I sharply scrutinized everyone and everything. Mac was somewhere out of sight in the private offices. The clerks were gossiping together, and that fact to me was suspicious. Then, to my alarm, a bank clerk entered from the street with an eagle-eyed man, a Hebrew, evidently of about 45 years of age. Both passed hurriedly into the private office, leaving me in an agony of suspense. My only relief at that moment was the thought that George and myself had not as yet compromised ourselves and could, in the event of Mac's arrest, manage to save him, either by bribery or a rescue. Without appearing to do so, I watched that dingy, mottled door leading into the private office until every crack and seam in it was photographed indelibly on my brain. In the trying periods of one's life, when the heart and soul are on the rack, how strangely trifling details of the objects about one will be noticed and remembered. It seems some cell of the brain, quite separate from the cell of feeling and sensation, works calmly and steadily on, photographing the material of one's surroundings. I can never forget a flower worn by a lady guest at my table, when, in the midst of enjoyment and surrounded by friends, the hand of the law in the form of a burly detective was laid on me in Cuba. In all the misery and humiliation of that scene, I remember the peculiar color of the wood of a cigar box standing on the sideboard. Doubtless each of my readers will recall some similar phenomenon in his own life. At last, unable to endure the suspense, above all, the uncertainty, I went to the little door and, opening it, looked in. To my intense relief, I saw Mac sitting there apparently talking unconcernedly with Braga, the manager, and the Hebrew. As I had not attracted attention, I closed the door, went out in the street, and gave George the prearranged signal that all was well. Just then our partner appeared, but with telltale face. It was flushed with chagrin and vexation, and there was gone from the contour of his body that indescribable port that tells, better than words, of confidence and victory. We went by different routes to our rendezvous, and I will leave it to the imagination of my readers to picture our state of mind as we listened to his recital of Woe the Tale of Priam's Troy over again. Mac had been cordially received by the manager, and had told him he would require £20,000 the next day. Would he please have it ready? The manager replied that he did not require any more exchange on London, but that he would send out for his broker, who would sell his bills on the exchange. He, the manager, would endorse the bills of exchange and endorse the amounts on his letters of credit. Of course, Mac could only acquiesce, and Mr. Braga sent a clerk to his broker, Mr. Myers, to come around. This was the sharp-eyed Hebrew whom I saw enter. The manager introduced Myers to Mr. Gregory Morrison and explained that he was to sell exchange for £20,000 on Morrison's credit, which the bank would endorse. Myers said, "Please show me your letters." Putting his hand into his breast pocket and pulling out the little morocco case containing the two letters, he handed the case and contents to Myers, who, probably without suspicion of anything being wrong, unrolled both letters and, holding them in his hands, ran his sharp eyes down one of them and read right through the body of the letter. They came to the note, which read, "All sums drawn against this credit please endorse on the back, and notify the London and Westminster Bank at once." Here he suddenly halted, turned his hawk's eye on Mac and said, "Why, sir, here's the word endorse misspelled. Surely the clerks in the London banks know how to spell." Here was a thunderbolt, indeed, that pierced poor Mr. Gregory Morrison through and through, but he showed no sign. He coolly remarked that he did not care to have his bills sold on the exchange, but would go and see the people of the London and Rio and River Plate banks, as they probably would want exchange and would doubtless let him have what money he required. Myers said very sharply, "Have you letters to those banks?" "I have," said Mac, at the same time producing two, one to each bank, and each bearing the stamp of their respective banks. That he had these letters was a happy thing, and no one under 40 days' time could say for a fact that they were not genuine. The dramatic production of these letters lulled the fast-gathering suspicions, and would have called a halt had they purposed any serious action, for the reason that during the 40 days it would take to communicate with London the credits could not be proved to be forgeries. That such letters existed at all was due entirely to the foresight which had provided to meet just such a contingency. We all were for a brief few seconds utterly dumbfounded, but quickly aroused ourselves to the necessity of instant action to protect our comrade. We saw that we must at once give over all thought of trying to do any more business in Rio, and set all our inventions and energy at work to save the £10,000 and to smuggle our companions safely out of Rio. But how? Chapter 17. Once more we sail the seas over. Here in our country we know nothing of the annoyances and humbuggery of the passport system, but now, as in 1872, every person desiring to leave Brazil must be provided with a passport if a foreigner, from his own government, if a native, one from the government of Brazil. When ready to leave the country, he must take his passport to police headquarters and get it vised, at the same time notifying the police of the steamer he proposes to sail on. Leaving the passport with the agent from whom he buys his ticket, the latter, after ascertaining from the police that the intending passenger is not wanted by the authorities, transmits the passport to the purser of the steamer, who, in turn, hands it to the passenger after the vessel is at sea. It will be seen that these regulations make it difficult for a suspected person to leave Brazil by the regular channels of communication, and there are no back doors of escape in that country. Once in any seaport town you must, if you leave at all, sail out of the harbor mouth, for in the other direction, that is, inland, One is confronted by the mighty tropical forests, the greater portion of which has never been looked upon by the eye of man. And between all the seaports the same impenetrable forest stretches. So, straight out of the harbor between the Sugarloaf and Fort Santa Cruz, Mac had to sail. How he should do so with safety was the problem we had to solve. In this venture it would not do to have any blunders. Without doubt the steamers would be watched for him, and instant arrest and incarceration in the deadly tropical prison would be his lot if discovered in the attempt to slip out of the country. To complicate the matter here, it was Monday, and no steamer to sail until Wednesday, so there were 48 hours of frightful anxiety ahead of us. The Ebro, going to Europe, was in the harbor taking in cargo and coal. The Chimborazo, going south, was not yet signaled, and we determined at all hazards to get him off by the Ebro. We all had American passports, and by the use of chemicals could alter the names and descriptions on them at will. Of course, the names in our passports were the same as we had in our letters. George went to police headquarters and, giving a dosseur to an attendant, had the vice put on his passport at once. Then, going to the passenger agent, he bought a ticket to Liverpool by the Ebro, and by paying 10 guineas extra had a stateroom assigned to him alone. After this he took a boat and went out to the steamer, carrying with him 2 bags of oranges and stowed them away under the bottom berths. To make the escape a success, it was decided prudent for George as Wilson to get the agent well acquainted with his face and appearance, so if the question was asked, "Who is this Wilson?" the police would see by the description it was not the man they were looking for. For the next 40 hours George made the agent very tired. At one time he would want to know if he could not get some reduction in the passenger rate, or if the Ebro was seaworthy, or if there was any danger of her engines breaking down, etc., until the agent got not only to know Mr. Wilson, but wished him at the bottom of the sea. When George started for the police office, he left Mac and me alone in the park. It was absolutely essential that Mac should put in one more appearance at the bank. It was an ordeal, but one he had to undergo. He even dreaded to return to his hotel, but go he must. So, just before the bank closed, he called in and casually informed the manager that he should start the next morning for S. Romeo, a town in the interior of Brazil, to be absent a week. He was then to go to the Hotel de Europe, pay his bill, at the same time stating that he was to leave Rio by the 4 o'clock train the next morning for São Paulo. As Mac had 2 trunks and other impedimenta befitting a man of his importance, it was necessary to take a carriage to the station, which was nearly a mile distant. It would be unsafe to go in a carriage belonging to the hotel, therefore, he was to say that a friend would call for him. As it was still 2 hours to sunset, I suggested that after he had arranged matters he should saunter out, walk about the streets until dark, then return to the hotel and be ready when George should call for him at 3 o'clock the next morning. After these arrangements we separated, George and I following to ascertain if he was being watched or shadowed by detectives. When he entered the hotel we remained in view of the entrance. It was not long before he reappeared and walked leisurely along the street. A few seconds after we saw another man come out, cross the street, and go in the same direction. I followed him, and was soon satisfied that he was keeping Mac in view. This sort of double hunt was kept up until dusk, when Mac returned to his hotel, unconscious that a moment later his shadow entered the place also. Here was a complication, indeed, though it was no more than we had anticipated among the possibilities. Still, I had indulged in the hope that the bank would rely entirely upon the passport system, and take no further steps for a day or 2, which was all the time required to carry out our plan. Though Mac had good nerve, it was already somewhat shaken, and surely the situation would have unnerved most men. Therefore, fearing that the certain knowledge of imminent danger might still further confuse him and cause some false move, we determined to keep our discovery to ourselves. George next proceeded to an obscure part of the town, and stopping at a small but respectable-looking tavern, he engaged a room for the next day, also a carriage, with an English-speaking driver, to be in readiness at 3 o'clock the next morning. Promptly at the hour, he was at the livery stable, where he found the carriage ready, and was driven to the Hotel de Europe. Sending the driver up to the office on the 2nd floor, Mac soon appeared and informed him that he had promised to take to the station a man who was stopping at the hotel. He is going to S. Romeo by the same train, continued Mac, and seems a good fellow, for I had a long talk with him last night. Upon seeing signs of disapproval in my face, he explained, "Well, you know, he said he could not get a carriage at so early an hour in the morning, and I thought it could do no harm to take him in, and he is waiting upstairs." Here I join them, and it would be difficult for the reader to imagine the effect of this surprising communication upon our minds, for it was clear enough that this was the very person who had been shadowing Mac the day before, and had skillfully ingratiated himself into his new friend's confidence. I could but admire his nerve in asking a contemplated victim for a ride to the station. I said to Mac, "What in the world can you be thinking of? Don't you see you are blocking our whole plan? Go up and tell him your carriage is loaded down with luggage and express your regrets that you cannot accommodate him." During this time the baggage was being placed in the carriage, and as soon as Mac had dismissed his passenger, who for some reason did not show himself, we started rapidly for the station. On the way I requested him to avoid making any new friends until he should find himself well out at sea. I said, it might be fatal to attract the attention of anyone, or to let anyone see you leave the train. Of course, this new acquaintance of yours is only a countryman, but it is not possible to foresee what disaster the least mistake or want of caution might originate. These cars are on the English system, divided into compartments. You must go into the station, stand near the ticket office until your new acquaintance comes, then observe if he buys a first class. If so, you take a second, and vice versa. Pay no attention to him, and let him see you get into your compartment, but keep an eye on his movements. In case he comes to get in where you are, despite the different class of the tickets, tell him the compartment is engaged. Everything depends on how you carry yourself through the next 20 minutes. A single false step, a word too little or too much, will surely prove fatal to all, for if anything happens to you, we remain in Brazil. In accordance with our prearranged plan, I stopped the carriage opposite the station, it being still dark. Mac alighted, went straight inside, and in a few minutes saw his passenger come puffing in, nearly out of breath. Unquestionably supposing Mac's baggage to be already on the train, he purchased a ticket, and after seeing his intended victim enter a compartment, got into another himself just as the train began to move. This was the vital moment for which Mac had been waiting, and, quickly opening the door on the opposite side, he stepped off on that side, hastily crossed to the other platform of the dimly lighted station, and made his way unnoticed into the street. While this was passing, I sat in the carriage, and it was not many minutes before I had the satisfaction of seeing Mac coming back. But for the benefit of the driver, we then had a dialogue somewhat as follows. "It is too bad. Our friends have not arrived. What shall we do?" "Well, I suppose we must go back to the hotel and wait for the afternoon train," I answered. "But I have paid my bill there," said Mac, "and do not care to go back." Then I replied, "Meet me at the station, and I will look after the luggage." In case they recovered the trail, the information obtained from the driver would cause confusion and delay sufficient, I hoped, to enable us to get Mac out of Rio. I then told the coachman to drive me into the city. It was not yet daylight, but after a while I saw a sort of eating house and tavern combined, and had the carriage halted there. Alighting, I entered and said to the person in charge that I did not wish to disturb my friends at so early an hour, and would pay him for taking care of my baggage, as I wished to discharge the carriage. The offer was, of course, accepted, the baggage housed, and the carriage dismissed. In the meantime Mac was waiting for us in an appointed place not far away, where I joined him, and we went to the obscure tavern where the room had been engaged. George was awaiting us. So far our plan was successful. Mac was safely hidden away, while his clever friend was speeding miles away on a wild goose chase. There was only one train a day each way, and we knew the detective could not get back to Rio until late. We felt certain that when he found Mac was not on the train he would think his intended victim had slipped off at some way station, possibly with a view of making his escape into the interior. Even if he sent a dispatch to the bank, an unlikely thing for a Brazilian to do, it would doubtless be to the effect that his quarry had left Rio on the early train that morning with him. We passed some trying hours together. Then George left to take Mac's baggage off to the steamer. He engaged 2 stalwart porters. They stand on every corner, busily engaged in plaiting straw for hats while waiting for a job. Dividing the baggage between the 2, he had it carried to the wharf and, taking a small boat, quickly had it stowed in the hold and the small articles carried to the stateroom. Soon after, he joined us on shore. It was but 10 o'clock when he came, and it was with something like dismay that we realized that the whole day was before us. Until the day before, when Mac was in the bank, I had never known how long an hour was, but this day we all came to know how long a day could be. The Ebro was anchored out in the bay. Her coal was all stowed, but strings of barges laden with sacks of coffee were alongside. She was advertised to sail sharp at noon. I went out once or twice to the bank and police headquarters, hanging about for a few minutes to see if there was anything suspicious, but there was nothing, and each time I hastened back to Mac. Our presence cheered him up, and he could not brook our absence. At last the long day drew to an end, and the shadows, to our intense relief, began to darken in our little room, where we were holding our watch. The tropic night closes quickly in. Soon the city was shrouded in darkness, and we sallied out to the beach at the head of the bay to find relief in movement. The time passed quicker then, and at last we sat down on some wreckage there and watched the tropic night as it revealed its wealth of stars, and sitting there we began to philosophize, moralizing upon the destiny of man and his relations to things seen and unseen, upon spiritual force, most of all upon divine justice, which in the end evens up all things. But like so many other philosophers who write the style of the gods and make a pish at fortune, we failed to make a personal application of our philosophy. Nearby there was a boat stand from which we had resolved to embark for the steamer about 2 miles away. The night was lovely as a dream, and we knew that midnight would find a large number of passengers on deck, many of whom would pass the night there. Forward was all the bustle and confusion inseparable from receiving and stowing cargo. At 9 o'clock I left them to go and get the remainder of the gold not yet on board, some 4,000 pounds. The streetcars passed nearby, and within half an hour I returned with the gold in a bag swung from my shoulder by a heavy strap. I also had with me a woman's wrap and a silk shawl. We sat for an hour longer, and then securing a boat with 2 Negro rowers, we pulled for the ship. 3 or 4 small boats were fastened to the companion ladder, and our arrival attracted no attention. 2 officials in uniform, probably custom officers, stood at the companionway. It was an anxious moment, but we slipped through the dimly lighted cabins and passages, and were soon safely in the stateroom. Bidding both goodbye and promising to be on board again at 8 in the morning, I went ashore and straight to bed, and soon was dreaming of starlit seas, of tropic woods and summer bowers, white and sweet with May blossoms. My health then, as now, was perfect, and I awoke fresh and hopeful. After breakfasting on a dish of prawns and another of soft-shelled crabs, I was off across the bay. Soon after 8 I knocked softly at the stateroom door, was admitted and presented the lunch I had brought. They gave me a warm greeting, but neither had slept. The room had been hot and stuffy, and the noise of stowing cargo had helped to banish sleep. Both were unnerved somewhat, but I had just come off shore confident and cheerful, and my confidence and spirits proved infectious. I knew by sight the chief of police and those just under him. I also knew Braga, the bank manager, by sight. They, of course, did not know me, and I could, unsuspected, be a looker-on in Vienna. Soon the passengers, their friends, and many idle visitors came off in boatloads, while I, of course, scrutinized every boatload as it came up the side of the ship. At 9:30 I saw a boat coming, which, when half a mile away, I recognized as containing the chief of police and several of his subordinates. 10 minutes after Braga and one of the bank officials came, the only passengers in their boat, and at once joined the police on the after deck and stood with them waiting and watching the boats as they arrived. In the meantime Babel reigned around the ship. About 70 boats surrounded her, The owners selling to the passengers everything from oranges to monkeys, snakes, and parrots. I determined to conceal from George and Mac that Braga and the police were on the ship, and about every 20 minutes I would slip down and report all's well. But soon after 10 o'clock the enemy were joined by the ticket agent from shore, and I could see they were contemplating some movement. Slipping down to the cabin, I said, "Boys, everything is all right. Keep perfectly cool. Braga and the police are pulling to the ship and may search it. If so, it will take half an hour to get here. I will keep everything in my eye and give you ample notice." I then returned on deck and stood among the officials. They conversed in Portuguese, which was Greek to me. Soon the agent dived below and reappeared with the manifest of the passengers and an enormous heap of passports. After some conversation, they sent the passports back. Then, headed by the agent and purser, manifest in hand, they began to verify the list and scrutinize the passengers in the staterooms. Once more I hurried below and reported. Mac was naturally very dignified, but divesting himself of coat, vest, and dignity at the same time, he planted himself under the berth. Very close and very hot quarters he found it, and we put the bags of oranges in front, disposing of them so as to make it appear as if they filled the whole space, when in reality they were a mere screen. Then we opened the door to the fullest extent. We had taken off our coats, it being frightfully hot, and with a bottle of claret and a bowl of ice standing on the little washstand and 2 glasses, all in full view, we awaited the arrival of our friends, the enemy. Our door was flat against the partition, giving a full sweep of the room to the eye of the passerby, and George and I waited confidently for the inspection we knew was inevitable. I sat on the foot of the lower berth, smoking and swinging my feet. George sat on a folding camp stool, with his face toward the door, but not obstructing the view. Soon the procession arrived, with the ticket agent in front. When he saw George, he at once recognized him as the Mr. Wilson who had bought the ticket, and he simply said, "How do you do, Mr. Wilson," and passed on without looking in the room. Braga and the police followed, casually glanced at us too, and were gone. I put on my coat and followed the procession, and at 11:30 they went up on the after deck, evidently satisfied that their man was not on the ship, and contented themselves with watching new arrivals. I flew down, gave them the good news that the search was over, and poor Mac, half roasted, came from behind the bags of oranges. Declaring he was roasted alive and dying of thirst, he finished the bottle of iced claret. 10 minutes before 12 the bell was rung, and all people for shore were warned to leave. Soon we heard the pleasant sound of the steam winch lifting the anchor, and at noon precisely, to our relief, the screw began to revolve at quarter speed, and the Ebro to respond by forging slowly ahead. All boats fell off but ours and the police boat. At last, after giving a good look up and down the bay, Braga and the police entered the boats, and, casting off, soon were left behind. Once more and for the last time I flew down to the cabin. They saw the good news in my face. Then, shaking Mac's hand in hearty farewell, we ran to the upper deck, down the ladder into our boat, and a moment later the big ship, putting on full steam, left us astern, we ordering the boatman to pull hard after the ship. Mac soon appeared on the after deck, and waved his handkerchief to us in farewell. We gave him 3 cheers, and, excited and happy, with our long anxiety over, we returned to the shore. With Mac sailing northward with Wilson's passport and ticket in his pocket, and all our money save £2,000 in his trunk, our buccaneering expedition on the Spanish Main was over and all but a failure when comparing the £10,000 we had captured with our magnificent expectations. Here was a gigantic and well-conceived scheme which had almost collapsed through trifles, which, to an honest enterprise, would have been light as air, but which to us and to our plans were of crushing force, built up, as all schemes of wrongdoing are, on foundations of sand. To conclude very briefly the narrative of this expedition, I will here add that the day after Mac's departure, altering his passport to fit George's description, we sailed on the Chimborazo south to Montevideo. Upon our arrival we, with all other passengers for the town, were promptly put in quarantine for 10 days in a vile little island called in irony the Isle of Flowers, but the mails were fumigated and sent through, as were 2 additional mails arriving from Europe and Rio. When our quarantine was over we were permitted to enter the city. We found that some advice or rumor had reached there, and we feared to venture our letters of credit for money. So, destroying all documents save our passports, we paid a visit to Buenos Aires, and then we embarked on a French steamer for Marseilles, arriving there without any particular adventure, and the next day had a happy meeting with Mac in Paris. Chapter 18. Little fishes wriggling through green waves. Once more together and our adventures since we separated related, the question arose, what next? We determined to abandon our dangerous business, for we had capital sufficient to start in an honest career, and resolved to do so. For a long time our attention had been turned to Colorado, and we had frequently talked over a project of going to some growing city there, starting a bank and building a wheat elevator and stockyards. $50,000 would start our bank, and $10,000, with some credit, the elevator and yards. This sum we had, with an additional $10,000 to pay our way until profit came in from our investments. Here was another great and honorable scheme, one easily carried out had we only gone on with it. What a success we might have made, particularly so when considered in the light of the development of Colorado since 1872 and our energy and knowledge of business. In Paris, we all stopped at the Hotel Muris, Rue Rivoli, and spent much time sightseeing. We were particularly interested in viewing the battlefields around Paris, so interested, in fact, that we read up the whole history of the mighty struggle with Germany, which ended in throwing France into the dust. We, like most of the world here, got our ideas of the war and the battles from the current news of the day, as published in the newspapers, and we had a general idea that the Frenchmen had not made much of a fight. That conclusion could only be arrived at by a superficial knowledge, such as had been ours. Investigation upon the spot and a study of impartial authorities soon opened our eyes to the fact that France only succumbed after a mighty and most heroic struggle. The first few weeks of the war saw her entire regular army captive and transported prisoners across the Rhine. That army had made a brave but unfortunate fight. Badly commanded, with the transport and subsistence utterly demoralized, they were no match for the mighty hosts that Germany poured across the Rhine. Perfectly equipped, matchless in discipline since the palmy days of Rome, commanded by the foremost military intellects of the age, they met the French, overmatching them at every point of contact, enveloping their columns with masses of infantry, or sweeping them with murderous storms of shot and shell, or launching a magnificent cavalry at them, against which French valor ill-directed as it was proved futile, and that splendid array of 480,000 men had to ground their arms, surrender their colors, and, to their own unspeakable shame and humiliation, become captive to their foes, leaving their beloved France defenseless. But the loss of their army, no more than their thronging foes, dismayed France. The heart of the nation was stirred, and from the Rhine to the Atlantic, from the Channel to the blue Mediterranean, France rose as one man. They saw the entire military force of Germany encamped on their soil, and in their undisciplined valor, hurled themselves against it, and gave to their astounded foes an exhibition of titanic force and determined valor whose story, when known, will become the admiration of all generations of men. It was against the decree of heaven that France should win in the struggle, but she fell only to rise the higher for the fall. The year 1871 saw France in the dust, with the armies of her foe encamped over more than half her soil, with robber-like demands for huge sums of gold ere the modern Goths would march home again. Today she stands the marvel of the world. Twice the France of 1870, with the busy hum of industry through all her borders, an overflowing treasury, a contented people and an army and many which are the awe of Europe. Today the enemy that flung her to earth 24 years ago seeks safety from her attack in defensive alliances with all the nations of the continent. We resolved to see Europe before returning to America, so the next few weeks were spent in a pleasure jaunt. In the course of it, we visited Vienna, remaining there some time and bringing away many and pleasant memories of that music-loving old city on the Danube. We finally all returned to Wiesbaden together and visited the casino, watching the play and players with an interest that never flagged. Here we saw such vast sums of money ever changing hands that we almost insensibly began to think the thousands we had were as nothing, and when divided up, the sum coming to each seemed almost beggarly. Gradually, we began to speculate as to the desirability of doubling our capital once or twice at least, before we threw up our hands and gave up the game. I need hardly tell the reader that what at first was a philosophical speculation, an airy theory of a possibility, rapidly crystallized into steadfast purpose and determinate resolve, and soon our brains were working and readily brought forth a new scheme. For was not there the Bank of England, with uncounted millions in her vaults, and was not I, as Frederick Albert Warren, a customer of the bank, and as such were not the vaults of the bank at our disposition? We rated our powers high and fondly thought that, speaking in a general way, honesty was the best policy, yet in our case there was an exception to the rule. We felt and acknowledged we were doing wrong, but since the wrong, apparently, profited us, we would do wrong that good might come thereby. Finally, we resolved to go on with our postponed assault upon the money bags of the Bank of England, at the same time evolving a plan that seemed to promise unbounded wealth and complete immunity for us all. So we packed our baggage, bade farewell to Wiesbaden, and one early June morning in 1872 saw us all once more in smoky London, resolved to rouse that old lady called the Bank of England from her century-long slumber spent in dreaming of her impregnability. In Frankfurt there are several firms, Fisher by name, all bankers, and as soon as we determined to return to London, Mac wrote a letter in French to the Bank of England and signed it H.V. Fisher, which of course would leave the manager to suppose his correspondent was one of the Fisher bankers. In the letter he said his distinguished customer, Mr. F. A. Warren, had written him from St. Petersburg, requesting him to transfer to his account in the Bank of England the small balance remaining to his credit on his Fisher's books. Therefore, he had the honour to enclose bills on London for £13,500, payable to the order of the manager, said sum to be placed to the credit of Mr. F. A. Warren. I took this letter to Frankfurt, and, having purchased bills of exchange on London to the amount named, enclosed them and mailed the letter. A day or so after I received a letter at Frankfurt from the manager of the bank, acknowledging the receipts of the drafts and announcing that the proceeds of the same had duly been placed to the credit of F. A. Warren. So I had over $67,000 to my credit and had now been a depositor for 5 months. George took up his residence at a private house in the West End of London, while Mac and I went to the Grosvenor Hotel. This hotel was one of the very few then in England which were allowed by the aristocrats of London society to be what they called highly respectable, that is, exclusive, and, therefore, a fit dwelling place for their dainty selves. In Dublin there is one of these highly respectable hostels, the Gresham, on Sackville Street. This hotel was a type of all of the sort I mention. I once stopped at the Gresham for a week and became one of the nobility and gentry that frequent these hotels. The waiters all wore full-dress suits, faultless in cut and fit, and the chief event in their daily existence, the serving of the table d'hôte, wore white kid gloves. The bewildering changes of varied-colored dishes, I mean crockery-ware, was something to make one stare. Course number 1 brought on a soup dish of pale violet color, quite a work of art, but its contents was a watery compound with an artistic name. Course number 2 consisted of a unique plate, light green in color, with little fishes wriggling through green waves, but bearing on it a small insipid portion of a genuine inhabitant of the deep, and so on. Course followed course, each on a different colored plate. If the dinner was intended for an exhibition of crockery, each one of the 7 I had there was a success, but, however gratifying to the eye the dinners might be, they were lamentable failures so far as stomach and appetite were concerned. But when I came to pay my bill I found the white kid gloves and the fancy china again. They were all in it, and many more things as well. The bill was more than a foot long, filled with such items as soap, 6 pence, 1 envelope, 1 penny. 1 sheet notepaper, 1 penny. Bath, 2 shillings. Extra towels and soap for same, 6 pence, and so on through the line. We found the Grosvenor another Gresham. However, as we wanted to stop at a swell hotel, we concluded so long as we were there to remain, but after a few days we found the cuisine highly respectable. That is, for dinner one could get roast either beef or mutton. As for vegetables, we were strictly limited to turnips, cauliflowers, cabbage and potatoes, and, for dessert, the famous apple tart of England, more deadly even than our mince pie. The proprietor of a certain popular restaurant in New York has a fad for hanging elaborately got-up scripture text exhortations mostly around the walls of his restaurant. Interspersed with these are advertisements of his eatables, also exhortations such as, "Try our buckwheat cakes, 10 cents. Try our donuts and coffee." Between the two exhortations, a third bidding one flee from the wrath to come. But the most fetching of all are two companion cards. On the one is the legend, "Try our hot mince pie." On the other is displayed the apropos warning, "Prepare to meet thy God." So we resolved to sleep at the Grosvenor, but to avoid the apple tart. We soon discovered a good restaurant nearby, where we dined, and, as I am on the subject of dining, I will finish this chapter with a little narrative, the moral of which I will leave my readers to find. We were now settled down in London, prepared to devote all our attention to that old lady the B. of E, and, in accordance with a habit of ours, we began to look for some safe place, hotel, cafe, or restaurant where we could meet, run in at any time for consultation, or to write notes. 3 things were requisite: nearness to the money center of the city, a room where we could be secluded from people coming and going, and a proprietor clever enough not to be inquisitive, with a genius for minding his own business. A man who has a genius for that thing always carries it in his face, just as his opposite, the busybody, carries the traces of his restless inquisitiveness in the face and manner. That same day we discovered, in a small street leading off Finsbury, a shop with a sign over the door bearing the legend, "Licensed to sell spirits and caterer." It had canned and potted meats, along with bottles of wine, in the window, but was evidently fast going to seed. We pushed our way in and found a bright, fresh-looking young Englishman, evidently a countryman, but intelligent and civil, much like a gamekeeper. We knew at once we had our place in man. After some weeks we observed, now and then, a couple of sharp-looking customers hanging about the place. We feared being watched, and began to think it time to change, so suddenly ceased calling at mine host's snuggery and took up new quarters in a private house not far away. About 2 months later I happened to be near and called. He received me warmly and told me we had saved him from bankruptcy. He had been a gamekeeper on a nobleman's estate, and his wife had been a housemaid there. They married against the wishes of their master, but they had £500, and, coming to London, started business on that. Custom was poor, and soon they were at the end of their rope, when, happily for them, we came along and spent money enough in his place to set him on his feet again. Chapter 19. With no regrets, with no torturing remorse. Although I had the very respectable balance of $67,000 at the bank, I had not as yet, since my arrival in London, paid it a visit. This was in pursuance of our plans. So far I had only done business with the supernumeraries, and none of the people at the top had ever even heard of me. But we determined that they should not long remain in ignorance of the great American contractor, F.A. Warren. 3 months had elapsed since our departure from London on our piratical tour to the Spanish Main. In all, nearly 5 months had elapsed since Green had introduced me to the old lady whose impregnable vaults we had now at last determined to loot. That in itself was a favorable circumstance, as it would give me a chance to flourish in a grandly indefinite way, to the effect that I had for some time been a customer of the bank, and none of the officials would probably take the trouble to ascertain how very brief, in fact, my acquaintance had been. I left London by the night mail from Victoria Station for Paris, the first of many hurried trips I took to the Continent on the business we had entered upon. Truly, we worked hard, spent money lavishly, brought all our power and genius to work for what? To have the lightning fall on us. Upon my arrival, I drove at once to the Hotel Bristol, Place Vendôme, a swell hotel, where none but the great sirs o' the earth could afford to stop. Here I registered as F.A. Warren, London, and at once sent off the following letter. P.M. Francis Esq, Manager, Bank of England, London. Dear Sir, I am a customer of the bank, therefore I take the liberty of troubling you in the hope to have the benefit of your advice. Will you kindly inform me what good 4% stocks are to be had in the market, also if the bank will transact the business for me? I remain very truly yours, F.A. Warren. By return mail came a letter wherein I was advised to invest in India 4% or London gas. I wrote an immediate order to have the bank purchase £10,000 of India stock and sent my check for that amount, on his own bank, payable to the order of the manager. I received the stock, instantly sold it, and replaced the money to my credit, and the next day sent off an order for £10,000 gas stock, and repeated the operation until I had made the impression I wanted to make on the mind of the manager, so that when I returned to London for my decisive interview and sent in my card, he would at once recognize the name, F.A. Warren, as the multimillionaire American who had been sending him £10,000 checks from Paris. All the time of my stay in France, I had nothing to do but enjoy myself, and I entered upon a systematic sightseeing in and around Paris. There are some strange contrasts in that old town. One day, I made one of a coaching party to Fontainebleau, 21 miles from the city. Every foot of the road there is classic ground, and I had assiduously studied day by day the history of France. That Paris is France is nearly a truth, and I had in my mind a tolerably clear view of the history of the country and of the men who made its history. I was right there on the scene of the history-making, and I found an intensity of interest in my excursions such as I had never experienced before. The driver of the coach was an Englishman by the name of Nunn. I mention this here, as he eventually became my servant, and will appear again in the narrative. To the Parisian hotel proprietor and shopkeeper, the American visitor is truly a providence. Mine host looks to him for loaves and fishes and is never deceived. The antics of our rich countrymen in Paris are portentous in their amazing prodigality, and I fear we are the laughing-stock of the shopkeepers there. At the Café Riche and Tortoni's, I have seen extravagances in ordering expensive wines and viands by my countrymen that made me regret that the fools who were being served were not forced to toil for the mere necessaries of existence. Certainly, they were unworthy stewards of the wealth heaven or the other place had bestowed on them by inheritance. I remember one boy there throwing away in vice and dissipation the fortune his father had through years of a long life spent toilsome hours in accumulating. I sat at a table near him on several occasions when, after his banquet was half over, he used to reward the waiter with a 500-franc note, $100. But the proprietor was ever close at hand and would instantly despoil the garçon of his prize. He was companioned by a member of the demi-monde, who, when arrayed in male attire, as she was nightly, would cut up enough monkey tricks in one night at the Valentino or Mobile to have made the fortunes of all our comic paper artists had they been on the spot to catch her antics with a kodak and then lay them before an admiring public. The fortune this boy had inherited was unfortunately too vast and too well invested by his overfond and madly foolish father for the son to run through it entirely. A very few years left him an imbecile in body and mind, to become the prey of a parcel of sharks who, dressing in purple and fine linen and faring sumptuously every day, held him in a state of abject slavery and fear. One day, aboard his own yacht, off Naples, they married him to a notorious woman. Under the guardianship of his wife and her villain paramour, he wandered like a spectre amid the scene of his former riot. For long at Monte Carlo he lingered like a ghost, and at last died in Florence. The American colony attended his funeral in a body, while his widow, dissolved in tears, refused to be comforted. Although many dark stories were whispered, the Americans there forgave her all, for her grief and sorrow were so overpoweringly evident that it would have seemed a crime to doubt her tender love for the departed. After having the body embalmed, she embarked with her dead love for America, and today his ashes rest in that mighty city of the dead, Greenwood, under a Greek cross of white marble, bearing the date of birth and death. I went to see it last Easter week. The grave was strewn with flowers, and the pedestal bears this inscription: "Too good for this world, the angels bore him to heaven," leaving his heartbroken wife to mourn her unspeakable loss. Unopposed, she succeeded to her husband's estate. It was large then. Today it has grown to enormous proportions. She is not, but easily might have been, one of the 400. At Saratoga last August, I saw her sitting on the balcony of the United States Hotel, fat, wrinkled, vulgar-looking, covered with diamonds. Nemesis appears to have postponed her visit to the lady. Her life from her own standpoint has been a tremendous success. She has been philosopher enough to appreciate what an immense factor mere eating and drinking is in the sum of human enjoyment. Born with a cold heart, a constitution of iron, and the digestion of an ostrich, happily for her peace of mind, she was absolutely without imagination. To fill the sum of human happiness, from her own standpoint, she only required one other thing, a good bank account, and that, she said, heaven had put in her way, so her life has been filled full of joy, and of the only sort she cared for or could appreciate. In her early years, when her passions were strong, lover and paramour followed in rapid succession. When her blood grew cold, she found her delight in the pleasures of the table, and keeping the same cook, who was an expert, for 20 years, and exercising freely, 1894 found her at 60 with a strong pulse, a perfect digestion and a keen enjoyment of sport, racing in particular, and, on the whole, enjoying life as well as any woman in the universe, with no regrets, no torturing remorse, but with a serene faith that when done with this world, she never having done anything very bad here will have a pretty good time in the world to come. Chapter 20. Details necessary if tedious. After the events narrated in the last chapter, I returned to London. I arrived early in the morning and, meeting my companions, we had a long and anxious talk over my near-approaching and all-important interview with that great sir of the London world, the manager of the Bank of England. Happy for us if in that interview the manager had asked for the customary references, or had used ordinary business precaution and investigated me, or, indeed, had acted as any ordinary businessman would have done under ordinary circumstances. Our own conclusions were that the fact that I was already a depositor, together with the impression made by the letters and my £10,000 checks, would put the thing through. Yet we, of course, felt that 1,000 things could arise to block our way effectually. A look, a word too much, a shadow, or a smile in my face might ruin all, but still, after providing so far as possible for every contingency, after planning what was to be said or left unsaid at the interview, after my companions filling me full of advice, we felt after all that everything must be left to my discretion, to say and to act as I thought best under the circumstances. This council of war was held in my room in the Grosvenor. I had arrived from Paris at 6 o'clock. Mac and I breakfasted together at 8. George joined us at 9, and we talked until 10, then we set out together for the bank. Arriving there, they remained outside, watching for my reappearance. Entering the bank, I sent in my card, F.A. Warren, by a liveried flunky, and was immediately ushered into the manager's parlor. He has long since gone over to the majority, so here I will not so much as name or describe him. Sufficient to say that as soon as I set eyes upon him I thought that we would have no particular difficulty in carrying out our plans, save only so far as details went. The manager, who had been told that I was a railroad contractor, expressed himself highly gratified to have me do my business through the bank, and said they would do all in their power to accommodate me. I told him that, of course, I was financing large sums and would require more or less discounts before the year was out. Then I came away, and meeting my two friends outside of the bank, in answer to their eager inquiries as to what had transpired, I told them that, so far as the bank officials were concerned, our way to the vaults of the bank was wide open. So ended the last scene of Act 1. The next day I went to the Continental Bank in Lombard Street and bought sight exchange on Paris for 200,000 francs, paying for it by a cheque on the Bank of England. I was given a note of identification to the Paris agent of the bank. That night, I left Victoria Station for Paris. At 10 the next morning, I had my money, and, going to the Place de la Bourse, near the exchange, I commissioned a broker, who was a member of the exchange, to purchase bills on London for £8,000. I cautioned him to buy bills drawn only on well-known banking houses. About 3 o'clock, he had the bills ready. I paid him the amount, along with his commission, and, examining the paper, found that he had purchased for me about what I wanted. I will explain, for the benefit of any reader not conversant with financial transactions, that if John Russell, cotton broker in Savannah, ships 1,000 bales of cotton to a firm in Manchester, England, the firm in Manchester authorizes him to draw a bill of exchange on their firm, payable at some London bank at 3 or 6 months' time, for the value of the cotton. We will say the price is £10,000. Russell draws 10 bills for £1,000 each, say payable at the Union Bank of London. He gives these bills to a money broker in Savannah, who sells them on the exchange and gets for them whatever the rate of exchange may then be on London. The president of the Georgia Central Railroad may have ordered 1,000 tons of steel rail in England for his road, and to pay for them he orders a broker to buy for him bills on London to the amount of the cost of the rails. He purchases the Russell bills, and these bills of exchange he sends in payment to the steel rail manufacturers in England. So, as a matter of fact, the president of the Georgia Central pays Russell for his 1,000 bales of cotton, but has the bills of exchange. So, in place of £10,000 in gold being freighted twice across the ocean, the 10 pieces of paper cross only once. These 10 bills for £1,000 each, drawn on the Union Bank of London at 6 months, in due time are presented, duly accepted and paid at maturity by the bank. Instead of commercial notes or bills, they are now known as acceptances and are just as good as a banknote. Therefore, if the owner, no matter who it is, wants the money at once, any bank will discount all or either for the face value less the interest. In every commercial center of the world, these accepted bills are being discounted by banks and moneyed corporations for enormous sums, but by no bank in the world in such huge amounts as by the Bank of England. Their daily discounts run into the millions. What our plan was will be made clear later. The evening of the day of my arrival in Paris found me on the express speeding to Paris. 2 hours past midnight, I was on the miserable little passenger steamer that plies across the chopping channel, and which I suppose has seen more of human misery than all the fleets that sail the Atlantic, for the channel has stronger countercurrents and wind. Tide and currents seem ever to be in violent opposition, and here, e'er across the main doth float a sad and solemn swell, the wild, fantastic, fitful note of Triton's breathing shell. And Triton, old Neptune's t'other name, makes all passers over this part of his realm pay ample tribute for his fantastic, fitful notes. The Paris night express lands one at early dawn in London, nearly always weak on the legs, however. I breakfasted with Mac, and after that took the bills to the various banks on which they were drawn, and leaving them for their acceptance, I called again the next day and received them back, bearing across the face the magic words, London, August 14, 1872. Accepted for the Union Bank of London. E. Barclay, manager. J. Wayland, assistant manager. Then I hurried to the Grosvenor, and we all looked at them with curiosity, for it was upon the imitation of just such acceptances that our whole plan was based. I intended to present this and many more batches of genuine bills for discount at the bank until the officials should become accustomed to discounting for me. In the meantime, as fast as I got genuine acceptances and bills, we kept on making imitations of them for future use, only leaving out the date until such time as we should be ready to put them in for discount. Of course, the success or failure of our whole plan turned upon this point. Is it the custom of the Bank of England, in 1873, to send acceptances offered for discount to the acceptors for verification of signatures? This is always done in America, and had this very requisite precaution been used by the Bank of England, our plan would have been fruitless, and we should have been a few thousands out of pocket, but if not, Then we could throw into the hopper enough acceptances of home manufacture so that through the red tape routine of the bank millions of sovereigns would be ground out into our pockets. Taking my deposit book and the genuine bills, I went to the bank and left the bills for discount. This was at once done and the amount placed to my credit. I drew £10,000, and that night found me once more one of 500 unfortunates paying tribute to Neptune. This time I landed at Ostend and took the train for Amsterdam. There I repeated the Paris operation, securing £10,000 in genuine bills. I returned to London, and as before left them for acceptance. Then my companion manufactured a lot of imitations and put them away with those previously manufactured, to be all ready when the day came to use them. The genuine bills were then discounted. Again and again I went to the continent, repeating the operation, until at last my credit at the bank was firm as a rock, and we were ready to reap our harvest. But these operations, simple as they seem, lasted over a period of 6 months and had been made at heavy cost. Our ordinary living expenses were not less than $25 a day for the three, while our extraordinary expenses were enormous. I probably traveled 10,000 miles over the continent in my bill-buying expeditions to Paris, Amsterdam, Frankfurt, and Vienna. Another source of expense was the commissions paid to brokers for buying bills on the exchange. Then we had many expenses purely personal, and, enormous as it seems, the sum total from the day of our return from Brazil until the day of our operations against the bank began to bring us in cash were quite $500 a week, so that we had invested $15,000 in preparation, not to speak of our hard work, and it was hard work, and trying, too, for there were a multitude of details to be worked out. Chapter 21. The Egyptians pass over the Red Sea and the Hebrews are drowned therein. All the details of events leading through the long summer and autumn days of 1872 up to the hour when the golden shower began to fall on us are of intense, almost dramatic, interest. I will not, however, lengthen the narrative by giving here any further account of them, but will merely relate the story of the last 5 days before the actual presentation of our home-brewed acceptances. The bank had been discounting for weeks comparatively large sums for me. Many £1,000s of the genuine article discounted had matured and been paid, and more thousands were still in the vaults, awaiting maturity, and would fall due, while our home-manufactured bills would be laid away in the vaults, there to remain for 4 or 5 months until due. Of course, a full month or 2 months before that we could pack our baggage and be on the other side of the world, I on some hacienda in Mexico, George and Mac at some fashionable resort in Florida. They soon to knock at the gates of the 400, I to spend a year or 2 in Mexico, playing Grand Señor, until, under the skillful management of our friends, Irving, Stanley, and White, at police headquarters in New York, the affair had blown over, and they invited me to return. But, as the sequel will show, the reality took on a different complexion from the ideal. My credit at the bank was solid as a rock. That means I had gone through the red tape routine. It only behooved us to use circumspection enough to avoid making mistakes in our papers, and fortune was ours. I knew everything was all right, but George, being a thorough businessman himself, could not comprehend that it could be quite right, and he insisted upon one supreme test. Any single bill of exchange is seldom drawn for more than £1,000, rarely for £2,000, and one of £6,000 is almost unheard of. If a party in Bombay wanted exchange on London for £100,000, his broker would probably furnish him with 100 bills for £1,000 each. But George had made up his mind that as a test, and to make an impression upon the bank manager, I should go to Paris and get a bill on London from Rothschilds drawn to the order of F.A. Warren direct. Could this be done, it would, of course, make it appear that I had intimate relations with the Rothschilds, and as a minor consideration we could use the Rothschild acceptance, a pretty nervy thing to do, as Sir Anthony de Rothschild, the head of the London house, whose name we proposed to offer, was a director of the Bank of England, and would have to pass his own paper for discount, that is, paper bearing his name, manufactured by ourselves. We tried to talk George out of this notion, which Mac and I regarded as a freak, unnecessary in the first place, and impossible anyhow. But he was persistent, and I had to start out and try. I expected an expense of $1,000 and a delay of 2 weeks, but fortune or the devil favored us. So, purchasing at the exchange brokers in London 200,000 francs in French paper money, once more I left Victoria Station for Paris. Once more, an unwilling victim, I heard the wild, fantastic, fitful note of Triton's breathing shell. At Calais, I took my place in what the French call a coupe, that is, the end compartment on a car, which, by paying 10 francs extra, you can occupy alone. It is unlike the other compartments in that there are no arms dividing it into seats, so one can lie full length on the cushion. Before this night, I speak of I had cherished a theory as to what I should do in the event of an accident happening to any train whereon I was a passenger. In such a case, I proposed to catch on to some object and hold on, leaving my body and limbs to swing freely. My theory ever since that night has been that I will go just wherever the breaking timbers and flying furniture send me. I had fallen into a sound sleep before the train started and was aroused from it to find myself hurled about the compartment much as a stout boy would shake a mouse in a cage, and quite as helpless. Our train was off the track. My carriage was near the engine, and the momentum of the long train forced the car in the rear of mine up on end, and it appeared as if it would fall over and crush me. I thought my hour had come, and I cried out at last. There was no fear or terror in it, but merely the thought that after many months of almost incessant travel, and necessarily of peril, at last my fate had come. It had not. How good heaven would have been if it had sent me to my doom then and there. The accident had occurred at Marquise, a small town 16 miles from Calais and 4 from Boulogne, the first stopping place of the express. It was a very long train, but the carriages were all empty except 2. A heavy excursion train had left Paris, and the cars were going back empty. What lessened the number of passengers was the fact that it was Sunday night. The English do not travel on Sundays as a rule. So, fortunately, a great loss of life was prevented. However, 2 were killed and half of the remaining passengers injured. My own injuries were slight and consisted of trifling cuts on the face and hands from flying glass. But, far worse than that, I had received a nervous shock, which took some weeks to wear off, and during the rest of my journey to Paris and return to London, I was as nervous as a timid woman. I stayed at Marquise until noon, when the express passing at that hour made a special stop to pick me up. In our glorious and free country, the killing or mangling of a few persons more or less is of no particular concern to anyone beyond the friends of the victims, least of all to the railway magnate or to a servant. But in France, an accident which results even in the wounding of a passenger is a very serious matter to the road where it occurs and to its officials. They always hasten to take the fullest responsibility, and if attention or the more solid matter cash can comfort the sufferer, he will have no occasion to mourn long. If one life be lost, even a servant of the road, a strict judicial inquiry takes place upon the scene of the accident, by a high official of the state, advised by experts, not as in this country, by some drunken country loafer or ward heeler, who, all ignorant of the law, has been elected county coroner, and one who is more anxious to procure free passes on the road than he is concerned for the victim murdered by the neglect or parsimony of inefficient railway officials. The road from Paris to Calais is known as the Chemin de Fer du Nord, and Baron Alphonse de Rothschild, head of the Paris Rothschilds, is the president of the road. This fact occurred to me within a few minutes of the accident, and I thought I might make use of the affair as a means to help me in my business at Paris. I arrived about dark, went to the Grand Hotel, and to bed at once. My nerves were so shaken that I was timid, even when in the elevator, but I slept well and awoke at daylight feeling better. At 10 o'clock, limping badly and leaning on a cane, I entered a carriage and drove to the Maison Rothschild, Rue Lafitte. The banking house might well be called a palace. The various offices open upon a courtyard, while the whole architecture of the building would suggest the residence of an officer of state or nobleman rather than a building devoted to finance. But the currents which center there are potent and far-reaching, and come richly laden with tribute from the 4 quarters of the world. To win that tribute slaves toil, and, toiling, die in Brazilian diamond mines, and thousands of coolies, entrapped by agents in China and India, enter into perfidious contracts which commit them to hopeless slavery and send them to wear out their lives in despairing toil amid the pungent and murderous ammoniacal fumes of the guano islands of Chile and Peru. The Rothschilds, too, own the Almaden quicksilver mine and others. They control the quicksilver industries of the world, and to swell their abnormal hoard, portentous in its vastness, other poor wretches, condemned under form of law, are doomed to days of wearing toil, and, their bones rotting from quicksilver absorption, to nights of racking pains. So, too, far Siberia contributes its quota of human misery that the golden stream of interest on century-old loans may have no interruption, but pour on unceasingly into the vaults of the Rothschilds. Alighting from the carriage and mounting the steps with difficulty, I entered the English department and, seating myself, awaited the manager's presence. He came, and expressing great concern when he learned I was a victim of the Marquis's disaster, asked what he could do for me. I replied I wanted to see the Baron. He disappeared into a range of offices, and no doubt told Baron Alphonse I was some important personage, doubly important because injured on his road. Soon a slight, sallow man of about 43 appeared, wearing an old-fashioned stovepipe hat and a shabby suit of snuff-colored garments. The look of the attendants testified that the deity was before me. Taking off his antiquated chapeau, he began a profuse apology for the accident, explaining that accidents were most unusual events in France, that he would order his own physician to attend me, that I should have every attention without the slightest charge or expense to myself, etc., etc., and ended by saying I was to command him if he could serve me. In return, I told him since he was so distressed over the accident and my plight, I should say no more about either. But as I was too badly shaken to complete the business on which I had come to Paris, I should request him to instruct his subordinates to aid me in transmitting the funds I had brought from London back again. He called the manager and told him to accommodate me in anything. Then, shaking hands and with many expressions of regret, he withdrew. I told the manager I wanted a 3-months bill on London for £6,000. He informed me that the House of Rothschild was not issuing time bills, but since the Baron's order suspended the rule in my case, he would procure me 6 bills for £1,000 each. These really were just as good for our purpose as 1 bill for £6,000, but I had come to Paris on George's demand that I should procure 1 bill for this unusual amount, so perforce I had to say no, that I wanted 1 bill only. The manager began to remonstrate, saying it was unusual, and wanted to explain the nature of a bill of exchange, but I cut him short, bidding him recall the Baron at once. The thought of recalling that Jupiter to repeat an order was enough to send a thrill through the entire staff, and he instantly said, "Oh, sir, if you wish the £6,000 in 1 bill, you shall have it, but it will involve some delay." So paying him 150,000 francs on account, I ordered the bill sent to me at 2 o'clock precisely at the Grand Hotel, and drove off to the Louvre, where I spent 2 hours in the picture galleries. At 2 o'clock I was at the hotel, and an attendant came with the bill, and, pointing to a signature on it, informed me it was that of a cabinet minister, equivalent to our Secretary of the Treasury, certifying that the tax to the government on the bill was paid. He explained the revenue stamp required upon a bill of exchange was 1/8 of 1% of the face of the bill, making the tax on my single bill 187 francs, or about $37. All bills are stamped in a registering machine, which presses the stamp into the paper, but there were no registering machines for a stamp of so high a denomination as 187 francs either in the branch revenue office in the Rothschild Bank or at the Treasury. So the Baron had taken the bill to the Treasury himself and got the cabinet minister to put his autograph on it, probably the first and only time in history that such a thing had been done. I wanted very much indeed to keep that bill as a curiosity, but then the necessity of the time was on me, and I was not then a collector of curios. I had been only 18 hours in Paris, and by a happy fluke the business was done over which I had counted upon spending a good part of the month. When I left London, I was all at sea as to how I should carry out the objects of my visit to Paris. One plan was to procure an interview by strategy with the Baron Alphonse and try to cajole him, but without reference and devoid of all business relations or acquaintance in Paris, it was at best a questionable expedient, and I probably would have had a takedown. But the accident at Marquise came and smoothed the apparently insuperable difficulties in my way. But I have found that something unusual does come to help a man on his way to the devil when he is anxious to get there, which he is pretty sure to do, if he is only diligent and careful to improve his opportunities. What diligence and strict attention to business do men exhibit when they start out to wreck their own lives and break the hearts of those near to them? In a play by a modern writer, one scene presents Satan flying at midnight over one of our cities, while the drunken songs and joyous shouts of some gilded revelers rise in the night. The merry songs and laughter are music to the ears of Lucifer. He pauses in his flight to listen, and as the songs and shouts increase in volume, he looks down on the revelers, and with a bitter sneer soliloquizes thus of them: "Ye are my bondsmen and my thralls, your lives I fill with bitter pain." And that sums it up pretty well, but we must look straight away from the entrance of the Primrose Way to the exit. Well, I had successfully played my trump card on the Rothschilds, and, not seeing the end, thought I had won and cleverly won. So before sitting down to dinner, I went to the telegraph office and telegraphed to my partners. The Egyptians all passed over the Red Sea, but the Hebrews are drowned therein. Thinking this rather witty, I went to dinner well satisfied. An hour past midnight, the moon looked from behind a cloud and saw me, one of many miserables, leaning over the bulwark of that wretched Dover steamer, again paying tribute to Neptune. Chapter 22. Accepted. Lionel Rothschild. When George and Mac received my telegram, they, knowing the difficulties of my mission, deemed it incredible that I had succeeded within a day, so when my telegram came they thought I was attempting some jest. Upon my arrival in London, walking into Mac's room, he being still in bed, I announced that I had in my pocket Rothschild's bill for £6,000, drawn on the London house. He flatly refused to believe me, but when he, and later George, saw the bill, they were forced to believe. I at once took it down to St. Swithin's Lane, and, leaving it for acceptance, called the next day, when I found scrawled across it in thin, pale ink the mystic words, "Accepted. Lionel Rothschild." The bill itself was drawn on cheap, blue paper on the same form as the blank bills to be had at the Paris stationer's, where I had bought some. From Rothschild's I went direct to the hotel where we had our rendezvous, and the acceptance was so simple and easy that Mac had it copied on another bill in 10 minutes. The business methods of the bank were so loose that there was no necessity for imitating signatures, but as a precaution this was done to some extent. I then proceeded to the Bank of England for my last personal interview with the manager. I must halt here for a brief space in the narrative, in order to enlighten my reader upon some new developments, also to introduce the new member we at this time brought into our firm. There was a friend, a very old friend of mine residing in Hartford, Edwin Noyes by name. We had known each other from our schoolboy days, and there was a warm friendship between us. Our paths in life had been wide apart, but we maintained a frequent correspondence and often met. He knew nothing of my Primrose life, but supposed, of course, from the style of my living that I was the possessor of a handsome income from my business, which lay, as he imagined, in that mysterious precinct known as the Street, which, of course, meant Wall Street, and that my business was speculating in stocks. He was a trifle older than myself, of a steady, reserved nature, and a discreet and safe friend. This was the new member of our firm. How he came to be so I must explain. Up to this time, as the reader will have noticed, I was the only one of the party known at the bank, and, of course, was the only one who seemed to be taking any risk. Even in the event of discovery, it would apparently be necessary for me only to take flight. George and Mac, not being known in connection with the fraud, could remain in London until such time as they chose to go home. To make matters absolutely safe for me as well, we got up this scheme. I told the manager of the bank that I had bought an immense plant and shops in Birmingham to manufacture railway material, and that I should be there superintending the work a good deal. Therefore, I might occasionally send any bills I had for discount from there by mail. I had sent 2 or 3 lots of the genuine bills in that way. If I could send the imitation bills the same way, Mac and George could carry on the business through the mail in my name, and I could be at the other side of the world while the actual operation was going on, so that, far from my ever being proved guilty, there would be proof of my innocence, for how could I be guilty of a crime committed in England at the very time I was on a pleasure jaunt in the West Indies and Mexico? Thus it was arranged. Mac and George could do everything and remain in the background themselves, provided we had a safe man whom I could introduce at the bank as my clerk or messenger. Also to represent me in different places where I could introduce him as my messenger before I left England. The reader will see the extreme artfulness of the plot, but in all wrongdoing there is sooner or later a slip-up. Be the plot ever so artful, or however safe the wrongdoing may appear, the unforeseen something will happen. Of course, Mac and George not being known at the bank need not care, but it might easily be serious for me. When the explosion came, 50 people in and about the bank would remember my face. But if I brought Noyes on the scene to act as my clerk, I need only introduce him to the paying teller of the bank, and to J. Cook and Company, the American banking house, where I propose to buy enormous quantities of United States bonds, paying for them in checks on the Bank of England. Of course, the bonds being all-bearer bonds would, with our knowledge of finance, be as good as so much cash. So, knowing Noyes, if he would embark in the enterprise, had plenty of nerve and could never be bribed or bought into betraying us should he by any failure of our plans happen to be arrested, we determined to send for him. A short time before we arrived at this conclusion, I had sent this precautionary letter to him. Grosvenor Hotel, London, November 8, 1872. My dear Noyes, you will be surprised to hear from me from London, but the fact is I have been here with George and a friend of ours for a year, and have made a lot of money from several speculations we have embarked in. In fact, we have been so successful that we have determined to make you a present of $1,000, which find enclosed. Please accept the same with our best wishes. We may be able to give you a chance to make a few thousands, if you would care to venture across the ocean. Perhaps we can make use of you. If so, I will send you a cable. If I do, come anyway, as we will pay all your expenses should you determine not to go in with us on the deal. Be cautious and preserve absolute secrecy when you leave home as to your destination. We'll explain the reason for this when we meet. Keep your weather eye open for the cable. It may come any hour after you have this. Hoping you are quite well, I remain, etc., etc. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. A few days later, we sent him this cable. It was afterward produced in court in evidence against him, Edwin Noyes, New York. Come by Atlantic on Wednesday, wire on arrival at Liverpool, meet at Langham. He arrived 10 days later, and at a little dinner given in his honor, we told him our plot. He was astounded, and for the remainder of the dinner, and for the day, too, for the matter of that, he acted like a man in a dream, and we three were amazed that he did not instantly fall into our plan. Here was the dramatic representation of the poisonous effect of wrongdoing. We three had by degrees become accustomed to look upon a fraud committed by ourselves with equanimity. I say by degrees. Insensibly we had been sinking deeper and deeper, until, our moral senses blunted, we found excuses to our own consciences. But here was my companion and friend. He was no Puritan, but, like ourselves, but a few brief months before, regarded crime with detestation, and now, when the men he trusted proposed he should become a party to a crime, his mind revolted in horror. Well for him had he yielded to the prompting of his own conscience and fled from us and the fearful temptation of sudden wealth. At last he said he would consider it. After a day or two of silence, he began to question us as to our mode of operation. Then his mind became more and more familiarized to the thought, until at last, fascinated by our association, he acquiesced, saying, "I will do it. I want money badly. The Bank of England, after all, will not miss it. So I'll go in for this once." By our direction, he went to an obscure hotel in Manchester Square and then purchased clothes more suitable for his new position than the fashionable tailor-cut suit he wore from New York. On several occasions, I had gone to J. Cook and Company in Lombard Street and purchased bonds under the name of F. A. Warren and giving checks in payment upon the Bank of England. So one day I went there with Noyes and purchased $20,000 in bonds, giving my check for them. I then introduced Noyes as my clerk, directing them to deliver any bonds I bought to him at any time. The next day he called and they gave him the bonds which I had given my check for the day before, so there was no necessity any longer for me to come in person to make purchases. Noyes could appear there any day, give an order for bonds, secure a bill for them, and in half an hour bring a Warren check for the amount of the bill, pretending, of course, that he had got it from me, but really getting it from Mac, leaving the check for collection and to call the next day for the bonds. The same day that I introduced him to J. Cook and Company. I took him to the Bank of England at a busy time of day, and while drawing £2,000, I casually introduced him to the paying teller as my clerk, requesting the teller to pay him any checks I sent. Then for the next few days I had Noyes take checks to the bank and had him order 2 or 3 small lots of bonds from J. Cook and Company, so that they became familiarized with seeing him come on my business. The plan was complete at last. Everything was ready to carry out our scheme in perfect safety to all, and, as related in the beginning of the chapter, I was now on my way to the bank for my last visit, with the Rothschild bill in my hand. Many accounts were given of this famous interview in the English press just after the discovery of the fraud and prior to my arrest, also when the details transpired at the trial. The facts were simply these. I presented myself at the bank, and, sending in my card to the manager, was ushered at once into his parlor. After a few remarks upon the money and stock market, I produced the bill, remarking that I had a curiosity to show him which had been sent me by a correspondent in Paris. It was certainly a curiosity. It was a thing entirely unknown in the history of the bank to have a bill of exchange bearing the signature of a cabinet minister certifying that the Internal Revenue tax had been paid on it. This, along with the circumstance that the bill was made payable to myself, evidently made considerable impression on the manager and confirmed him in his good opinion of his customer. The unusual features of this bill of exchange led him to relate some of the inner events of the bank's history, during which I asked him what precaution the bank took against forgery. He told me a forgery on the bank was impossible. But I asked, why impossible? Other banks get hit sometimes, and why not the Bank of England? To that question, he gave a long reply, ending with the assertion that our wise forefathers have bequeathed us a system which is perfect. Do you wish me to understand you have not changed your system since your forefathers' time? I said. To which he emphatically replied, not in the slightest particular for 100 years. In conclusion, I told him I should be fully occupied looking after my different business interests, but would give him a call if I found time. I also said I would have the bill discounted and take the cash away with me, instead of having it placed to my credit. He called an attendant, gave the necessary order, and the cash was handed me. Bidding the manager goodbye, I repaired to our meeting place and showed the notes for the discounted bill. Even George was satisfied that my credit at the bank was good for any amount of discounts on any sort of paper. Everything now was ready for my departure from England. For some weeks my partners had been busy preparing for the completion of the operation. The first lot of bogus bills were ready to go into the mail at Birmingham as soon as I was out of the way, it having been decided that I should then be out of the country. So one Monday late in November, I packed my baggage and, after many warm handshakings, I bade my friends adieu. We had had many talks about the happy future. We had planned pleasant things in the future and spoken confidently of our foreign hands, our summer cottages at Saratoga and Newport, of our townhouse, fine suppers, and our boxes at the opera. After that I saw them for a brief hour on the coast of France and once more said adieu. When we met again it was in Newgate. I need hardly say that for the next 20 years we had no boxes at the Grand Opera, no foreign hands, nor yet any fine suppers, but all that which was merely external passed away, consumed in that fierce flame, but all that was manly and true remained. That is, our devotion and courage and our high resolve to conquer fate and live for better things. Before leaving London we had squared up our cash account. It was something to make one stare to see how our money had melted away. It was arranged to send in the first lot of bogus bills on Thursday, giving me 2 full days out of the country. Here I made a fatal mistake in determining to go to the West Indies, then on to Mexico. As George had planned, I should have gone at once to New York, stopped at the best hotel in the city, and registered in my right name. By taking this course, I should have been safe and could have laughed at any attempt of the bank authorities to extradite me, for the first lot of bogus bills could have been held back until I had actually arrived in America. Then there could not have been found a single particle of evidence against me. I say, if I had come to New York. But there is some mysterious spell over men embarked in crime that blinds their eyes to the plainest dictates of common sense or prudence. This has been proved in 1,000 dramatic instances, but never more forcibly than in our own. It would seem as if clever, daring men do almost impossible things with ease, but there is a nemesis which blinds them to trifles, fatal if overlooked, causing them to make mistakes of which a schoolboy would be ashamed. When we first got our combination together, I thought we had found a short-cut to fortune, and never doubted of our success to the very end, and amid many mishaps that either crippled or ruined our schemes and lengthened this short-cut to fortune, I maintained my confidence until on that day down in blazing Rio, when the letter C in lieu of the S in endorse came to the front to crumble our sure thing into ruin. I remember that in the stupefaction which for a few minutes settled down on us, I felt we were really fighting against fate. A fate that, like the fiat of deity, says, "Thou shalt not," to all wrongdoing. For some time after that takedown of feeling took possession of me that such shortcuts to fortune were risky, and that if success did come, the success would in the end prove a failure. But there is so much in companionship and such magnetism in human association that when we all three met in Paris and went in and out together, then, under the stimulus of our union, I forgot all my forebodings and began to think the unforeseen fatal something would not happen, and that we could conquer fortune whether she would or no, and by any method on which we chose to enter. But, as will be seen in the sequel, when reveling in an unheard of success, literally loaded down with wealth, Nemesis appeared and by means even more simple than our error in Rio stripped us of our wealth and dignity and left us naked to every storm that blew. Chapter 23. Showers of Gold FLON then? I shall try and condense into a single chapter the narrative of events in London from the time of my departure until the day, some months later, when our scheme exploded and all took to flight when Noyes was arrested. Our expenses had been so enormous that we were anxious to make enough to recoup them, so it had been agreed that the first batch of bogus bills should not exceed the amount paid out since leaving Rio. I left for Paris on Monday. On Wednesday, Noyes went to the bank and drew out all the money to my credit, except £300. The same day, he went to Birmingham and mailed lot number 1 of home manufacture bills representing £8,000. The next 24 hours was an anxious time for my friends. The bills would be delivered by the early mail on Thursday, and if all went right, the proceeds would be placed to my credit by 12 o'clock, and the bills themselves would be stowed away in the vaults until they were due some months ahead. George and Mac waited with the greatest anxiety until 2 o'clock. They had everything packed for instant flight, when at that hour they sallied out of Mac's lodging and started for the bank to make the test. They had filled out 2 Warren checks, one for £2,300 payable to Warren, another for £4.10 payable to bearer. Noyes went on ahead, the others following, and took his stand on the steps of a hotel in a side street not far from the bank. Keeping his eye out for a suitable appearing party, he finally stopped a uniformed messenger and, telling him to take the £4.10 check to the bank, bring the money to him there, and he would be paid for his trouble. Of course, as soon as the messenger had turned his back, Noyes bolted around the corner to a place agreed upon, while Mac followed the messenger to the bank and saw he was paid without question. He gave the prearranged signal to George, who went with all haste to notify Noyes, and when the messenger arrived with the cash, he found him standing on the steps as cool and unconcerned as possible. Paying the messenger, all three started to the bank, Mac on the way giving Noyes the £2,300 check, which he presented. Nodding good day to the cashier, he asked for £2,000 in gold and the remainder in notes, which were handed him at once, and 3 very happy men sat down that evening to dinner. Because the day's operations had conclusively proved that the Bank of England methods were fallible, The next morning, Noyes went to J. Cook and Company and ordered $75,000 in United States bonds, giving a check for them on the bank. The same afternoon, he went to Birmingham and mailed another letter, this one containing £15,000 in bills, and later drew £2,000 in gold from the bank. On Monday, he went after the bonds, and the $75,000 was handed over to him without questions. The whole operation was a repetition of these tactics, but with an ever-increasing volume in the amounts of the bills. On some days, the mail brought to the bank letters with bills for $100,000, sometimes for more, sometimes for less. So November and December passed away, and the bank continued day by day and week by week, laying away in its vaults the worthless collateral of Mr. F. A. Warren in exchange for its gold. But why not be satisfied and stop while it was all right? That is the question of a wise man, but whoever knew any man who wanted to do a thing, whether he did it or not, who could not find 100 good reasons why he should do it? But as Christmas came near, Mac began to long for home. He had repaid his father every penny of the large sum he was owing him. There had been a reconciliation by mail, and each steamer that came bore many long letters from parents and sisters, all speaking of their joy over the happy turn of events that was going to bring the absent member of the flock home within its walls again. The father's heart, long estranged, grew very tender toward his boy, and with pride he thought his eldest had thrown off the follies of his youth, and in manful strength was making ample atonements for the thoughtlessness and the wanderings of his youth. He and they were all destined to a terrible awakening. For soon the press of the world was to teem with accounts of his son's arrest and incarceration for participation in a gigantic fraud. When the blow fell, it came with crushing force on that home, and a shadow deep as night settled down on the household. All joyousness and even hope itself fled when the cable bore the news that their boy had been condemned to life imprisonment in a foreign dungeon. And one by one the members of that family passed away from a world that held no more for them since their good name had been tarnished. In London the boys talked of spending Christmas at home, but the argument to stay, and it prevailed, was that since the money came in so easily and in such amounts, it was a pity to run away from it. Then, again, by obtaining an enormous sum and putting it in a place of absolute security, the bank would be glad to compromise the matter in consideration of receiving $1 million or $2 back again. So they spent a pretty merry and an exceedingly expensive Christmas in London, but later in February they determined to pack up and leave. Everything smiled upon them. The gold and bonds they had meant fortunes for all. I was away in tropic islands leading an idle life with my bride amid the coconut and palm trees. Mac and George had never appeared in the transaction, and as for Noyes, not a soul in all America knew he was in Europe, and in all Europe only 3 or 4 people had seen him and knew him as representing Warren. The business was finished. All 3, laden with money, were going to leave England, leaving the bank to slumber on for weeks until the first bills became due before there could be a discovery. By that time the cash would have been safely stowed, and how or where or to whom could anything be traced? So in council they had decided to be content with the enormous amount they had. The last batch of bills was in the mail. Only 1 day more and the strain on the nerves would be over. That day Noyes bought bonds and drew cash for more than $150,000. At 3 o'clock they sat down to lunch, their last in London, and then went direct to Mac's apartments in St. James's Place. All the material for making fraudulent bills was there, and what could be burned was to be thrown into the grate, and the rest to first be filed into blank nothings, and then thrown into the Thames. The 3 were there, and they were happy. They had engineered a gigantic scheme, had struck for wealth and won. The short cut to fortune in defiance of fate had been traversed, and now they set about a grateful task, that of getting themselves and their rich argosy out of England. Mac, being the artist of the party, and having executed the actual writing, drew the sealed box containing the unused bills up to the fire and began throwing them in one by one. In doing so, he occasionally would throw some bill more elaborate than the common run on the floor beside his chair. He had finished his task and took from the floor those he had thrown there, looked at them for a moment, then crumbling them together, raised his hand to throw them in the fire, but as the devil always forsakes his friends at the critical moment, he stopped, smoothed out the bills, and turning to the others, said, "Boys, these are perfect works of art. It is a pity to destroy them." From our point of view it was, since it was only necessary to drop them into the mail, and they would coin us thousands. Then George said, "Suppose we send them in." The others said, "All right," and our doom was sealed. There were in the lot 19 bills of exchange for £26,000. A date had been left off one of them. They failed to note it. Poor fools, we had sold ourselves. Was this an accident? No, it was nemesis. It was anything you want to call it, but it was not an accident. So a letter was written, the bills with memorandum enclosed, the envelope directed and stamped, and the three fools went to Birmingham, mailed the letter, and then laughed over their success in the fight against society. Facilitated themselves that they had discovered the undiscoverable, that they had safely traversed the short-cut to fortune. There is no shortcut by wrongdoing to fortune, Boss Tweed and the long list of robber barons to the contrary. The bills were mailed on Monday. As that fatal letter slipped from their fingers into the mailbox, the last act of the deadly tragedy began. When it ended, the curtain fell upon us descending from the dock into the chill dungeons of Newgate, never, so far as the sentence was concerned, to emerge again. On Tuesday morning the letter with the bills arrived at the bank. Following the routine, they went to the discount department, were discounted and placed to my credit. As I had a balance of £20,000, when the proceeds of the bills were added to it, it brought up the whole to the handsome sum of £46,000. When the bills arrived at the bank, a strange thing occurred. The fatal omission was made on an acceptance of Blydenstein and Company, a great banking firm in London. The discount clerk noticed the omission of the date of acceptance, but this being a mere formality, he thought it a clerical error on the part of the bookkeeper of Blydenstein and Company. He made no report of the matter, and it was discounted along with the other 18, which were put away in the vaults with the batches that had preceded it, while he laid this one aside until the next day, which was Wednesday. At 10:30, he gave it to the bank messenger, telling him when he went his regular rounds to take the bill to Blydenstein's and request them to correct the omission. At 2 p.m. on Tuesday, Noyes went to J. Cook and Company and ordered $100,000 in United States bonds and gave them a check on the Bank of England for the amount. He was to call for the bonds next day, of course, after the check had gone through the clearing house and had been paid. As soon as the bank opened on Wednesday, in order to test if everything was all right, Noyes sent in a messenger with a small check, and the money was thrown out as at all other times without remark. And that was a complete demonstration that everything was all right. So it was then, but within 30 minutes from that second the messenger was going to start with the bill to Blydenstein's for correction. This was 10 o'clock Wednesday. The bills had been 25 hours in the possession of the bank, had been discounted and the proceeds placed to my credit for 24 hours. Who with intellect less than an archangel's could have divined the true combination? First of all, that men brilliant and clever, gambling with their lives, could have made such an omission, damning, fatal. Second, if made, that the great Bank of England, thought absolutely infallible by the whole world, conservative, supposedly cautious, would have discounted a bill £4.20, with the date out of the acceptance, and having done so, hold the bill well on into the second day, without a discovery, and that too, when the firm whose acceptance was a forgery was not 100 yards away. So when at 10 o'clock on Wednesday Mac saw the small check paid without question to the messenger, it seemed he had an assurance, doubly sure, and a bond of fate that all was well, and that the last batch of bills was packed safely away for another 3 months in the vaults of the bank. So Noyes went at once to J. Cook and Company, and as the check had been paid at the bank they handed over, as in so many other occasions, the $100,000 in bonds to him. Mac and George were outside. George took the bonds and gave Noyes a £10,000 check, and 1 minute from his leaving J. Cook and Company, Noyes was at the counter of the bank. The cashier counted out the $50,000 to him. He walked out of the bank with a lighter heart and more buoyant step than ever before, for was not the danger all over and the long strain on the nerves at an end, the transaction complete and fortune won? He was never going to the bank again. They had arranged to meet at Garraway's Coffee House in Exchange Alley. This is the Garraways that became so famous at the time of the South Sea Bubble, and its fame continued down to the end of the Wars of Napoleon. Then its glory departed as a center of speculations, but its renown as an old-fashioned chophouse remained till 1873. Everywhere in contemporary English literature, from Swift and Addison to Goldsmith and Johnson, one meets references to Garraways. The Dean immortalized it in his well-known lines on Change Alley. "There is a gulf where thousands fell. Here all the bold adventurers came. A narrow sound, though deep as hell. Change Alley is the dreadful name. Subscribers here by thousands float and jostle one another down, each paddling in his leaky boat, and here they fish for gold and drown. Meantime secure on Garraway's cliffs a savage race by shipwreck fed, lie waiting for the foundered skiffs and strip the bodies of the dead." Dickens also makes it the scene of the writing of the famous chops and tomato sauce letter from Mr. Pickwick to Mrs. Bardell. One can imagine the elation of my friends as they sat around that little table at Garraway's. It was only their income that morning had been $150,000. And many more such days had gone before. All danger was over, wealth was won. They saw themselves back in America, among the 400, possessors of a fortune, however wrongfully obtained, yet obtained in a way that would leave behind no ruined widows and orphans to linger out the remainder of their blighted lives in poverty and misery. That was a point which added zest to their enjoyment of the prospect. "I am never to go to the bank again. Come, shake hands on that," said Noyes. And in their excitement and wild delight they shook hands again and again. But they would have moderated their joy had they known that at the very moment the bank porter, pale and frightened, was rushing past the room where they sat, carrying the news to the bank that the £2,000 bill was a forgery. Instantly all was confusion and excitement in the bank. Telegrams were at once sent to the detective police, and at that moment swarms of them were pouring out of the Bow Street and Scotland Yard offices. That already stories of gigantic frauds, multiplied 1,000-fold by rumor, were flying everywhere, that every bank in London was victimized. In 10 minutes the story reached the Stock Exchange, and a scene of terrific excitement ensued, and, through it all, our three innocents sat on in that dingy old coffee house, serenely unconscious of the fearful storm that was rising. Still they were safe. Everything was confusion in the bank. The terrified official, frantic with fear, could only describe a tall young man, an American, who said his name was Warren. Had my three triumphant friends only known what was up, they might have sat where they were the day through and drank porter out of the pewter mugs in safety. There were 100,000 men in London who would answer any description the bank could have given of Noyes. Mac and George had never appeared in the transaction, and I, the F.A. Warren they were looking for, was living quietly with my young wife in a lovely isle in the tropic sea. Surely then, these three high-toned financiers still had the game in their own hands. They had nothing to fear. They had wealth. There was no clue to their identity, and the world was before them, a world which lays her treasures and pleasures at the feet of him who commands wealth. But that mighty something had decreed otherwise, and a subtle spirit under whose power they were but purposeless puppets inspired them to commit an act of folly, which was to hurl them from the fool's paradise wherein they were reveling down to the pit of despair. Upon Mac casually remarking that they had still a balance of $75,000 to Warren's credit, Noyes spoke up and said, "Boys, that is too much money to leave John Bull. Suppose you make out a check for £5,000. I will run over and get the cash, and it will do for pocket money." And the two others, triumphant in success, became idiots and assented. Making out a check for £5,000, Noyes started for the bank, check in hand, and entering, instantly found himself with a hot and angry swarm of hornets about him. There were 25 detectives in and around the bank. Special messengers had summoned the affrighted directors. The great bank parlor was packed with a host of stockholders and directors, who were questioning the manager and clerks. And excitement rose to fever heat when, with 20 hands holding him, poor Noyes was hustled in among them. They rushed at him like a pack of wolves. Had that been a bank parlor in festive Arizona, they would not have endured the delay incidental to procuring a rope, but would have ended it and him by gunnery at short range. Noyes could not be shaken. His nerve never failed. He said a gentleman had hired him as a clerk, and that was all he knew. He had left him at the stock exchange. If they would let him go, he would try and find him and bring him around to the bank. Bull is gullible, but not so much so as to swallow that yarn. So they held tightly to him, and a committee of indignant Britons escorted him to Newgate. Chapter 24. Points for Justice to pick up. Mac and George were without, and were stricken with consternation, for a minute's observation of the gathering crowd and the rushing into the bank of excited people convinced them something unusual was in the wind, and they knew Noyes must be in deadly peril. Mac rushed into the bank in hope to warn or to be of help. Everything there was in confusion. Unobserved in the excitement, he made his way into the parlor, and there saw what made his heart stand still: Noyes surrounded by an angry crowd of officials. With great presence of mind and great nerve he pushed through toward Noyes, who saw him and knew he was there to help if he had a chance to bolt from his captors, but there was no chance. As they were about starting for Newgate, Mac slipped outside and told George what had befallen Noyes, and discussed the possibility of a rescue when on the way to Newgate with him. While they were waiting in the entrance, Noyes came out in custody. He saw and recognized them. They joined in the crowd and were within arm's reach of him, every rod of the short distance to Newgate, but the crowd was packed so tight that one could hardly move, and a rush for escape was hopeless. Arrived at Newgate, Mac in his desperation was entering with the escort, when George pulled him away, and as they got out of the crowd they heard the newsboys crying, "Great forgery on the Bank of England by an American, £10 million obtained." That afternoon Lionel Rothschild, president of the board of directors, called on him at Newgate and offered him his liberty and £1,000 reward if he would tell all he knew, but Noyes' nerve was not to be shaken. He said a gentleman, an entire stranger, had hired him as a clerk and messenger, and he knew nothing about Mr. Warren nor his business. All this time the $150,000 drawn that morning was in a stout bag behind the counter at Garraway's. Little did the barmaids dream of the treasure that was in the bag at their feet. When Mac went for it, one of the barmaids asked him if he had heard of the great bank robbery. He drove to St. James Place, and soon George joined him there. Here again was enacted the scene we had in Rio. As there, so here, they looked at each other in helpless stupefaction. Why had they not been satisfied? Why had they let Noyes go for a paltry £5,000? Why had they not understood the meaning of the evident excitement in and around the bank? In Rio there was only a suspicion aroused. Here our companion was a prisoner in Newgate. Scarcely an hour had passed since he was free and without a fear had joined in the congratulatory scene at Garraway's. Now ruin was threatened. Upon cool reflection they came to two conclusions. First, that Noyes not only would never betray them, but that he could be depended upon to keep so close a mouth that no clue could be pumped from him, and next, that he could never be convicted of the forgery. He might, of course, be subjected to a few weeks of Newgate life. That was very awkward, of course, but it would come all right. So they resolved for the present to remain in London and await developments. That night the cable flashed the news of the forgery over the world, dwelling particularly upon the fact that the perpetrator was an American. The next morning the London press overflowed. Every prominent paper gave a leader in the editorial column, and when the weeklies and monthlies came out they followed suit. These editorials make now to us who were on the inside amusing reading. They were full of Philistine talk and amazement, and generally conceded that Noyes was an innocent dupe, and all more or less doubted if his principal, the mysterious Mr. F.A. Warren, would ever come back to say so. Day after day went by, and Mac and George hung around London reading the accounts of the affair and of the examination of Noyes before the Lord Mayor. They had communicated with him through his solicitor, and he sent them word to leave England at once. In the meantime they had been sending away the cash, and so entrenched were they in the belief that by no possible chance could their names become mixed up in the affair that in every instance, but to they sent the money or bonds to America in their right names. In the meantime, the bank very wisely sent a cable to their legal agent, Clarence A. Seward, in New York, asking him to set the American detective force on the alert. He was a man of the world and understood quite well what sort of men then ruled at police headquarters. So he sent at once for Robert A. Pinkerton and gave him entire charge of the American end of the line. Eventually, they unearthed the whole plot, secured the evidence that convicted us, and recovered the greater part of the money. The first step taken by the private inquiry men was to have our friends, the detectives at headquarters, led to believe that they had the case entirely in their own hands, and to strengthen this, Pinkerton had the Bank of England agent in New York go to headquarters every day and pretend to consult with Irving. After the Continental raid, on our return to London, we sent Irving $3,000 in greenbacks in a registered letter. But in order to have a hold on our three honest friends at headquarters in case of any possible treachery in the future, we put the money in the envelope in the presence of a magistrate and had his clerk register it and make it a part of the court record. The envelope was simply addressed James Irving, Esq., 300 Mulberry Street, New York, and of course the officials in London supposed it a private address. When we returned from Rio, we sent another $3,000, $1,000 each for Irving, Stanley, and White, and took the same precautions. Soon after the floods of money coming to us in London, Mac sent $15,000 to Irving in another registered letter, without any precautions, however. Irving and Company did not know what game we were playing, but were very happy over the dividends past and to come. But when they read the cable dispatches in the press about the bank forgeries, their bliss was ecstatic. Each in fancy saw himself decked out in a magnificent diamond pin and ring, spinning along Harlem Lane behind a particularly fast pair in a stylish rig. This was their day vision. At night, each saw himself in certain resorts ordering unlimited bottles, or seeing New York by gaslight at the rate of $100 a minute, and the Britishers paying for it all. But the lawyers and the Pinkertons between them played Irving and headquarters for fools and knaves. Day after day, one of the lawyers visited Mulberry Street and, being tutored by Pinkerton, gave deceptive points to Irving, who, with his two chums, was completely hoodwinked and never suspected the game being played on them. But as I have got somewhat ahead of events in London, I will return there and very briefly narrate what was taking place there. Nearly every day Noyes was brought before the Lord Mayor and officially examined, but, acting under advice of his lawyer, he was strictly noncommittal. The detectives and officials were convinced he knew all about it and tried by both threats and promises to make him talk. Baron Rothschild and others of the directors visited him again, but our friend was deaf, dumb, and blind, and they were foiled. In time, two Pinkerton detectives had arrived in London, and by a series of lucky hits soon began to let in some light on the business. In searching Noyes, the English police had found his garments were made by a certain London tailor who had several establishments. They brought the foreman and salesman down to see him, and none could identify him, but the American detectives went over the ground again and discovered that the London officers had missed one branch store. This was the one Noyes had patronized. They remembered him as a customer who had, when ordering garments, given the name of Bedford. This in itself was a bad point against Noyes, and the New York men wanted very much to make him talk, and had they been permitted to adopt the vigorous American methods, they might have succeeded. A salesman remembered seeing Noyes or Bedford one day walking in Mayfair with a gentleman who really was Mac, of whom he gave a good description, and, taking the clerk, the detectives started out to make a house-to-house investigation. Now, no. One Mayfair, the first house they entered, was the residence of a famous London doctor by the name of Payson Hewitt, and Mac had been a patient of his. But Hewitt knew absolutely nothing about him save only his name and the address he gave, Westminster Palace Hotel. The detectives were elated and flew to this hotel, but as Mac had never been a guest, they could learn nothing. Still, they had cause for rejoicing. Here was Noyes giving a fictitious name to a tailor and in company with an elegantly dressed American, who gave a fictitious address to a surgeon. And they were well satisfied that whenever the matter was dug out it would be found that the elegantly dressed stranger, as well as the clerk, had a hand in the business. Payson Hewitt stated that Mack said he was a medical graduate from an American university and said that, no doubt, he spoke the truth, as he had a perfect knowledge of medical subjects. Here they were getting matters down pretty fine, and cabled all the facts to America with orders to look Mack up, also his friends. This information was the fruit of hard work many blind trails had been followed that ran nowhere. In the meantime, George and Mack had determined to return to America. The last thing Mack did before leaving his lodgings in St. James Place was to roll up in 3 rolls $254,000 in United States bonds and send the trunk containing them by express to Major George Matthews, New York. He wrapped them in a nightshirt belonging to me, which in some way had got into his baggage. Then he bought a ticket to Paris and sent his baggage over, waiting in London a day or 2 longer before going himself. George determined to go to Ireland, and to Ireland he went, and I shall let him in a later chapter tell in his own language the stirring events in Ireland and Scotland that finally ended in his arrest in Edinburgh some weeks later. Mack, before sending his baggage away, had intended to sail from Liverpool by the Java of the Cunard Line, and he cabled Irving at police headquarters to meet him on the arrival of the steamer. Mack went to Paris, stopping at the Hotel Richmond, Rue du Helder, under his right name, never for a moment thinking he could possibly come under suspicion. In the meantime, the Pinkerton men continued their house-to-house visitation of the fashionable lodging houses to hunt out Mack. This, in huge London, was a titanic task, but they exhibited a marvelous activity in tracing out clues. In a lucky moment for the Pinkertons, a subordinate inquiring at every number in St. James Place if an American gentleman was lodging or had lodged there was informed by one landlady that Mack had been a lodger, but had left a few days before. As soon as this important report arrived they flew to St. James Place and found the landlady a warm friend of the man they were looking for. The detectives were forced to tell her their business. She was indignant that anyone should so wrong Mack and ordered them out of the house. They brought the bank solicitors and other important people to see her before she would consent to be questioned. When she did, her information was important indeed. She had seen very little of George, but much of me, though she had never heard my name, but still the detectives knew from her description that the man she described was the F.A. Warren they wanted, and whom to get meant fame and comparative fortune for them. The rooms had been unoccupied since Mack left and a careful search was made for clues, but nothing was found until she was asked for the waste paper basket. The basket proved to be a bag, and when turned out some pieces of blotting paper appeared, which, held in front of a mirror, of course, would reflect the writing the same as on the written sheet, and on holding the last of the lot to the glass they were thrilled through when the Pinkertons saw reflected there £10,000 sterling. F.A. Warren, which, when compared with a cancelled check of mine, then in the possession of the bank, exactly fitted it. Here was a piece of evidence which, if it could be brought home to Mack, was a chain to bind him fast and sure. Pinkerton and his man started at once for Paris, and going to the American bankers, where most Americans register on arrival, they found Mack's name as large as life, registered at Andrews and Company's as stopping at the Hotel de Richmond. Pinkerton was not long in reaching Rue du Helder, and learned that Mack had left for Brest the night before. In short order, he was at the Paris agency of the steamship company, and found that Mack had purchased a ticket to New York by the Thuringia, which was due to sail that very hour from Brest. He did not let the grass grow under his feet between the ticket and telegraph offices, and there he telegraphed the authorities to arrest Mack, but he had a speedy reply that the Thuringia had sailed half an hour before his telegram came. On second thought, he quite possibly was not sorry Mack had got off to New York, as it would lengthen out the bill and scatter some of the bank's money in New York. He therefore cabled to his office in New York particulars as to Mack's departure, and then he turned all his attention to discovering who this F.A. Warren could be. Mack had cabled Irving that he was coming by the Thuringia. Pinkerton, feeling that there was no secrecy required about his man being on the steamer, gave the fact to the press, and Irving discovered, very much to his chagrin, that all the world shared with him his secret as to Mac's whereabouts, and that if he would save his reputation he would have to be on hand, not as a friend and confederate, but in his official capacity and make a genuine arrest, that is, unless he could arrange to have Mac taken off the steamer in a small boat as soon as she came into the lower bay and before the police boat, with its load of officials, came alongside. This Irving and his two subordinates resolved to attempt, so he took into his counsels a great chum of his and a well-known burglar by the name of Johnny Dobbs. To him was given the job of getting Mac off the steamer, but he made a serious blunder. Instead of hiring and manning two boats, one to relieve the other, he got only one. For a day or two they came within hailing distance of all incoming steamers, but were ashore on Staten Island, taking a rest, when bright and early one morning the Thuringia slipped into the harbor. There was a man in the boat with Dobbs who knew Mac, and the plan was to meet the steamer, and as Mac was sure to be on deck on the lookout, to shout to him to jump overboard and they would pick him up and make for shore. Once ashore and warned, they would not have seen him again. After the Thuringia came into the harbor, Irving kept the police boat waiting over an hour. Then, supposing his friend was safe ashore, he boarded the ship. There were 5 United States Marshals on the police tug, the bank lawyers, and some of the private inquiry officials. Irving, accompanied by White and Stanley, jumped aboard the big ship, after giving orders to the captain of the tug not to let anyone off until he gave permission. Mac saw the tug and recognized his 3 friends, but was in no way alarmed until Irving, shaking hands with him, hurriedly explained the state of affairs. Mac took them to his cabin and gave them $150,000 in bonds, $10,000 in greenbacks, which he had bought of the brokers in London, besides English banknotes and 2 or 3 valuable diamonds. Then, taking out several bags of sovereigns, he said, "Now, boys, help yourselves. Load yourselves down and keep them from the enemy." What a picture those fellows loading up with that golden store of sovereigns would have made. They knew the marshals and detectives they held entrapped aboard the tug would be furious, and morally sure that Irving and company had plucked their bird. Therefore, any appearance of pockets bulging out might lead to disgrace, so, while they hated to leave any, for their fingers itched for all, yet they were forced to that cruel self-denial. One amusing piece of impudence on Irving's part occurred when, looking with greedy eyes on the 8-carat diamond Mac wore on his finger, he said, "My God, Mac, I wish I had brought along a paste diamond. You could wear the ring and give me yours in exchange." The ring having been seen by so many, he feared to chance taking it. No doubt his enforced denial for long sat heavy on Jimmy's soul. What a penchant all our honest detectives have for gems, and where do they get them? In the meantime a storm was raging among the rival officers, who did not relish being duped, and finally by threats forced the captain to bring the tug alongside the steamer. Then they rushed on board to find Irving and company, with their prisoner awaiting them. The marshals went to the cabin and found some £4,000 or £5,000 in sovereigns, but when Mac was searched nothing was found on him but $20 in greenbacks. He was turned over to the United States officials and landed in Ludlow Street Jail, pending an examination before the United States Commissioner with a view to his extradition. How the Pinkertons unearthed the $254,000 wrapped in old clothing in Mac's trunk at the European Express office, 44 Broadway, would take too much time to tell here, or how circulars were sent out to the banks and trust companies warning them to hold all funds deposited by any of our party, or how Pinkerton and his men recovered large sums in various places, must all be passed over here. Suffice it to say that the fatal piece of blotting paper was produced in New York along with many lesser points of evidence, and after a hard legal fight Mac was finally ordered to be given up to the English government to stand his trial for complicity in the great bank forgery. The legal proceedings before the commissioner lasted 3 full months. The array of counsel on both sides made it a forensic contest between giants, in which all past history was invoked for precedence. This extradition case attracted wide attention. After United States Commissioner Gutman had finally decided to surrender him to the demand of the British government, appeal was made to the United States Circuit Court, Judge Woodruff, then to the Supreme Court, Judge Barrett, before whom Mack was brought by writs of habeas corpus, but the commissioner's decision was sustained. Mack was sent to Fort Columbus for safekeeping while counsel were vainly arguing on new writs of habeas corpus and certiorari, but before any conclusion could be reached, he was hurried away by his custodians. He had scarcely time to bid goodbye to his counsel, when with a United States officer he was hurried into a carriage in Chambers Street, guarded by Chief Deputy Marshal Kennedy and Deputies Robinson and Crowley, and driven rapidly down Broadway to the Battery, so that the large crowd who gathered to witness his departure from the metropolis had very little time to feast their eyes. He was transferred from the Battery to Governor's Island by a tugboat and subsequently handed over by the deputy marshals to the charge of Major J. P. Roy, who had him escorted to Fort Columbus. The following morning United States Marshal Fisk, with deputies Crowley and Purvis, Mr. Peter Williams, solicitor of the Bank of England, Circt. Edward Hancock, a London detective, Deputy Marshal Colfax and others, boarded the steam tug P. C. Schulze at the Battery.